Chapter 1 of The Shadow of the Unseen. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Andy Sames. The Shadow of the Unseen by Barry Payne and James Blyth. Chapter 1. On the Eve of Freedom. Down the white road that leads from Cambridge to the village of Trumpington came the motor car. It turned in at the gates of a modern house of some pretensions and up the semicircular drive. The girl, without a word, relinquished the wheel, stood for a moment on the step, watching the chauffeur drive away, and then passed through the open door into the hall of the house, an orderly, well-appointed, and quite inartistic hall. The girl flung aside her white canvas motor coat and was taking off her cap and veil as a servant crossed the hall. "Mr. Trotter in?" the girl asked a little brusquely. "Yes, miss, he's in. He was inquiring if you had returned." The girl began to speak and broke off abruptly. There was Mr. Trotter coming down the stairs. Mr. Willoughby Trotter, senior tutor of St. Cecilia's College, was a little man of 50. His manner was slightly flurried, and he had a restless and nervous eye. An occasional and rabbit-like twitch of the face was characteristic of him. His fair hair had receded by the process of time from his forehead. His was a dome-like forehead, which so often goes with great education and little originality. You could have told he was perfectly respectable a mile off. "There you are, my dear," he said, speaking rapidly. "So busy, so busy, so busy. The car?" "Not a quarter of an inch of petrol in the tank. The idiot is filling up now. He'll be round directly." "That was very, very wrong of him. It might have caused serious inconvenience. What would you have done if the car had stopped in the road?" "Sat there while he fetched petrol from the nearest place. There wouldn't be anything else to do, would there?" "No, my dear, no, I suppose not," he said, as he shuffled into his thin, respectable overcoat. "You can't imagine what's happened. At the very last moment I find that Mrs. Branksome was not asked. Her name was on the list, of course. The omission is inexplicable. I must go there now and explain as well as I can, and I'm due at the college at 12. Really, one hardly knows which way to turn." The tremolo effect of the car was heard outside, cut by 2 deep coughs from the horn. Mr. Trotter darted forward. "Carefully now," he said to the driver. "Very carefully, please." The hot summer sunlight streamed in at the front door and fell on the figure of the girl as she was standing in the hall. There was nothing of the hard brightness of the sportswoman about her. The face was beautiful, but too pale, and too heavy. The mouth a little too large, the expression somewhat sullen and contemptuous. Her eyes were dark and unfathomable. Perhaps it was in those wonderful eyes and in her beautiful hair that her chief charm lay. Men who met her found riddles in those eyes, and sought in vain for the answer. She passed from the hall into the morning-room. A woman sat at the table, a paint-box by her side, illuminating something on vellum. She was 40, and did not look it. The red of her hair was quite natural, and also did not look it. She had always fascinated, and had always been petted. Her friends thought her versatile, and her enemies called her fickle. At present she was the intimate friend of Linda Pettingill Merle, the girl who now stood watching her. "My lord, the senior tutor, has just left," said the woman, without looking up. "Nothing becomes him so much as the moment of his departure, as some historian said, I believe." Linda laughed and came over to look at the work. "I wish I could do that," she said. "I haven't got any gifts." "You are one supreme and stupendous gift," said the woman. "Also, this is not a gift, it's a trick." "Where's Aunt Mary?" Linda asked. "Cumbered with much serving by reason of a forthcoming garden party in honour of the 21st birthday of Linda Merle. Also she is in great disgrace, both with the esteemed Uncle Willoughby, how that man must be esteemed, and also with herself. She forgot to ask some woman who does not matter in herself, but has married a man who matters rather less. So Aunt Mary moans that she cannot forgive herself. Funny, isn't it? I don't think I've ever been cumbered, and I can always forgive myself. In fact, I'm about the only person that I can forgive. So while the storm rages, I sit in this quiet backwater and complete my thank-offering for you tomorrow." "Not really," said the girl. "It's too sweet of you. I've been adoring it all the time you've been doing it, and there are pages and pages of it." Mrs. Devaney put down her work and leaned back in her chair. "You must remember that I did it largely to please myself. I have always thought that the blessed damozel ought to be illuminated on vellum. It screams for it. I can't see it any other way." "Cara," said the girl solemnly, "you're a fish." "Thanks," said Mrs. Devaney dryly. "Fish out of water." "And what are you?" asked Mrs. Devaney. "I wish to goodness I knew," said the girl with conviction. "We'll come out into the garden," said the woman. "This afternoon a perfect hurricane of lawn-mowers begins, and I prefer gardens when the gardeners are less in evidence." "Yes," said Linda, and bareheaded they went through the French windows of the room and down the bright weedless gravel path. The garden was much older than the house. The house had been largely improved by Mr. Willoughby Trotter. The deep shrubberies at the further end of the garden gave a peaceful, shaded retirement. Here they sat down together. "I suppose," said Mrs. Devaney thoughtfully, "it's very wrong of me to laugh at Mr. Trotter, seeing that I'm stopping in his house. But you're not his guest, you're mine. True, O Princess of the beautiful hair, but then he's your uncle. Only by courtesy, my guardian really. I like and respect him, and I love Aunt Mary, but still, if one has any sense of humour at all, one can't help seeing—" "Oh, quite so, very much so. His obsession that he must do his best, and his delirious activities in consequence, strike me immensely. As true as I'm a fair to middling woman, he said yesterday at lunch, 'This bread and butter pudding is burnt.' But alas, I can't see to everything. Nobody, of course, ever expected him to see to it. It is simply that the hyper-conscientiousness of a senior tutor must assume every responsibility, whether it belongs to him or not." "Yes," said the girl, "and really he has managed all my affairs extremely well. He has obtained better rents for my marsh property in Norfolk than my father was ever able to get, and succeeded in letting the house and demesne at Merlsfleet to a tenant who not only paid good rent, but kept the place up magnificently. He must have learnt a lot when he was a bursar. I could go down there tomorrow if I wanted to." "And will you?" "No, of course not. I cannot leave on the first day of my freedom. It would hurt Aunt Mary's feelings. Besides, I don't know what the place is like. It seems very picturesque from the photographs, but photographs are such liars, and it's awfully out of the way. There would be no society there at all, except what one brought down. Oh yes, and that wonderful ex-parson that my uncle admires but cannot approve. No, we must travel first, you and I. As soon as winter comes, we and the other birds—" "I was a fish just now," said Mrs. Devaney sweetly. "Don't mind, it's only a wealth of metaphor. We migrate. Italy, Sicily, Egypt, Caches." "It sounds delightful. I will come. We will go through many dry places, seeking rest. You often strike me, Cara, as on the verge of being very serious. "Yes," said Mrs. Deviney simply, "and I always am. We have not quite found out what we want, you and I. Personally, I want you principally, and I always enjoy travel. But what about yourself? Did your seasons in London satisfy you? Does the learned but somewhat parochial society of Cambridge satisfy you? You are the image of sweet discontent. I don't know what to do for you. Thanks so much for not telling me to get married. I believe the sober slumbers of my Uncle Willoughby are often conscience-haunted with the fact that he has not got me married. Aunt Mary feels it too. I do know, at any rate, that that is not what I want. Now I will give you a chance to laugh at me. I feel that even if I could get everything I wanted, it would not be worth while. It is all for so short a time. One can't know any of the things that one wants to know. I would give my very life to know whence I come and whither I go, and I shall never know it." She made an impatient movement with her hands. "When one says these things they sound crude and affected, but when one thinks them and keeps on thinking them—" I know, said Mrs. Deviney. "I've been there. Sometimes I wonder if some future generation really will know for certain. They are tinkering about now at the gates of life. These men of science. Is it a true dawn or a false? It generally is false." "To-morrow," said the girl slowly, "will be my 21st birthday. On those 3 tennis courts, undergraduates and maidens will be knocking a ball about. There will be claret cup and lemonade. There will even, on this occasion, be champagne cup. Uncle Willoughby will be going with the throttle full open and the spark advanced. He will talk to nobody for long, because it will be his instant and imperative duty to talk to somebody else. There will be plenty of laughter and lots of jealousy and private notes of the adorable gown of Mrs. Deviney. Undergraduates will try to talk like old men, and aged dons will try to talk as if the gaiety of the dog were not yet dead in them. Sooner or later they will go and say that they have enjoyed themselves. Then there will be dinner for the chosen few. Uncle Willoughby will drink my health and say as many appropriate words as he can remember. Afterwards, if it is fine, we'll come out into the garden, you and I. Everything will be quiet, and there will be the stars. They won't be laughing at us, and they won't be sympathizing with us. The immeasurable pettiness of everything we do is nothing to them. Even the occasional greatness of some of us is nothing to them. Out there, starward, where the knowledge lies, nobody cares, and down here nobody knows, and we care terribly." "Yes, I ought to laugh at you," said Mrs. Deviney. She caught the girl's hand impulsively. "But I won't. I know you so well, you see, and I haven't always been very happy myself. And you say I'm on the verge of being very serious. How one fights not to go over the verge, and it's better to laugh than to cry." They strolled slowly back to the house together. Mrs. Deviney returned to her illumination. Linda slung her motor-coat over her arm and went up to her room. For a moment she stood at the window, looking far out over flat country. Then she turned to her writing-table and unlocked her diary. There were but a few blank pages left. Slowly, and with long pauses, she wrote as follows. "Motored into Cambridge this morning for Aunt Mary, and had luck to get back, as that idiot Garnier had forgotten to fill the tank. That man can do absolutely nothing except talk French, and it's only the accident of his birth that makes him able to do that. Lots of preparations going on here for the tennis party tomorrow. I wonder if it's worth while to write down this kind of thing. No, I don't wonder. I'm quite sure it's not. I turn back the pages of this diary, and the repetitions strike me most. It is just a little round that goes on, and every now and then there are such sentences as, "How sick I am of it all," or, in a humbler mood, "If other people can stand it, and apparently even like it, why can't I?" I think I shall not keep a diary any more. The trivial round is not worth record, and retrospection has its dangers. I have a horror of becoming morbid and bad-tempered and ungrateful to people who, after all, mean to be very kind. I fill these last few pages more from a stupid love of completion than from any other motive. After all, there is still Cara Devigny. She understands me better than anybody else. Better, perhaps, than I understand myself. Whatever happens, she must be with me in the days of my freedom. Nominally, these days begin tomorrow. I have the control and management of my own property then. I begin to order my life as I like. In reality, I shall still have the advice of Uncle Willoughby to help me, and I shall still have its results to contend with. I simply cannot go on here. Neither can I be indecent enough to make the break at the first possible moment. Gradually Uncle Willoughby's influence will wane, and Cara's will increase. I wonder whither she will lead me, or whither I shall lead her. Great though our friendship is, there are barriers of intimacy which we have not passed, stories which we have not told, things which we have kept ourselves back from saying. This morning, for the first time since I've known her, she confessed that she had not always been happy. I knew it, of course, but she had never said it before. I had been blurting out a lot of nonsense about my own feeling, my hatred and fury at the inevitable limits, my doubts whether anything so transient as life is worth the fuss which we make about it. She was more sympathetic than I had expected her to be. The song of perfectly satisfied birds came in bursts through the open window. She rose impatiently and closed it. Then she sat down again at the writing-table and began drawing on the blotting paper. She had not the slightest gift in this direction. The head that she was drawing came out unexpectedly, with a hideous, ape-like, semi-human character. She shuddered and blotted it over. Then she went on writing. This kind of thing must not go on. I must not think about it. I must not bother myself with inquiries which are bound to be futile. The present is here, and I have got to make the best of it. There really are material things which I do enjoy, some things that I eat and drink, some aspects of this flat country, old gardens, driving the car, pretty clothes. I think I will take cooking lessons or learn German, anything which will help the prosaic side of me. One must be reasonable and not give way to fancies. There were my ideas about music, for instance, that music is a language, and that if one could only understand it, it would tell us everything. It... Clearly and precisely on the stroke of 1, the gong for luncheon rang out. She closed the diary and went over to the glass to see if her hair was tidy. The end of Chapter 1. On the Eve of Freedom. Chapter 2 of The Shadow of the Unseen by Barry Payne and James Blyth. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2. A Change of Plan. On the morning of her 21st birthday, Linda Merle woke with a strange feeling of depression. It may have been that the anticipatory gaiety which her Uncle Willoughby had thought it appropriate to assume in his twittering way on the previous evening was responsible for this, but Linda herself, in after years, always claimed that a presentiment had vouchsafed to her to warn her to tread carefully along the path of freedom, which the passage of years now opened out before her. The sombreness of her self-communing was accentuated by the necessity for her cheerful reciprocity of the congratulations and expressions of goodwill which her Uncle Willoughby and Aunt Mary heaped upon her. Mrs. Deveney was not yet downstairs. She was a great sufferer from insomnia, and her usual custom was to breakfast in her room. Mr. Trotter presented material evidences of his goodwill in a dual form. His first offering was an advance copy, in tree calf, of My Tour in Galilee, his own work, and to be published at his own expense. "It is not," he said complacently, "a book which I should care to place in the hands of every young girl. It is, perhaps it would be too much to say, fearless." "Fearless," he repeated, and snapped a piece of dry toast in his hand. "I can trust you not to misunderstand it. A certain breadth of mind may go with one more lump of sugar, my dear. A firm faith in all that is essential. I have used my eyes. The book may possibly make some outcry." In justice to Mr. Willoughby Trotter, it may be stated that the book caused no scandal whatever. Linda accepted her risk with appropriate gratitude. His second present was more curious even than he knew. It was a cup of some transparent material of a wine-coloured hue, heavily mounted in soft gold, which had obviously been worked by the primitive methods of the East. It stood about 6 inches in height, and the base carried a partly obliterated inscription. "It's the loveliest thing I ever saw," said Linda. "What on earth is it made of?" "Ah, you would never be able to guess." He had been quite unable to guess himself when he bought it. "The bowl is of amber. Old amber takes that colour sometimes. I got it from a Greek in Port Said, and remembered your love for what is curious." Linda also received a diamond bracelet from Aunt Mary, a comfortable, toneless little woman, the willing slave of her husband. In virtue of the occasion, Mr. Trotter, during breakfast, presented a close resemblance to the advertisements of Sunny Jim. His one exception was when he referred to the second failure of Mr. Percy Belton, of St. Cecilia's, to obtain a pass degree. "Had I known it in time," said the senior tutor, "he should never have been asked for this afternoon." It was a mere flash of severity, and had gone in a moment. Perhaps the near appearance of his book, as well as the occasion of his ward's birthday, had exercised a mollifying influence. Soon after breakfast, Linda slipped upstairs and tapped at Mrs. Deveney's door. "If that's Linda, come in. If it's not, I'm not here," came the answer in Mrs. Deveney's voice. "All right, then it's not me," said Linda as she entered the room. "Why, whatever's that you've got there?" Mrs. Deveney was sitting up in bed in a dressing jacket of pale blue silk. On her breakfast tray on her knees there were some sheets of paper and a weird-looking toy. "You are an untruther," she said. "You are, Linda, and you are 21, and you've got to come here and be wished all the happiness in the world." Linda embraced her friend and returned to her question. "Thanks, dear. Now, what really is that thing you've got there?" "It's a fraud," said Mrs. Deveney. "Merely a fraud, like most other things. They call it planchette." "I've heard of that," said Linda eagerly. "It does mysterious writing, doesn't it?" "Oh, no, it doesn't. Not a bit of it. It's supposed to do mysterious writing, and simple children of the desert like myself get taken in. After all, you can't expect much mystery for a shilling." "Do let me try," said Linda, bringing a chair up to the bedside. "It won't work for you because you're too light-minded." Linda put her pretty fingers on the board, and for a minute nothing happened. Then, with an eerie scratching noise, the pencil began to write "Many happy returns of the day," but was interrupted. "Linda, you're shoving it," said Mrs. Deveney in a shocked tone of voice. "Of course I am," said Linda. "The silly thing wouldn't move by itself, and I thought it might as well join in the chorus with the rest." "Linda Pettingill Merle," said Mrs. Devinney solemnly, "you are a dishonest woman. Leave the house. I will as soon as you will get up and come with me. How dare you be lazy on my 21st birthday? We can have a lovely time together before the trial of the afternoon." "I'm old enough to be your mother," said Mrs. Devinney, "and I expect to be treated with respect. But then one never gets what one expects. Vanish, and I'll be ready in 1 hour." Seated in their favourite place in the shrubberies at the end of the garden, Linda turned suddenly to her friend. "I want you to tell me something," she said. "Speak, O Princess of the beautiful hair. Do you believe in planchette at all? Did you ever believe in that, or in automatic writing of any kind? Seriously? Quite seriously?" "Yes, then, I did. I do still. I've seen it. I know it. I can't do it. Perhaps if I kept on I might be able to do it. But what good would it do? These messages from the unseen tell one nothing. The only problem in the world which is worth solution remains insoluble. Besides, I've been told that it's dangerous to play this game." "Why?" "I knew a girl once. She had your curiosity without your intelligence. She lent herself to things of the kind. Either she got results or she lied. It was some time ago, and she died in the asylum." "Don't. That's too horrible. But after all, it does not follow. Was it a form of madness which made her think that she was getting at the great secret? Or was it her experiment which drove her mad?" Mrs. Devinney shrugged her shoulders. "Look here, Linda, I've answered your question. Now tell me why you asked it." "It's nothing. At any rate, it's a perfectly ridiculous trifle. I was writing in my room, and as I stopped to think, I began unconsciously to draw on the blotting paper. You know those heads that one draws? Of course, I can't draw, really. I can't translate anything modelled into the flat. One draws on the blotting paper just as some people twiddle their thumbs, simply in order to move their hands. Of course, I never know what the head which I am drawing is going to turn out like. This time it was a horrible thing. There was the ape in it, and the human being, and the devil. The stupid thing made an impression upon me. One moment I thought how horrible it would be to see that, and the next moment I knew for certain that one day I should see it. I put a lot of blots over it to hide it, but I remember it still. I think, and this is worse, that I shall always remember it." "That's quaint," said Mrs. Devinney. "But you couldn't make planchette right." "No, I was trying to. Hard. I have got an idea that these things don't come that way." "Wake up, Linda. This is the 20th century. We must not be superstitious." "Cara," said the girl thoughtfully, "can you tell me exactly where religion ends and superstition begins? All my life I've been taught to believe in a power of good, and one of the strongest convictions in my mind is a belief in a power of evil." "I won't pretend that this doesn't make me think," said Mrs. Devinney. "It does. I don't know what to say. This is not always present in your mind?" "No, certainly not. But from time to time I've always had it. I remember as a child trying to appropriate the power of evil, the devil, if you like to call it that." "What did you do?" "Fantastic ceremonies, the things which only children think of. Some of them I could not tell to you, or to anybody." "Such feelings are less strong with you now?" "No, not less strong, but less frequent. I wish they would go altogether. I want to be just exactly like other people." "Oh, happy other people, if that were possible," said Mrs. Devinney. The talk drifted into other channels. A few minutes later Mrs. Devinney was being very amusing and slightly irreverent on the subject of my tour in Galilee. "There was the cup, too, that he gave me. Come and see it." Mrs. Devinney seemed interested in it, and examined it narrowly. "Do you know what it has been used for?" she asked. "No. Do you?" "Yes, I think so. Perhaps I'm wrong. No, never mind. We won't talk about it. I won't answer any questions. If I can't get mystery any other way, I'll be a mystery myself." She said it with a smile, but neither the smile nor the tone seemed sincere. The garden party was a great success. The tennis lawns were in excellent condition, for his feverish sense of his responsibilities made the senior tutor keep a close and intelligent eye upon his gardeners. The mauve Hungarians played as well as usual music, which was about as bad as usual. The sets were made up as well as could be expected, considering that social and even academical distinctions had their effect on the invitations to play. Mrs. Devinie, at the highest point of her fascination, captured an advanced Don. He was a change from the other type, and he amused her just as much. It was a particularly delicious moment when he explained to her that he considered the attendance of anybody at a religious service to be cowardly and immoral. Anti-moral was his pet word for it. But he attended college chapel because it was necessary for him to set a good example. She led him gently on to his most unheaving, rebellious, and iconoclastic mood, and then checked his exposal of the Vatican with the statement, entirely untrue, that she happened to be a Catholic. It is to be feared that she was slightly malicious that afternoon, but she refused an ice and accepted his apologies. Linda talked to everybody without distinction, and forgot for the time that anything worried her. It was somewhat late in the afternoon when Percy Belton, who on the competitive test never ought to have been invited, emerged, handsome and modest, from his victory in a single. He had the misfortune to stumble upon the senior tutor. "I congratulate you, Mr. Belton," said Mr. Trotter. "I only regret," he added with a distinct note of subacidity in his voice, "that you have never thought it worth your while to attain proficiency in certain other arts, of perhaps equal importance. Equal, I think, hardly overstates it." Linda saw the young man, and he was quite good to look at. She saw that he was humiliated. She saw that he would give the eyes out of his head, fine eyes as they were, to be able to speak to her. So, as he had never been introduced to her, she went up and spoke to him. A few minutes later they were strolling in the direction of the shrubberies, and the young man was being quite simple and quite young. She was inclined to like him in a kind of way, much as one might like a well-bred, spirited dog. With him, of course, it was quite different. The sarcasm of the senior tutor had sunk into oblivion. He was talking to the girl about whom everybody raved, and he was talking to her because she had deliberately shown that she wished to talk to him. "What are you going to do this long?" she asked carelessly. "They won't have me here," he said dolefully, and she suddenly felt that her question had been a little indelicate. "No, I forgot," she said. "I always understood that you did not intend to take honours." "Couldn't get 'em," he said simply. "Of course I've got to work. They are pretty sick about it at home. About my being spun again, I mean. They don't seem to understand what a lot of other things there are to do." "There must be," said Linda with conviction, "and one does not want to be too much narrowed down." "I wish to goodness you would talk to my father," said the young man with sincerity. "That is just exactly the kind of thing that he ought to have said to him. In fact, I've tried to say it myself. However, I've got to go to Calcott." "And who's that?" "He's a parson away on the Norfolk marshes, and he's supposed to have a special gift for dealing with the kind of man which I'm supposed to be. I've been there before. That was in the winter, though, when one could get duck and snipe." "Get?" "Yes, shoot, you know. Of course, this time of the year there isn't anything but pigeons. Perhaps it's better so," he added with an air of settled melancholy. Of course it's not as it would be if anybody took a real interest in anybody. You see what I mean?" She saw with the utmost perspicuity, and switched off at once. "What's the name of the place?" she asked. "Oak-taker by Merlem. Funny sort of name, isn't it?" "Not to me. Merlem is my native place." "Of course, you are Miss Merle, of Merelsfleet. Do you come from there?" "Yes, I am Miss Merle. How clever of you to have guessed it, as we have never been introduced. Merelsfleet is mine. I don't even know what the name means." "Oh, I can tell you that. It isn't often I can tell anybody anything. The Fleet is the dyke which runs through the home park. They call all dykes connected with tidal rivers fleets down there. Why, it's a famous place. Of course, you've heard about the witch who was drowned there more than 100 years ago." She put one hand on his arm impulsively. "Tell me all about that, please, everything." "I don't know everything, and that's one of the reasons why I'm under a sort of cloud at present. But I'll tell you what I know. The old woman's name was Jenice, and she was known as a witch all over there. East Anglia, you know." "Why did they drown her?" "Oh, she was believed to have bewitched someone in Merlem village, so they tied her hands and feet together and threw her in the Merlsefleet to see if she could swim. She didn't." "Horrible! Why, what a queer name Jenice is." "Oh, there's a Judith Jenice living there now, with much the same reputation. A granddaughter, or great-granddaughter or something. I believe she's a tenant of yours, by the by." "Oh?" "Yes, she's got a funny kind of place. The Tower House, they call it. I believe it was built first for the marshmen to watch where the duck settled when the floods were out on the marshes. It's a rummy, round-built place. One room below and one above, with a sort of a lookout on the roof. She makes some of her money by dairy business, and the rest of it, the greater part—" "Well?" "Oh, I don't know. All the marsh people come to her. There may be nothing in it. I've heard some queer things, though. I had a very good experience myself." "Tell me about it." "Well, there wasn't much in it, but it was curious. I was going down the river with my gun when I met her. She was having some bother with her geese, which she wanted to drive home, and I gave her a hand. Before I left her, she looked in a funny way at me, and asked if I should like to know what sport I was going to have. I said I didn't mind. She told me that I should shoot something I had never shot before, and see a sight I had never seen before." "And did you?" "Yes, absolutely true, all of it. I shot a bittern, an old buttle they call it about there. They are precious rare in England, and at first I didn't know what I shot. Coming home along the wall of the cut, which was frozen over, I saw an even stranger thing. 2 dog otters were fighting on the ice in the middle of the cut. They did not seem to notice me, and I might have shot them both if I had not thought it better sport to watch 'em fight it out. I'd got number 4 shot in both barrels, but this won't interest you." "It interests me very much. And is the woman living there now?" "I don't know, but she was the winter before last." They had joined the crowd again. She turned to him apologetically. "There are such lots of people looking for me, you know. I hope I shall see you when I am down at Merelsfleet." The young man sought for compromise between the ecstatic and the respectful, but she was gone before he had found it. A minute later she was clutching Mrs. Devinney by the arm. "It's all settled, Cara. Everything is changed. We are both going to Merelsfleet. I will tell you why after dinner." The end of Chapter 2. Read by Andy Sames. Chapter 3 of The Shadow of the Unseen by Barry Payne and James Blyth. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3. Merlsfleet. Linda sat at the writing table in the morning-room, opening letters. There was on her face a look of greater life and eagerness than it had worn of late. There was a tinge of colour in her cheeks now. Mrs. Devaney sat opposite to her and watched her. Otherwise, Mrs. Devaney was doing nothing. But she did nothing with great grace. Her elbows rested on the table, and her chin on her 2 hands. The sleeves fell back and showed her pretty arms. "Cara," said Linda, "you manage to get along with less occupation than any woman I know." "Yes," said Mrs. Devaney, "I am the laziest creature that has yet been bred in captivity. But as a matter of fact, I was deeply occupied. I was thinking." Linda produced a penny. "You wouldn't like your bargain. What would you yourself think about a girl who had decided, when her days of freedom came, to remain with her guardian for a few months and soften the blow of her departure?" "I never said anything so conceited," said Linda indignantly. "Don't interrupt. You're going to hear the cold truth about yourself. You had bought Baedekers and studied Bradshaws, and driven the young men at Cook's office in Piccadilly half mad. As soon as you felt that your guardian could bear it, you had mapped out a year or more of travel, and had decided to take with you a tired, ginger-haired old woman called Cara Devaney." "I don't permit you to insult my friends," said Linda, with a beautiful assumption of the glacial manner. "I've had to speak about these interruptions before. Don't let it occur again. This same girl happens to meet a handsome undergraduate and learns from him that somewhere about 7,000 years ago an old woman was drowned in the ornamental waters of her ancestral mansion. All the plans are blown sky-high at once. The feelings of the guardian are accounted for nothing. An army of painters and decorators is put into motion and harassed by absurd and unreasonable demands. The elderly lady with red hair is ordered to mobilize. No time is to be lost. The girl must get down to the aforesaid ancestral mansion at once. Sounds reasonable, doesn't it?" "Of course it does not when it's put like that. Do you mean any of it?" Mrs. Devaney suddenly changed her manner. "All I mean, dear, is that I don't quite understand why you want to go. As far as I myself am concerned, so long as I am to be with you, I am delighted to go anywhere between here and the hereafter, but I'm not sure that I see your point of view." Linda tossed aside the last of her letters. "It's like this, Cara. I thought I could live here for a few months longer, and I find I can't. I am suffering from uncle on the nerves." "Senior tutoritis," suggested Mrs. Devaney. "Good," said Linda. "Here I have a chance of leaving at once without offending him. I go to prepare a way, to air the mattress, to order the band, to erect the triumphal arch. Then, when all is ready, he and Aunt Mary come down as my guests. By that time I shall have had a rest, and shall like them better. As for the witch, the thing that happened 100 years or so ago doesn't matter much to me or to anybody else. But think of the things that are happening there today. There are simple people there who are going hand in hand with the unseen, like a child with its mother. The powers of Judith Jennis are as much a fact to them as the price of butter or the rate of wages. I want to see that. I want to see it immensely. Then, again, I think it must be a kind of homing instinct that calls me there. My people have lived there from time immemorial, and now suddenly I feel that I must be there too. Do you see? It's not so much that I want to go. There's a compulsion on me to go. I think—" She stopped as the door opened and Mr. Willoughby Trotter came in. Mrs. Devinney rose at once. Now, said Mr. Trotter, don't let me drive anybody away. I know you must have so much business with Linda, said Mrs. Devinney, and I have so many letters to write myself. She vanished gracefully. Linda held out a letter to her guardian. This is Talent and Hogg, the electric light people. They are making the reduction for cash as you suggested, and accepted the time clause. How on earth could I have got on without you? I did not know there was such a thing as a time clause. Well, said her guardian indulgently. Young ladies are not expected to be versed in these matters. You would have found it very unpleasant if the place had been still full of workmen on your arrival. The reduction, too, is quite right. Most firms are only too glad to make it. Satisfactory to both parties. What I wanted to speak to you about particularly was, Mr. Lawrence Hebblethwaite. Yes, the ex-parson, I suppose? Nasty words, by the way. Sounds like ex-convict. You must not let that distress you, he said with a somewhat fatuous misapprehension. He relinquished his orders long ago, but I have not understood that he has ceased to be a Christian, in the sense which a broad-minded man would give to the term. Breadth without laxity, if I may so phrase it, should be the note of serious people in their attitude towards religion. There is a chapter in My Tour in Galilee which bears somewhat on this. What I wished to say particularly was that I have had a letter from Hebblethwaite. He had heard, of course, of your going down to take possession, and he proposes to call on you. Says that he thinks himself old enough and ugly enough to call on any young lady. He always had that free and rather slangy way of expressing himself. I dislike it immensely. Is he very ugly? Asked Linda. That, said Mr. Trotter reflectively, is not a point which I have ever noticed. On the occasions when we have met, he struck me as being a very large man, far above the usual height, I suppose, certainly taller than I am. But these are not essential points, are they? I know of nothing against his character. He is a man, too, of some learning, and has talent, perhaps somewhat undisciplined. He is well endowed, too, with this world's goods. Not that that is a question which affects us. And, of course, you'll have a sufficient chaperone in Miss Devinney. Still, I thought I would put it to you. If you would prefer not to see him for any reason, if you wish to be alone, you have only to say so, and I will send him a line. I have, perhaps, some little facility for letters of this kind. As senior tutor, it frequently becomes my duty to convey unpleasant information in as polite a manner as possible. Oh, no, said Linda. Do let him come. One does not want to be unkind. Say we shall be glad to receive him. Why, if he has money and a mind, does he want to bury himself in solitude in a marsh village? That, said Mr. Trotter seriously, is a point which he has never explained to me. I have given him opportunities to explain it. I may say I have been careful to make the opportunities. It would perhaps have been in better taste if he had availed himself of them. However, he is a man in whom there is a demarcation, a definite line of reserve. He seems to be speaking freely and carelessly, but one never gets beyond a certain point with him. A fortnight later, Linda and Cara were on their way to Merlsfleet. When it became known in the village of Merlin that the last surviving Merle was soon coming back to the home where her family had lived for centuries, there was, of course, no little excitement. Little Jimmy Buddery, the wizened custodian of the draining mill which kept the waters from the Merelsfleet marshes, expressed the feelings of the neighbourhood over his evening pint at the Tench and Teal. I'm something glad to learn as the young missus be a-coming down to take her rightful place at the hall at last a time. That'll do a bit of good to us poor men. We ain't got to sight out to the mean womens that have been keeping the lay warm for her, but perhaps a pretty young wench like her, who ha' got the blood of the marshes in her veins, Won't grudge a pint or two to old men who ha' knowed her fair, and her grandfair, and for the back too." Do you stop a minute, Bo," said Bob Middleton. "Why, you make yourself out as old as Methusalem." Little Jimmy drank from his pint measure, and wiped his mouth on his fingers, and his fingers on the blue slop which, together with a conical felt hat, made his costume famous for miles round. "Well, howsomedever, I mind more about her parents than you do, Bob Boar. I reckon if she give anyone a lave to pick a few right sort runes, mushrooms, or gather a score or two of horn pie, green plover, eggs, I ought to be the one." You allus was a hungry-gutted old mouse-hunter." "Stout," said Bob. "But dear, everybody knows you fair half innocent, so no doubt you'll fare to be took care on." "Thought that boyo Judy Jennis git first say. Da's give out already, as she's to hev the providing things for the hall, and that don't do to interfere along old Judy, as some folk have found out to their cost." At this, several weather-beaten heads were solemnly shaken in the kitchen, where the evening symposium of the village worthies was always held. The name of Judith seemed to impress them uncannily. They shifted uneasily in their seats. A short pause in the talk permitted the unctuous puffing of shag smoke to be heard in the room. They took their pipes heavily, drew hard, and exhaled loudly. In the corner was sitting a tall, ungainly man, whose ragged coat was decorated with a number of pseudo-medals made of stamped pieces of tin and buttons covered with silver foil. The heavy humour of the place had conferred them on this poor half-witted fellow, who yet was not half such a fool as he was thought to be, for all his pride in the medals, in sarcastic recognition of his powers of foretelling the weather. His name was Billy Hart, but he liked to be called Sir William, and half believed in his title. He was the first to break the silence. "Do ye mind when Judy put a summat onto old Hook 1,000-acre holding?" he asked. That was wholly a masterpiece. I see myself when his hay-cart stuck right i' the middle o' the gate of his great 40-acre mowing mash. That didn't touch agin the gate nowheres. But though he called up 3 more hosses besides the 3 he had i' the cart already, move it they couldn't, till he went and axed the witch's pardon for mobbing on her when he copped her taking a stick or 2 for kindling out o' his woodstack. She get all the kindling she want now, without no axing neither." Bob shuffled with his feet and rose to leave the house. Before he went, he expectorated into the empty fireplace. "That bain't up to much talking about her," he said. "I have a spat for luck, but I doubt ill'll come on your silly tongue for all that. You ought to ha' knowed better, Billy." "If gentlemen can call me Sir William, you can," said poor Billy. "T'other day—" "There's in a want," said the landlord abruptly, and the conversation returned to the approaching advent of the Lady of Merelsfleet. The Hall of Merelsfleet is one of the oldest buildings in the eastern counties. Some antiquarians claim that the huge flint foundations of part of its western side date back as far as the rule of the Danes in East Anglia. But the greater part of the building, and especially the superb hall, is of the Tudor period. The more modern rooms are a mixture of Jacobean and Georgian architecture, and have a special interest in that their outside walls were mostly composed of the hard, rich-tinted Roman bricks, which were distributed about the countryside on the demolition of an old Roman castle hard by. The front of the hall bays itself out irregularly on a terrace, from which the home park sweeps down over a well-timbered stretch of grassland to the dense plantations of larch, silver birch, spruce, oak, ash, and elm, which are fringed to the westward by the growth of sallow alder and hazel, which screens much of the marshland lying along the banks of the Fleet from the park. The woods and thickets sweep round circuitously to the nor'ard, till the Fleet marshes merge in the greater expanse of the Ayr and Waveney valley levels. The woods and undergrowth are full of wildlife. Wild pheasants nest and rear their broods amid the tussocks of marsh grass along the cars and coverts. The hollow music of the ringed pigeon's call echoes throughout the venerable trees. In the soft nights of summer-time the moth-hawks rend the stillness of the woodland gloom with their raucous scraping cry, and flit through the leafy maze of branch and twig like some fantastic flapping ghosts of evil birds. Where the Fleet broadens to a pool, wild duck and teal breed in the rushes, and the drum of the snipe in spring, and his hovering flight, so different from his swift angular darts at other seasons of the year, remind the old folks of the village of the days when it was no unusual thing for 50 couple of the pretty long-beaked birds to be taken in a single night in the horsehair springs laid in the marsh drains. Away further to the northwest, where the tower house still stands as sentinel on the borderland of upland and true marsh, the wail of the hornpie makes the air dolorous with its complaint. It is cheery to hear the shrill whistle of the redlegs, remonstrating with the pessimism of their tufted kindred, but the hornpie knows whose eggs are the most sought after, and will not be comforted. On the eastward side of the house is an old-fashioned garden, walled in by a 10-foot wall 4 feet thick, along which stone fruit ripens to the western sun. From the northwest end of the terrace a footpath runs to a point where a mossy cart track passes through the dense wood to the stables and outbuildings at the back of the house, affording a way for the pony carriage of the hall to pass to the tower house, which was at one time the house of the home farm. Under Mr. Trotter's management, the home farmhouse was now represented by a block of modern and model buildings, provided with the latest appliances of scientific agriculture, and capable of supplying the house with all farm produce, even when filled with guests. The old tower house was let separately to Judith Jennis, as it had been to her forebears for almost as many years as there had been Merles at Merlsfleet. With this went grazing rights over a tract of marsh which sufficed to provide a living for her goats and geese. Mr. Trotter had always dealt leniently and charitably with her, and had never omitted to tell her so. Her goats' milk cheeses were famous, and by these alone she might have lived. It was typical of Mr. Trotter that, with all his shrewdness, he never suspected the means by which she supplemented that livelihood. There was hardly a day on which she did not receive tribute from some peasant seeking the advice of the wise woman. The servants and the luggage came down from Cambridge by train. Mrs. Devinie and Linda Merle drove down in Linda's new car. They arrived at dusk. Swiftly though they passed, little Jimmy Buddery saw them and guessed their identity. He was the bearer of the news of their arrival to the coterie at the Tench and Teal. "Ah," said he, "they was a buzzing along like a woodcracker for a blow, and though that didn't fare cold they was whopped up a rum un. But dear boys, they did look delightful. The young missus was a twiddling the little titty wheel. I reckon that's what work it. But dear boys, you'll hate to see for yourselves." "Why, you silly chump," said the landlord, "that bain't that at all. That's what this dear by, same as they do aboard them dear steam drifters, what fair so poplar now." "Well," said Jimmy, "you may be right as to that, though I seed it and you didn't. But if that's so, what do make it whiz along?" "Ah," said the landlord, "dear I own, as you hae done me. Jimmy turned slowly round to all the others in the kitchen, with a smile of triumph wrinkling his face. "What did I tell 'ee?" he asked contemptuously. "'E don't know no more than an uzzens. Gi's a pint more do. That there rood engine wully druv the dust down my throat." The end of Chapter 3, read by Andy Thames. Chapter 4 of The Shadow of the Unseen by Barry Payne and James Blyth. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4. Looking-glass writing. The August sunlight streamed in the curious hall, the doors of which were wide open to the terrace. It was a large square hall. The inside walls were of Roman brick, beautifully set, and uncovered by panelling, paint, or plaster. There were a few portraits in heavy frames, and some fine old French tapestry, but for the modern electric light fittings and the silken Persian rugs on the floor, it was practically unfurnished. It gave an effect of space, light, and colour, refreshing to Linda, sick of the cramped and over-decorated rooms of artistic London and the crowded ugliness of the provinces. There was no staircase. This led from the smaller hall beyond it. Linda and Cara, their arms about each other's waists, came slowly across the hall, through the gaunt, empty dining room, into the smaller room, where they took luncheon. Linda had left many arrangements to the care of Mrs. Devinney, and Mrs. Devinney was above all things modern and luxurious. That bread-and-butter pudding, the burning of which Mr. Trotter had considered as a personal stain upon him, did not appear upon the table. Everything was quiet, unpretentious, and exquisite. It had given Mrs. Devinney much thought. Linda would not have liked to take the thought, but she did like the results of it. She said as much. "Personally," said Mrs. Devinney, "I put up quite easily with anything. I hate the simple life. I can't pretend that I really like young Oxford or underdone mutton or diseases, but I would cheerfully put up with the whole lot of them to be with you. If I have taken thought for tomorrow, it is because I wanted to see you in your proper setting. This suave, delicate, restrained kind of life, it is your atmosphere. You are so perfectly tuned. Do not be an idolater and an idiot. If you talk like this, I will demand steak and onions, and I shouldn't like it. What are you going to do, Cara, when you have arranged everything, when you have no longer got any sphere for your artistic activities? Remember, there is no society here." "No," said Cara, "I suppose not. You will interchange functions with the different magnates that have called upon you, but they are all too far away to make intimacy possible. Mr. Calcott has called. Mr. Belton has found us out and left his card. The ex-parson will probably call one of these days. That's about all. Yes, there's the local doctor, of course, but then, of course, there is always the local doctor, isn't there? Ça m'est égal. I had enough of society of one kind or another, chiefly the other, in my 2 years of married life. This is not the kind of thing which bores one. I love your house. I love your adorable marsh country. I wonder why the beauties of the marshes are not better known. Your English tourists must have hills. No hill, no beauty, he says, and we may thank God for it. Almost for the first time in my life I am happy and placid and content. I am very glad of it, said Linda. What will you do when the senior tutor and Aunt Mary come down? Specks on the sun. They will vanish and I shan't. I shall be very, very good to your Aunt Mary. She adores you already, said Linda carelessly. I'm glad I didn't miss that target altogether. Well, I don't want to make phrases, but really I do like this very much. "Boredom is waiting for you," said Linda. "At present you find many things to do, and they are the kind of things which you like to do. Also, we shall not be here for the whole of the year, of course. But there must come a time when you will find that you have absolutely nothing to do. It has come. That is the glory of it. Have I ever shown you an overmastering passion for occupation? It is all the sweeter of you to have worked so hard and to have done so much for me. I can't even try to please you without pleasing myself far more. There are always books. Thank God there is always music. Thank God just a little more. There is always you." "You are just a little too enthusiastic," said Linda dryly. "Fortunately your enthusiasms are rare, and when you are talking to me without witness you cannot expect me to go to the expense of a blush. It's just your way, and I know it. But look at the thing practically. There is an afternoon before us. What are you going to do with it?" "Planchette," said Cara, without hesitation. "It never worked before." "Do you expect a planchette to work in the house of a senior tutor? There are temperatures so low that the bacilli cannot live in them. I feel the atmosphere of it here. I am hedged in by the stupid belief of 1,000 rustics. I join in their contempt of all that is not traditional. As you said, they walk hand in hand with the unseen. Planchette will work here, you will see. For me or for you? For you, of course. Why? Who was the child who propitiated the devil with unseen, unmentioned, and unmentionable rites?" Linda's pale face blushed crimson. She stamped her foot. "Stop!" she cried. Then she laughed. "What a donkey I am! I forgot you didn't know. Well, we'll try it. We shall get the afternoon sun in the south drawing-room. Let's go there." "The sunlight's terribly healthy and purifying," said Cara. "I wish you could have thought of something slightly more morbid. There are such things as churchyards, you know." They both laughed. Neither, at this moment, had the slightest belief in Planchette. "Never mind," said Linda. "Bring that silly shilling toy along, and this time I swear by the beard of my grandfather that I will not cheat. If the thing does not work, we will simply go without it. We will find Judith Jennis. We will raise the devil in some entirely different way." The planchette was brought and tried. Mrs. Devaney put her hands upon it first and met with no response. "I knew I should get nothing," she said with a sigh. "I'm too metallic." "Too electric," suggested Linda. "Now you try," said Mrs. Devaney. Linda drew up a chair to the table and put the tips of her fingers lightly on the board of the planchette. For a while nothing happened. In the lull of their babble the clock on the mantelpiece took on a new and dictatorial tick. It commanded each moment. Slowly Linda sank back in her chair, and her eyes closed, her hand still resting on the board of the planchette. Mrs. Devaney looked uneasy. She waited a moment and then came forward. It had been her intention to touch Linda on the shoulder and to suggest that they should play at something else. Just as she raised her hand, the planchette began to move, and to move rapidly. There was no possibility of fraud here. Linda's eyes were closed, and if they had been opened, they would have been staring up at the ceiling. Also, Mrs. Devaney noticed with regret that the marks on the paper were unintelligible. They looked like letters, but she could make nothing of them. The planchette stopped. There was a dead pause of a few seconds. Then Linda opened her eyes. "It's no good," she said. "I can't do it. The thing won't stir a fraction of an inch for me." "But it's done it!" cried Mrs. Devaney excitedly. "You must have been asleep. It has really done it. Just look at this." She held up the sheet of paper. Linda smiled feebly. "There's something there," she said. "But what is it? I can't read it. Can you?" Kara seized the paper. "No," she said. "It looks like letters, and yet... Wait! It's looking-glass writing." She rushed to the window and held the sheet firmly pressed to the pane. They puzzled out the writing together. "The first words are clear enough," said Linda. "It is the cup." Then comes... "Of the," said Mrs. Devinney. "But the last word? That's a capital S." "Yes," said Mrs. Devinney, and snatched the paper from the window pane. "Give it me." "Give it me again," said Linda. "It's not worth while," said Kara. "The fact of the case is that Planchette's writing is so bad that you can make it mean anything. The first 3 or 4 words were clear enough, but the rest might be anything." "I want you," said Linda quite seriously, "to give me that paper. Now, please, at once. I am going." The door opened, and Mr. Lawrence Hebblethwaite was announced. All mystery fell dead at the entrance of that easy giant. The first thing which impressed Linda was that he was much younger than she expected. She had pictured him as a man of the same age as her uncle. He could hardly have been more than 35. His manner was perfectly simple and natural, but all the time she realized that her uncle had been right. There was a point in this man beyond which one did not get. Mrs. Devinney, an educated woman, tried to find his line in order that she might take a decent interest in it. She was clever, and she ranged quickly from one point to another. He knew so much, and he was so absolutely natural, that she began to think it worth while to look at him. She saw a strong face, very near to being handsome, with eyes that cut like razors. There was the hash of blue steel in them all the time. Certainly, as the senior tutor had said, he was not very conventional, nor very literary. He used the words on his lips without hesitation. His spirits were boyish. His evident knowledge of the social world was welcome. His intelligent interest in every topic was interesting. "He brought the interest with him when he came," said Kara afterwards. And afterwards she put down in writing a collection of the facts which she had learned in a very few minutes from a man who had never appeared to try to teach her anything. They were as follows. 1. The reason why the village children looked less healthy than the London children was because they did not get so much milk. Milk is money in the country. 2. The common about Merlsfleet was full of vipers. In spite of science, many village folk were prepared to swear that they had many times seen the female viper swallow its young. 3. That an analogy might be made between the 3 great masters of the 19th century, Richard Wagner, Robert Browning, and George Meredith. 4. That an eel has never been known to swim upstream. 5. That a mackerel often kills itself by striking against the net in which it is enmeshed. 6. That Judith Jennis ought to be taken out and shot. He left 2 startled and interested people. One of them, Linda, followed him into the hall. "I hope you will come again soon," she said. "My uncle will be down here very shortly. You know him, I think?" "Yes," he said. "What was that thing you had on the other table?" "The one in the window, Planchette." "I thought so," said he. "It's simply a little toy, of course. All the same, I wouldn't play with it if I were you." "Then what would you like me to do with it?" said Linda. "Burn it," he snapped. "That kind of thing is not good for you." There was a slight emphasis on the last word. Linda laughed. "Quite sure? You see, you don't know me very well, do you? Is there any other article of furniture in the house you'd like me to burn?" "I mean what I say. he said angrily. "You do not know what you're doing." Linda was rather angry too, and she put a drop of venom on the tip of the dagger. "Oh, please," she said, with the sweetest of smiles, "don't talk to me as if I were a congregation." "Goodbye," he said quietly. It made her more angry that there was nothing whatever in his tone or manner to show that the allusion had penetrated. The servant closed the door, and on his innocent head the storm broke. "Don't do that," she said. "How can you be so clumsy? You must learn to shut a door quietly." And the man who had closed the heavy doors as quietly as was practicable was amazed. Linda went back into the drawing-room. "Well," said Linda to Mrs. Devaney. "Of course I like him," said Cara. "He's a fairly strong kind of man, isn't he?" "Strength," said Linda, "is sometimes another name for rudeness." "But he wasn't rude, was he?" "Not intentionally, I'll do him that justice. It was in the hall just now. He treated me like a confirmation class. That's all. I took the liberty of telling him so, or something very like it. You see the possibility, dear, don't you, that a thing of that kind said to him might be rather cruel?" "I hoped it would be rather cruel," said Linda, "but I'm afraid it wasn't. The man was preposterous. What do you think he said? He told me to burn Planchette. That reminds me. Now give me that paper. This has become interesting. I'm going back to it." "Look here," said Mrs. Devaney. She drew out the basket from under the writing-table. In it was that sheet of paper, torn into tiny scraps, and the wreck of the Planchette. "Yes," she said, "I did it myself. These cheap toys break very easily. I should have spoken to you about it first. Am I to get a month's notice?" Linda swayed for a moment, and then kissed her impulsively. "I'm afraid I've been in a bad temper," she said. "Take me out into the garden and make me good again. When we come back I'll write and ask that man to lunch." The end of Chapter 4. Read by Andy Sames. Chapter 5 of The Shadow of the Unseen by Barry Payne and James Blyth. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 5. The Face on the Blotting Paper. The August mist still lay heavy along the levels of Marshland when Bob Middleton and Sir William Hart drew near the door of the windmill, with which it was the duty of little Jimmy Buddery to keep the marsh dykes down to their proper level. Bob was on his morning round to inspect the few sheep and colts which remained on the grazing land, although the lusciousness of the sweet May grass had long turned to sourness, and there was but little good left in the withered pasture. Sir William had chosen to accompany the marshman on his round, in order to inspect the various signs of marsh, reed, water, and sedge, with which he boasted that he was able to predict the weather with certainty. He wore his string of medals outside his coat, and as the sun began to work its way through the veil of the mist, now drifting along in filmy sways before an awakening breeze, it shone and glittered merrily on the tokens of the poor man's simplicity of soul. As the two approached the door of the mill, little Jimmy came out on to the river wall. He took the long pole in his hand, with which the marshman set the sails to catch the best of the wind, and as he tiptoed up to reach the regulating sail, he looked like a monkey on a stick which had been pushed to the extremity of the toy. "Hi, Jimmy boy!" shouted Bob. "Ha' you got a drop of liquor? This her'll thick o' the morning. Get on to me chest. I could do with a drop to warm my innards." "Morning, Bob, morning," said little Jimmy, stretching away over his head without turning to look at his visitor. "What's that, you Billy boy?" he added. He had heard the chink of the medals and knew that Bob had brought a companion with him. "Well, aye, what do you think on it? Shall us fare to hev a drop o' red afore night? The sun was wonderful red when that set last night. If you want to ask me 'bout my business, you can give me my proper name," said poor Billy. "If gentlemen can call me Sir William, that don't bemean you to do it." "I'm sure I ax your pardon, Sir Willum," said little Jimmy, turning with a grin to where the other two were now standing against him. "Will you, Sir Willum, kindly tell a poor man if you think as we're going to hev a drap o' rain to swell the wheat afore it ripen or not? I ha' got half an acre on my allotments, and that'll make a differ o' 4 or 5 bushel, whether we have rain or no." Sir William looked carefully up at the clearing sky. Then he pulled some marsh grass from the foot of the river wall, raised it to his nose, and smelt it. "I'll do what I can for you, Jimmy," he said. "But if ta don't come, don't blame me. You see, I can't please everybody, but I'll do my best, I promise you that." Sir William often believed that he could act as the cloud controller. Mr. Willoughby Trotter himself had not a larger sense of his responsibilities. "But what about that drap o' liquor, Jimmy?" asked Bob, who knew that even in the 20th century an occasional if rare anchor of Holland's gin found its way up the river unbeknown to the revenue authorities, and also knew that if there were any to be had, little Jimmy would have it. "If you want any liquor, you must work for it," said Jimmy. "Lor, blame my old heart alive, you marshmen don't never do enough work to make a bacon hog sweat." Jimmy, as the minder of the mill, did not consider himself as a marshman, pure and simple. If anything, his work was less burdensome even than that of Bob Middleton. "I'll lay I do 3 times as much work in a year as you do in 4, said Bob. "You never do nothing aside muddle about with that old mill. What do you know about the dyke drawing, the scooping out of the drains with the half-moon, the weeding cutting with a crane, and the caner? Plus, why, when the time come for setting the marsh to rights in October, when all things are off, that'd take a bigger man than you little water rat. To do a man's work on one journey trip, could you mow the reed rands? Your little arms ain't got enough sap in 'em to send a scythe through the stiffening stems. Go along with ye, do, ye little dicky. Come you on, Sir Willum, I must count them colts on the horn pie mash, and the sheep on the fowl mash. Blamed if I don't believe another of them cussed sheep got drowned in a deek. There'll wholly be a mobbing. That'll be the 2nd this month. But ta bain't my fault. Sheep hadn't niver ought to be left down by Tutmarsh themselves. There'll be the skinning to do, and the meat all wasted. And folk'll say as it's my fault. 1, 2, 3, 4... And Bob went on to count a large flock almost instantaneously, with the wonderful eye of his craft, which can sum the total of a huge gathering of distant animals, which looks infinitesimal on the vast, flat expanse. But though Jimmy did not want to part with his cherished liquor, neither did he wish his morning's mardle, gossip, to be cut short. He sacrificed the former for the sake of the latter. "Ah, wait you a minute, my boy," he said querulously. "You don't want to be so short-waisted. I don't say as I ain't got a drop or 2 of Holland's gin in the mill." "Ah, I knowed you weren't such a mean warman as you made out to be," said Bob, softening. Presently Jimmy and Bob stood with vessels of transparent horn quaintly carved with lines suggesting rustic revelry. Sir William had no gin. He said himself he could do a drap of beer, but hadn't no hid for liquor. Well, said Bob, raising his measure of Hollands, here's an owl wind and not too much water. And here's plenty of fowl, and damn the decoy, replied Jimmy, each of the men courteously expressing the wish which he knew would be the darling of the other's heart. And here's to the young missus at the Hall, said Sir William, with an imbecile chuckle. He plucked a leaf of the arrowhead which covered the dyke at his feet with shapely foliage, and the seed vessels and stamens of the faded blossoms, and scooping up a mouthful of water in it, he drank. I reckon as she's the best thing as God or the black man has sent us uns many a year. You might ha' waited till you could ha' drunk her health in good beer, said Bob. That may bring bad luck in the water. Not Sir William's wish, said poor Billy solemnly. Sir William's friends wi' water, wind, and weather. That'll help her, God bless her pretty face, and keep it safe from the bad things o' marsh, river, and dike, from hob or lantern, from witch, wizard, and the black man of the marsh. Ah, she's a pretty delicate titty-bit, said Bob. Ah, said Jimmy, but gimme the one we read here. She's my mark. There's your manning us again, said Bob, laughing. You think as how he dould save ye cools i' winter. Oh, ye hold your own eyes, said Jimmy. And don't you forget what Judy Jennis said t'other day about the young missus. What was't, Sir William? Sir William, having been given his title, was in a good humour. He spoke eagerly, with the definition of detail which is only possible to the marvellous memories which many of these wrongly named innocents possesses. I was hiding under the north wall of the Fleet Deck, he said, watching for a parcel of teal to settle agin the springs which I'd set for 'em. The sun was almost due west, and the only buds as still piped was the marvishes. They want a breath o' wind, and I lay still as a water hin under a pollard stump when a dog's nosing arter her. Presently I heard Judy come through the larch planting, and oh, she come quick and soft as a otter through the tussocks. I hadn't no right to be where I was, and I didn't know but what she might ha' got tig with the young missus, seeing as she take her cheeses up to the Hall. I didn't want no bother, and I kept still, but she didn't see me, nor yet she didn't seem to see nothing. She was a-staring up at the sky, same as I had see you stare up at flighting time on a sheer night, Bob, when you could hear the duck above your head, but can't see 'em. She come to the pool where the high great-grandmother was drownded, as they say, and she histed her arms up above her head. For a minute or two she stood still. Then she said some rum rhyming words, which I can hear now. The maid and the witch dance hand in hand when the black man comes from the marsh to land. Sister is she, and sister am I, and one must live and t'other must die. The choice is the master's, she or I. When she said them rhymes she turned and went back again into the wood. Jimmy and Bob looked at each other and then at Sir William, and frank, if incredulous, admiration shone in their eyes. "He run it off proper, didn't he?" said Jimmy. "Ah," said Bob, "he ha' got a sight more sense than what some folk think. I shouldn't wonder if he becomes as much of a man as you or me one day. Why, Billy boy, you'll surprise some on 'em after all. Poor Billy, who had stood by with a pleased smile of satisfaction at the words of praise, changed his expression as he was called Billy. "My name's Sir Willum," he said, and turning away he walked out upon the rand, where he soon disappeared under cover of a dense growth of reeds. All unconscious of rustic comment, Mrs. Devaney and Linda Merle walked that morning in the garden of Merelsfleet. Linda heard for the first time what Lawrence Hebblethwaite had said about Judith Jennis. It had been said when she was in the room, but at a moment when her attention was distracted. Such moments of reverie were becoming more common with her. "So Judith Jennis is to be taken out and shot, is she? And the planchette was to be burned, but in the meantime you broke it up with the poker. Crimes of violence seem to be common in these parts." Cara Devaney laughed. "But you know why I broke it. So long as it was just a game, it was a shocking poor game, but it was nothing else. The other afternoon we touched on the abnormal. I know your temperament, and as I've told you, I dislike diseases. Remember my great age, and let me at times do what is good for you." "I did think I was grown up," said Linda mournfully. "I suppose I shall never be grown up. I can picture Judith Jennis, very wizened and old and bent, with a tangle of grey hair falling over her face. She holds a great staff and points with a skinny finger." "1 penny plain and 2 pence coloured," said Cara. "She makes excellent goat's milk cheeses at the prevailing market rate. No woman who does that can possibly have one tinge of the romance of the unseen in her composition." "That's just where you're wrong," said Linda. "Here that kind of thing is an everyday matter. It is mixed up with the ordinary business of life. My keeper is a steady, sober fellow, not badly educated, considering that he is self-taught. One night he actually saw the Black Man. He was found in the woods senseless in the morning." "There are more ways than one of becoming senseless," said Mrs. de Vigny dryly. "No, he hadn't," said Linda eagerly. "I mean he wasn't, and he never has done." "Sort those tenses out and say it again slowly." "What I mean is that the man is a lifelong teetotaler. He has never suffered from fits, he has splendid health, and he has no more doubt that night he actually saw the Black Man than that he has seen a grass snake take a pheasant's egg. He will tell you that both sights are unusual, but he does not doubt the reality of one more than that of the other. He told me about this himself, and he went on to speak about the head of game we might expect to kill this year. I tell you, the two things are mixed up." "That only means," said Cara, "that they've got the minds to muddle." "Possibly," said Linda, "or the eyes to see. In these waste places out of the world I believe one's vision grows just as one's eyes see further across the flat country. If you go on talking like that I will telegraph for the senior tutor." "Then I take it all back," said Linda, laughing, as they passed into the house together. "I'm going to get on with my work," said Mrs. Devaney firmly. "I'm going to break myself from the besetting sins of laziness. The vellum came down yesterday. Don't dare to come into the room with me. If you do, I shall only talk to you." "I have plenty to do myself," said Linda. "The responsibilities of a landowner are heavy on me. Now that I am here, they all do their utmost to get at me direct, instead of sending in their appeals to Mr. Frederick. It's equivalent to saying that I'm weak, and I don't like it." When Cara had gone, Linda paused a moment irresolutely, and then she did what she had known, half unconsciously, all the time she meant to do. She took the path to the Tower House. The August sun was at its zenith when Linda passed from its glare, which made the firm, rolled terrace burn on the sight like a fiery ribbon, to the cool green shadowed glamour of the woods, through which ran the cart-track which wound its velvety way towards the Tower House, the old mysterious residence where lived Judith Jennis, whom the fall of circumstances and the influence of temperament had made a dominant feature in the girl's thoughts. The invigorating perfume of the briar rose had lost much of its pungency, but here and there, as she passed amidst the trunks of pine and larch, Linda caught a breath of faint fascination from the undergrowth which edged the boundaries of the more majestic woods, and which she knew, urban as she was, could come from no other plant but the sweet-scented hedgerows. The dog-roses which 6 weeks ago covered the old May and elder bushes with their fragile beauty were dead. The seed-vessels, ere long to ripen to scarlet, bore their pointed ovals modestly in unobtrusive pallor. Here and there woodbine still rioted. The honeyed odour of its clarion-shaped petals sent a shudder of ecstasy through the sensitive girl, and seemed to cheer her on the mission to the which on which her heart was set. As she advanced into the depths of the dark-plumaged pines, the relief of the delicate larches became less effective. The further she went, the more the dread of some indefinable danger obsessed her. She forgot the cheery promise of the briar-rose bushes, the pink and white attraction of the woodbine, and her thoughts took a darker shade as the weft of her surroundings shot between the woof of her nature, borne on the shuttles of the woodland glamour that never fails to appeal to all imaginative spirits. The gloom of the pines grew upon her, till her heart beat thick with fearful anticipation. She tried to laugh at herself for her feelings. "Am I going to be ill?" she said to herself. Then suddenly, that's better." She paused as the woods opened to the left, and permitted her to see the pool where the Fleet broadened to its widest and deepest, and where the teal and duck loved to nest amidst the rushes. It was the spot of the ordeal of Judith Jennis's forebear, but Linda did not know it, and her only sensation was one of delight at the bright glory of water and reed seen from the background of the darkness of the venerable woods. As she paused and stood, her eyes softening and brightening at the tender and beautiful seclusion of which the scene whispered, an anxious cock-teal, keenly on the watch for human enemies, gave the distinctive loop, loop of his breed, and shot up into the sunlight, a blaze of green, purple, grey, and white. Linda was following the swift flight of the shimmering bird with delighted eyes, when, from somewhere close behind her, in the deep obscurity of the woods, a horrible, inarticulate cry, half human, half bestial, thrilled out a long discordant howl through the stillness of the noontide, in the silence of the shade of woodland. She had faced round in a moment. 100 explanations flashed and vibrated through her brain. She breathed quickly, but she stood her ground. She had heard of animals which made such sounds, and of them she was not afraid. As she peered into the dimness of the plantation, her eyes fell on a stunted bush of whitethorn, which was all overgrown with woodbine in full bloom. What especially arrested her attention was that the bunches of blossom had arranged themselves about the middle of the face of the bush, so as to form a wreath. The artificiality of this struck her, and held her gaze fixed upon it. Suddenly the whitethorn shook, and under the wreath appeared a great white blob. Its horrible resemblance to a face startled her. Then in a flash she saw that it was really a face, with slobbering lips and expressionless piscine eyes. It was a face she knew, a face she had seen. Her courage was gone now, and her reason was gone. Everything was lost but the frantic desire to get away from this hideous and loathsome thing. She ran as if she had been running for her life, and as she ran there rose behind her again and again that dreadful cry which had first prompted her to peer into the secrets of the dark woods. She did not stop until out in the sunlight she came upon Mrs. Devinney, who had strolled out on the chance of finding her, and literally fell at her feet. "Clara, save me," she sobbed. "It's that face. It has come back. I told you about it. The face on the blotting paper." "You are all right, dear," said Cara gravely. "There is no one near you but myself. You are in no danger of any kind. Come back with me now. You can tell me what frightened you afterwards." Linda rose, clung to her, and with great effort controlled herself. Yes, she said. "I'm all right now. I can't talk, though, yet." As they entered the house there rose upon the brilliant sunlit air, muted by the distance and by the trunks of ancient timber and the screen of undergrowth, that strange animal cry. "Good God!" said Cara. "What's that?" "Down there. I heard it quite close to me," almost whispered Linda. The dumb imbecile who helped Judith Jennis to tend her geese and goats drew back in amazement from the woodbine bloom that he coveted. Why had that beautiful creature been afraid of him? He did not know that his voice was not music. He had not guessed the horror of his face. He was capable of little thought. He only wished vaguely that she would come back. He would never frighten her again. Midst the tall bracken which spread from the edge of the woods to the beginning of the Tower House grounds, he lay for a long time in absolute silence, waiting. If she would come back again, he would neither speak, he thought he spoke, nor show himself. Presently he looked up. He had seen nothing, he had heard nothing, but he knew that Judith Jennis was calling him back. The end of Chapter 5. Read by Andy Sames. Chapter 6 of The Shadow of the Unseen by Barry Payne and James Blyth. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 6. I've known you all my life. Lady Blickling of Erlenthorpe, 12 miles away, drove over to Merlsfleet one morning to see the daughter of her old dead friend. She was a dignified old lady of great age. She retained the full possession of all her faculties, and they were remarkably good faculties too. Of her temper it is less easy to speak highly. Her servants never even attempted to. "Going to give me any lunch?" she said, after her first half-hour's chat with Linda. "Why, of course. I've got 2 or 3 people coming today. We shall be almost a luncheon party." "Tell me who they are." "Well, of course, there'll be Mrs. Devinie, who lives with me, and is my greatest friend." "Is she as pretty as you are?" said the old lady abruptly. "Infinitely prettier." "That will probably be untrue, of course. Who are the others?" "There's Mr. Calcott and Mr. Belton." "Calcott the crammer, you mean? I know him. He's afraid of me. I've told him what the duties of a parson are before now. Belton I've never heard of. There's a village of that name." "There is," said Linda, "but I don't think he's any relation to it." A faint twinkle came into the old lady's eye. She chuckled inwardly, as she did at times. "And there's Lawrence Hepplethwaite," Linda added. "And I think that's all." The old lady looked rather keenly at the girl. Why could she not have said Mr. Hepplethwaite? "That's a man, at any rate, and he's no more afraid of me than you are." "But I'm terribly afraid," said Linda. "What a lot of fibs you do tell, my dear. You needn't, because I like you. I always know at a glance whether I can stand people or whether I can't. The first time I saw Hepplethwaite, he was a quarter of a mile off, but I knew from the way he walked that he was all right. He's not like that dirty little Calcott. That man's paid to teach the gospel, and that ought to be enough for him. He goes about grabbing for money by shoving algebra into a lot of silly boys. Of course, this being your house, I shan't be nearly as rude to him as I generally am. You needn't be nervous about that, my dear. This fits in very nicely. I shall just get back to Erlenthorpe in time for my motherhood class." "What's that?" said Linda. "Well, my dear, said the old lady, with a ghost of a smile still lurking in her bright eyes. "You see, I never had any children myself. That has given me plenty of time to make a study of the rearing and education of infants. So I hold these classes for poor young mothers, and teach them what to do to their offspring. They are all of them my tenants, and they've got to do what I say, or I'll know the reason why." Linda laughed. "I'm sure of it," she said. "And what do you teach them?" "To give their children more milk, even if their husbands have to do with less beer, to wash their brats more often, and themselves too, for that matter, to keep their windows open, and to trust to the church schools. I won't have board schools. The government may do what it likes, I simply won't have 'em." "It sounds splendid," said Linda. "I almost wish I were qualified to come to the classes." "Perhaps you will be one of these days. Mind, you'll have to be punctual. They've got to be in their seats at 3:30. I don't allow any slackness. I'm no stricter with them than I am with myself. If I ever am a minute late for anything, it upsets me for 3 weeks. And then the people round me know it. By the way, I came here on purpose to quarrel with you." "What for?" said Linda, with open eyes. "Because you got one of those nasty, dirty-smelling motor-cars." "I thought," said Linda, "that I had got a nice, bright, smoothly gliding modern car, which it was a pleasure to ride in. Were you ever in one?" "Never," said Lady Blickling firmly. "I shall never get into a motor-car, except it is to attend the funeral of the last horse. I disapprove of them utterly. They have ruined the countryside, and look at the damage they do. My carriage horses are all right, but I've got a sweet little pony who simply goes mad if he sees a car." "It's a pity he wasn't properly broken," said Linda. "Properly broken? Why, I did most of it myself. What would you do now if you were driving that horrible machine, and you met me in the governess cart?" "If necessary, stop the car, stop the engine, lead your pony past, and apologize." "And that," said Lady Blickling, "would be the very least that you could do. You will hardly believe me, but I have met many cars whose drivers have not even done as much as that." Lady Blickling, Mrs. Devaney, and Linda were seated on the terrace when the Reverend James Calcott and Percy Belton came up. Calcott espied her ladyship, and shied perceptibly. She received his salutations graciously. Belton was presented to her. "Reading with Mr. Calcott, are you?" she said. "Then just you come and sit by me. I always like to meet Mr. Calcott's pupils. You see, I have known him for 20 years, and I can tell them stories about him that make 'em laugh every time they look at him." Belton laughed there and then. Really, said Mr. Calcott, nervously. "This subversion of all discipline—" "Oh, you go away, Mr. Calcott. I'm not bound to help you to keep discipline. If you can't do that for yourself, you oughtn't to be allowed to have pupils. I suppose you haven't told Mr. Belton how you bought that skewbald." "Ah, that'll do to begin with." Calcott smiled in a sickly way. "I must warn you that I shall give my own version afterwards. 20 versions, if you like, all different. Mine'll be the funniest, though, because, you see, mine actually did happen." The arrival of Lawrence Hebblethwaite saved Calcott for the time being. Lady Blickling shamelessly abandoned young Belton, and began talking earnestly with Hebblethwaite on the work that was being done on the river walls. "If it wasn't for these wretched steam tugs and their strings of filthy barges, it would never have been necessary," she said. "I hate and loathe all machinery," she emphatically added. "But there you're quite wrong, you know," said Hebblethwaite coolly. "I don't care. I won't have so much as a sewing machine in my house." Belton, released from Lady Blickling, flew to Linda, even as a needle to the magnet. Mrs. Devinie consoled and fascinated Calcott. His spirits revived. Belton must be kept away from that terrible old woman, and then all would be well. He would take Belton away early. Work would be a pretext. They all passed into the house to luncheon. Calcott had congratulated himself a little prematurely. Lady Blickling told the story of the skewbald, not to Belton alone, but to the entire table. Calcott had received a private visit from the bishop of the diocese. In honour of this occasion, the skewbald had been purchased at a price which the crammer thought eminently satisfactory. Unfortunately, the skewbald had been the property of a market gardener, famous, as her ladyship said, for the regularity of his irregularities. The consequence was that when Calcott drove the bishop out, the animal stopped dead at every licensed house to which they came, and refused to move for intervals varying from 5 minutes to a quarter of an hour. The bishop walked back. Lady Blickling's description of the bishop's fury and of Calcott's apologies was realistic and amusing. Calcott joined manfully in the laugh against himself, and got in one solitary stab. "You've improved that ever so much since the last time that I heard you tell it, but I still think that your first version, 10 years ago, was much the best." "I got a terrible scare the other day," said Linda, speaking across the table to Hebblethwaite. "Did you?" said he. "I'm sorry. I should have thought," he added, "you were more in the habit of frightening other people." Their eyes met, and understood humorously. Linda went on speaking hurriedly. "Yes, I was down in the woods, standing by the pool. They call it the witch's pool, I am told." She recounted what she had heard and seen. "That boy is pretty horrible," said Hebblethwaite, "even when you know him. He's quite harmless, though. I don't know where on earth he would have been but for Judith Jennis. Of course, he does work for her of a kind, but he would never make a living wage anywhere else. She treats him well, and sees to it that others treat him well. Villagers who have made the mistake of teasing the poor boy have pretty generally suffered for it." Mrs. Devinie's slightly drawling voice broke in. "But I thought, Mr. Hebblethwaite, that you said Judith ought to be taken out and shot." "I did. I still say it. She's a dangerous woman. She has inherited dangerousness. She does things that are not to be done." "The superstitious people about these parts," Mr. Calcott began, but was rudely interrupted by Lady Blickling, who spoke to Hebblethwaite. "I know what you mean. If I were Miss Merle, I'd have that woman out of the parish." "I don't think I understand," said Mrs. Devinie. "That belongs to the Dark Ages, doesn't it? You are not going to tell us that you today believe in witchcraft?" "Certainly I do," said Hebblethwaite quietly. Calcott laughed loud and long. Wine had made glad his heart, and given him a cheerful countenance. He was slightly encouraged, nothing more than that. Lady Blickling turned on him. "Mr. Calcott," she said, "you have been here, I believe, over 20 years, and during that time I dare say you have taught a great many things to a great many boys. But you seem to have learnt astonishingly little by yourself and for yourself." "Possibly," said Calcott. "I was nearly 30 when I came here. My education was finished." "What you mean is that your education had stopped. I believe you've not got one opinion in your head which you have not picked out of some book or some newspaper. You have never seen anything for yourself. I suppose you visit the poor of your parish?" "With regularity," said Calcott. I am glad to hear it, but it shows that they don't trust you. If they did, you must have seen the kind of thing which is going on. Christians are taught to believe in a power of evil as well as a power of good. They are willing enough to assign this event or that to the beneficent act of the power of good, but they see the work of the power of evil and feel themselves bound to deny its existence. That, they think, would be superstitious. Calcott shrugged his shoulders. Unfortunately, Lady Blickling, he said, there are many points on which we disagree. I hope so, said Lady Blickling fervently. As to the correct and orthodox view of witchcraft, Calcott continued, perhaps an ordained priest of the Church of England has more right to speak than a layman. Hebblethwaite felt a little sorry for Calcott. For that matter, he said good-temperedly, I suppose you would find me in Crockford if you looked for me. After all, it is perhaps a question of what one means by witchcraft. By the way, speaking of Judith Jennis, do you know that she has got a first prize for her goat's milk cheeses at Bungay Dairy Show? She's very pleased about it, I'm told. I hope she won't put up the price of them, said Linda, laughing as the women rose from the table. She supplies me regularly. You've just been eating one. By the way, we shall be on the terrace when you've finished your cigarettes. Bring them out there, if you like. Lady Blickling, said Linda, as they took their seats on the terrace. You did tell me you were not going to be as rude as usual to Mr. Calcott. I did, said Lady Blickling, and I'm proud to say that I kept my word. There were times when I was sorely tempted to be harsh with the little worm. You should hear me talk to him sometimes when I let myself go. Heaven forbid, said Linda. It doesn't much matter, said Lady Blickling philosophically. In a few years' time I shan't be here to keep him in his place, and I really believe that he'll miss me. We are such old and intimate enemies. The men came out from the house. Calcott was still feeling sore. Belton was sulky and depressed. Linda had spoken very little to him. At the tennis party at Trumpington she had been quite different. She had seemed really interested. For half an hour or more she had been out of the crowd with him. Now she was civil enough, but there was not one special sign of favour. He told himself gloomily that all girls were like that. You could never depend upon them. They encouraged you one day, and they froze you the next. Who the devil was this Hebblethwaite, whom everybody seemed to make so much fuss about? His one grim satisfaction was that Calcott had certainly made an ass of himself. There is a pleasure to the young in a mentor's downfall. Mr. Belton, said Linda pleasantly, coming forward, I've hardly had the chance of a word with you all the time. Lady Blickling wants so much to renew her acquaintance with the witches' pool that we are all going down there. Will you walk with me? Mr. Percy Belton revised his generalizations on women and said he would be awfully glad. Do you know, said Linda, as they followed behind the rest, that you and Mrs. Devaney are the only two people who behaved decently at luncheon. Everybody else was fighting, including myself. We ought to have been spanked and sent to bed. I say, said Belton, I wonder if you'd tell me something. I don't know if it's cheek to ask it. When Mr. Hebblethwaite said something about your being able to frighten people, there seemed to be some sort of a joke on between you. I hate to feel that I'm out of a joke. What was it? Nothing at all, said Linda, colouring slightly. There was no joke whatever. I was rather bad-tempered with him the other day, that's all. I bet he deserved it, said Belton. What had the beggar done? Given me very good advice. Don't you ever do that. It makes me very angry at the time. Yes, but afterwards, said Belton mournfully. I thought he seemed to get on all right today, anyhow." "Mr. Belton," said Linda, "I believe you are the very youngest of God's creatures. Now we are going to talk about something quite different. What did you do all this morning?" It appeared that Mr. Calcott had supposed that Mr. Belton had spent the morning in the study. As a matter of fact, the weather being fine, Mr. Belton had taken his gun along the Rand to see if he could find a few home-bred snipe. "I wish you'd shoot some for me," said Linda. "You can go anywhere on my marshes, whenever you like. I know there are teal at the witch's pool." Then was Mr. Percy Belton filled with glory. He was up at 5 the next morning after the snipe, and 4 couple went up to the hall in time for breakfast. This was the more noble of him, as he was basely deserted on the way back from the pool. He could have borne it more easily had it been Calcott who supplanted him, but it was Lawrence Hebblethwaite, and they did not return to the house by the same path as the others. "I'm afraid I was awfully clumsy when I called on you the other day," he said. "Stop," she said. "You are not to apologize. I said an unpardonable thing, and it has haunted me since. But you'd like to know it, perhaps. Planchette is broken up." "You did it?" he asked a little eagerly. "No, it was Cara Devaney. I want to tell you about the experiment which we made." He listened gravely to her story. "Yes," he said shortly. "I'm glad that Mrs. Devaney broke that up. Leave all that kind of thing alone. Don't try thought-reading or table-turning or anything of the sort." "This is all very well," said Linda discontentedly. "But why? "There is no time to tell the story now. It sounds crudely melodramatic to tell you that you have an enemy. Put simply, that is what it comes to. If she hurts you at all, it will be through that side of your nature, through your curiosity as to the unknown. You have not got the nervous constitution for investigations of this kind. Few people have. The more I puzzle over it, and I've puzzled over it for many years, the more I've come to the conclusion that there is a line beyond which knowledge cannot with safety go. It sounds absurd to be talking like this just after luncheon, doesn't it?" "Why should you warn me? Why should you take this interest in a stranger?" He looked at her intently. "I do not think you are at all a stranger," said he. "I think I've known you all my life." On the terrace there was great desolation. The motherhood class was at 3:30, and it was now 3. "Of course my horses can't possibly do it," said old Lady Blickling. "My car can," said Linda. Lady Blickling was in plenty of time for her class, and some of her opinions have undergone a slight modification. The end of Chapter 6, read by Andy Sames. Chapter 7 of The Shadow of the Unseen by Barry Payne and James Blyth. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 7. The Tower House. The Tower House was a perfectly circular building some 40 feet in height. Its curving walls were of old flint mixed with Roman bricks and that hard, lustreless mortar with which the old-fashioned builders defied the ravages of time and weather for centuries. Age had given the rough stone and mortar a smooth glossiness which the Roman bricks had won long ere they were torn from the great castle which once dominated the mighty estuary where now stretched that vast expanse of grazing land which is known to farmers all the country over as the finest for fattening store-stock in the world. The Tower House itself contained but 2 rooms, a winding stone stairway leading, with nakedness unashamed, from the ground floor to the upper chamber, which Judith Jennis alone could enter. The area of the rooms was small, their diameter scarcely exceeding 10 feet, but they were lofty, and gave no impression of stuffiness. In the ground-floor room there was a round table of oak, worn black with age and smoke. The table had spread food before many a marshman, in the days when the dried dung of the stock upon the marshes formed the greater part of the fuel used about the marsh levels. This, and peat cut from the layers of fibrous grass roots from the boggy rands, set up a reek of pungent smoke which left its mark on many of the pieces of old furniture, which may still be seen in the houses of the old families, handed down from generation to generation, never parted from, in spite of the too frequent poverty of their possessors. An old settle, as black as the table, and a three-legged stool sufficed Judith and her innocent lad for chairs. But facing the one poor diamond-paned window, where the glass, like the bottom thickness of bottles, distorted everything seen through it, was a leathern-backed chair. In this Judith was wont to seat those who sought her advice and aid for hallowed or unhallowed ends. In the darkest curve of the room was a litter of straw, which formed the bed of Job Sacret, the innocent lad. The whole room was scrupulously clean. What was in the upper room was known to Judith alone. No foot other than her own was ever permitted to climb the stone stairway. No eye other than hers ever saw what eerie emblems or implements of her art were kept in that barred chamber. At the top of the tower a trapdoor opened onto a lead roofing, affording a standing place for a lookout. There was a low, uneven parapet, which ran round the edge of the roof. From here, in old days, the marshmen who had lived there had peered out across the miles of flat marsh, dykes and rivers, spying for the flight or settling of the huge parcels of fowl which came in from the North Sea when winter threatened, or for some familiar sail which gave promise of a rich drink or tobacco that had escaped the eye of the revenue officers under the hatches of a Norfolk keel-boat or wherry. On the south-western side of the tower, screened from the north and east winds, stood a long stable-like building, made of wattle and daub. This was divided into two compartments, in one of which was the dairy, in the other the neat small stalls for Bel, the big black billy goat, and the 5 nanny goats which provided the milk from which the famous cheeses were made. The dairy was filled with the old-fashioned earthenware shallow pans for the milk. Judith did not believe in the modern zinc pans. Along the shelves stood curd baskets and the presses and strips of linen which were used in the manufacture of the cheeses. On the night of the luncheon party at Merelsfleet, in the lower room of the tower, Job was stretched on his bed, plaiting rushes. It was one of his singular aptitudes with which nature repaid him for his deficiencies. He was shaping a flower-basket with an ornamental boss upon it, but it was of no use to himself or Judith, and would have commanded no sale in the district. But this basket was not being made for money. Judith entered with a clatter of keys. She had just locked up the dairy for the night. It is true that no one but a stranger to the place would have dared to touch anything that belonged to Judith Jennis. She watched the boy curiously and made a quick sign. He put down the work in obedience to her gesture, but began to make the whimpering cry which showed that he suffered. Judith paused, made another sign, and he resumed his work with a grin of content. She stood erect, looking out from the window. A half-moon was beginning to show above the trees which surrounded Merlsfleet. She was dressed much the same as any other Norfolk peasant. Judith Jennis was a woman who would have been remarked in any society. She was 34 years of age, tall, and magnificently built. Her square shoulders, held back with almost masculine vigour, softened to feminine charm in the lines of the full bust. The face was striking, masterful. It was said that her brown hair, black in shadow, reached to her knees. At the moment she wore it low, in a heavy mass on her neck. Her eyes were large and formed a potent factor in her influence. For all that, even as the eyes of the most savage animal, they could grow strangely soft. Suddenly she stepped back a few paces from the window, yet 5 minutes passed before the tap came at the door. Job sprang to his feet and went out of the room. In a moment he returned with a young woman carrying a baby in her arms. It was a woman with a pretty, weak face. Her shawl covered a wealth of pale, fluffy hair. The eyes were desperate.
"Judith,"
she said breathlessly,
"I had to come to ye."
Judith motioned her to the leather-backed chair. The tired woman sank into it. Judith remained silent.
"My heart fair nigh to break. He passed agin me t'other night in Fleetlock, and he didn't pay no more regard than if I was a servant. I bore the little un in my arms, but he never once gave a look to see if 'twas a bundle of sticks or a baby. What should I do? What should I do? I can't bear it no more. 'Tain't the brass has upset me. He give me plenty of that. 'Tis him, the man what held me in his arms and told me he loved me true as I want, as my Christian for. What have you got for me if I work for ye? You ought to know as I do nothing for nothing. I'm the Black Witch, as the fools miscall me. Why should I do out for nothing?"
In strange contradiction of her words, she went to where the woman sat, and raised the veil from the face of the child she bore.
"'Tis a girl, ain't it?" "Yes,"
said the woman.
"as pretty a little wench as ever I see, though her fair won't look at her. Will you give me the babe? Will ye gie her cover to me, to have as my own, to call my daughter, and to learn and rear as I please? Mine, mine."
The woman drew the veil over the child's face again, and shrank back from the eagerness of the witch, but Judith suffered no interruption.
"Give her to me,"
she said again,
"and I'll bring him back to ye. I'll lead him to your feet so as he'll make ye his own true wife. I'll watch for ye. I'll weave my charms about ye and him ye love. What ye will, that shall be yourn. Only this babe must be mine, and if I bring him back again, you'll never miss her. You'll be happy suckling another, wi' a man by your side. 'Tis the price I ax, the only price I'll take."
Job crouched on his straw litter, watching the whole scene with meaningless eyes. From his birth he had never heard a sound. The woman pressed her babe close to her bosom, and shuddered at Judith's vehemence. Then, with a little moan of agony, she rose from the chair in which she sat, and felt blindly for the door.
I can't,
she cried.
"Oh, God, my poor little babe, you and me must go. There's no more hope for either on us."
Judith stood for a moment, silent and motionless. Then her hand reached out after the departing woman. Her bosom rose and fell in quick, agonizing gasps. She seemed as though torn by two influences. As the woman touched the latch of the primitive door, Judith's voice rose in a cry so mellow, so full of love and humanity, that it seemed strange to herself.
Stop,
she said.
"You don't want to be so nervous. I shan't hurt ye. Come you back and tell us all about it again. There, my poor wench, set ye down again. I won't ax for the little mother no more. I promise ye I won't. Set ye down and speak to me as one woman to another. I've no call to be hard on one in your place. Come, my pretty, Judy'll see you righted."
The boy with vacant eyes began to chew a straw with philosophic contentment. He had finished his flower basket. Outside the goats bleated. They seemed uneasy, as though some strange influence were hovering about. The woman stayed her moanings and staggered feebly back into the chair. The veil fell from the baby's face as her mother sank weakly into the seat. It was a pretty child.
"There, there,"
said Judith again.
"I'll get ye summat to do ye good. You fair upset. That's what 'tis. Wait you a mint."
She went to where the circular walls of the room projected in a shallow cupboard. This she unlocked, and took from it a bottle of Holland's gin, which Jimmy Buddery had paid her for a charm against the Hobbolantons. For the first time Job's eyes lit up. He knew the taste of gin, and loved it. He made the crooning cry which was his form of request, but Judith looked him once in the face, and he turned again to inspect his flower-basket. The consolation he found there did not seem to be wholly adequate. Judith poured out a measure of the pungent, oily-tasting spirit into an old silver quaich, which had been her great-grandmother's, and held it to the woman's lips.
"Dear,"
she said.
"Sap it, sap it. Why, Briny Prettyman, you might ha' knowed better than to think as I would ha' hurt ye. After all the years I had known ye and your sister as is a servant up at the flail. Sup it up."
Bryony Prettyman drank the spirit, and it brought new life to her exhausted frame. The boy sank back on the straw. There seemed to be no hope of liquor for him, and the refusal of the gin had made him sulky. He always went to sleep when he was sulky. Judith slipped up the stairs to the upper room. In a moment she came slowly down them again, bearing in her hands, with the utmost care, a little cup. It was a cup of some transparent material, of a wine-coloured hue, heavily mounted in soft gold which had obviously been worked by the primitive methods of the East. It stood about 6 inches in height, and the base carried a partly obliterated inscription. She placed the cup on the round table, and drew the candle nearer to it. The shimmer of the light showed a liquid that moved in the bowl. The heavy breathing of Job Scarrett was the only sound within the room. Without, the goats had ceased to bleat. The silence hung heavily, and oppressed Bryony Prettyman with a sense of foreboding. Her gaze was fixed by the change which was passing over Judith's face. The witch's eyes were dead to all but the shimmering liquor in the cup. It seemed a long time before she spoke.
"I see,"
she said, and there was an odd solemnity in her voice.
"I see the man of your heart. A great fine chap with bright curling hair and eyes like the river under the blue sky of May. His face is one to win the love of women. His sinews and his limbs are strong with the might of health, good living, and good blood. Them as sees the body only might worship him. But within he fair weak as a new kindled leveret. Courage he got, good temper and good nature. But the fire of the powers of might, whether for good or evil, are not in him. Poor wench, poor wench. Your heart is wrung for a man's weakness, but not as his be wrung for longing. As you love and bind for him, so he love and bind for another. As your heart fair turn, so his heart cracked and rend wi' wanting what will never come to him. His ears are deaf to your cry, but give him time. Maybe he'll have his hearing again when all is said and done. The light is gone." The shimmer within the cup died away, and as it died the light of consciousness revived in Judith's eyes. She passed her hand over her head and turned to Bryony. The unhappy mother had understood but a part of the witch's message, but 2 things she had grasped with all the keenness of her love. One was that Percy Belton, the father of her child, was in love with another woman.
The other was that at some future time there was a chance that he might come back to her.
"Do you think as he'll ever come back?"
she asked Judith with a pathetic eagerness.
"Oh, Judy dear, I love him so. How long will 'ta be afore he knew who loved him best in all the world? Can't ye help me to call his heart to mine, to bring him to my bosom once again? Here, take this, the last thing as he give me with a kiss upon my lips and with loving words from his tongue. Take it and welcome, if you'll put summat unto him to bring him back soon to Bryony. Oh, soon, Judy, soon."
Her quivering fingers held something out to Judith, something which glittered in the feeble candlelight. It was a brooch set with 3 fine emeralds, which Percy had bought for his love at a time when no price seemed too high to pay to give her pleasure. For an instant Judith's eyes glowed with greed. The stones leered at her with their beautiful evil green glamour. How fine they would look against that olive-skinned neck of hers, how they would wink and laugh beneath her strands of sombre hair. She started to hold out her hand to take the trinket, but again the lines of her face softened and changed.
"No,"
she said, withdrawing her partly outstretched hand.
"I'll do it for nought, Bryony. Summat has spoke to me and told me as 'tis the black man's will that I should serve ye. See?"
She took up the cup from the table and poured out the liquid upon the brick floor of the room.
"I swear it by the magic cup."
Bryony's unstable nature was cheered by the witch's promise of succour. The agony of her passion was calmed. She began to look about her again with the interest in pretty things which is characteristic of weakness.
"Why, what's that, Judy?" she said, pointing to the cup. "I see my sister Tabitha t'other day, and she was a-talking about some rummy cup as the young missus at the hall ha' got. She say it in Mr. Thompson's pantry t'other day when he was a-shining up the gold. And from what she said, that must be wonderful like this. Young missus think all deal of harm. She spoke to Mr. Thompson about it as if that was made of diamonds. I reckon that's worth a tidy lump of brass."
Judith stared and looked eagerly at Bryony.
"Tell me again," she said. "What was the cup at the hall like? How did Tabby describe it? Had it got lettering on it like this?"
She showed the partly obliterated inscription on the base. Bryony, very proud of being spoken to on such familiar terms by the witch, did her best to recall the exact words of her sister, who was a housemaid at Merelsfleet, but she knew nothing of the inscription. However, she remembered sufficient to satisfy Judith that a duplicate of the cup which she had inherited from her great-grandmother was in Linda's possession. She was now anxious to be rid of her visitor. She again went up to the barred chamber, when she presently returned, bearing a few shriveled leaves and twigs bound together by the dried gut of an eel.
"Now you must be a-going,"
she said to Bryony.
"but take this here, and burn a pinch of the herbs tied up with 7 of your own hairs every night afore ye go to bed. Then say this: Man o' the Marsh, man o' the Ooze, send my lover back to me. Gie my babe a fear, and gie me the man o' my heart. I ask it by the power of the mistress o' the Black Goot."
Bryony fearfully took the charm, and muttering her thanks she bore her baby out of the room. Judith watched her close the door, and seated herself on her oak settle. There was a smile on her face which had something of triumph in it. Presently she crossed to the straw litter, and watched the boy narrowly. Yes, he would sleep some hours. She went up the stairs to her own room. A few minutes later Judith Jennis, veiled and robed as the Egyptian woman has been from time immemorial and is still today, stood on the leaded roof and watched the stars. She drew a piece of chalk from the folds of her garment, and bending down, drew on the flat leads a large circle. In the middle of it she stood, and waited. Suddenly the whole marsh to the west of the tower was alive with the croaking of innumerable frogs. It sounded as though the cordage of a fleet of ships were being drawn through heavy blocks. The deep, hoarse "baa" of Bel, the great he-goat, was heard from the stable. Bats circled about her, 2 or 3 of them at first, then perhaps 20. Lights from the distant hall could still be seen glimmering through the woods. She raised her hand towards them.
"Come to me, sister, O my blood, drawn by the cords which ye feel not, driven by the driver that ye see not. One must live and one must die. The choice is the master's, you or I."
Now she went back to the lower room, dressed once more as a Norfolk peasant. Surely this time the spell would work. The end of Chapter 7, read by Andy Sames. Chapter 8 of The Shadow of the Unseen, by Barry Payne and James Blyth. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 8. The Sisters. The clock in the smaller dining room at Merelsfleet struck one clear note. It was 9:30. Kari Devaney, in a maize-coloured tea-gown, leaned back in her chair and yawned very deliberately. "Sorry I'm keeping you up," said Linda.
"Don't think you are,"
said Kara. "At any rate, you won't much longer. The fact of the case is that I am old and frail, and I am going to my bye-bye as soon as I have energy enough to stand up." "I don't believe this place suits you one bit," said Linda. "The blousy milkmaid was never your style, but really you're looking thinner and paler than ever."
"Nonsense,"
said Kara.
"I'm as right as I ever was in my life.
I am full of energy, during the day at any rate.
I'm renewing my youth.
Only this afternoon I was wondering whether I would or would not marry Percy Belton."
"When did he ask you?"
said Linda maliciously.
"There speaks the voice of jealousy."
"I hand over to you freely," said Linda, "any copyright which I may happen to possess in him. He is quite a nice boy, and I like him. Beyond that, I've no use for him. Take him and be happy. I will announce it in the Post tomorrow." Kara laughed and stood up. "If I were not old enough to be his mother, I'd think about it seriously. It's a sad thing that a woman of 40 should feel that she's outlived herself, isn't it? She has got a lot of time to wait still." She peered at herself in the glass. "She needn't even look ugly enough to frighten the cab horses. But she knows, or ought to know, that it simply won't do." "How can you be so out of date, Kara? The woman of 40 has the best time of the lot. In London, at any rate. Civilization has lots of morbid developments. Here the race is to the swift, the battle to the strong, and the love to the young. Good night, Linda. I wish I were you." "No," said Linda to herself. "I am certainly not going to bed yet." The heat in the room oppressed her. She opened the French windows and passed out onto the terrace, the tail of her gown caught up over one arm. If she had thought about her dainty white satin slippers, she would have paused and gone back. But she thought only of the glory of the night and wandered on at haphazard. She was away from the terrace now, on the moss-grown track that led to the tower-house. She was vaguely surprised, but she had no feeling of nervousness or fear. What a noise those things were making down in the marsh tonight! Could that be the frogs? She stopped, startled, as the hoo-hoo of an owl sounded close over her head. She looked up and saw the browny-white shadow, black in contrast with the moonlight, swoop in gliding silence on some unhappy mouse by the side of the track. A moth-hawk flitted across the opening in the trees. It croaked. How strange and mysterious were these calls of wildlife by night. She had never before experienced the charm of woodland by moonlight. A sense of propinquity to the unseen came upon her. Her heart beat quickly. She felt lifted up, buoyant with a certain anticipation that she was nearer that world she had long desired to visit than she had ever been before. The cart track opened out onto a wide stretch of grass, close cropped by Judith's goats and geese. Here, for the first time, she was frightened. Loud, deep, and hoarse came a sound which she could not recognize. The virtue had gone out of her. She fled to the door of the tower-house, glad of the friendly light which shone through the window. Someone was still sitting up there. It would be easy enough to make an excuse. Ere she reached the door, it opened. Judith stood before her. In the light of the flickering candle, there was a strange resemblance between the faces of the two women.
"I heard you comin',"
said Judith tentatively.
"Yes,"
said Linda.
"I hope I don't disturb you. I was out for a stroll by myself. The night is so hot, isn't it? And then I believe I was half frightened by a queer sound of some animal." "'Twas nathin but Bel, my goot. Won't ye come in and set ye down?"
"Thanks so much," said Linda. A feeling of lassitude had come over her. She even wondered how she would be able to walk back to Merelsfleet. "I've heard so much of the Tower House. It will be interesting to see it. Judith Jennis lives here."
"That's who I be."
Linda laughed.
"I don't know why, but I always supposed that you were quite an old woman."
There was a rustle in the straw where Job was sleeping.
"What was that?"
said Linda, again startled.
"You don't want to be afeard,"
said Judith.
"'Tis only my boy Job. He bain't be a gay to look at, but he wouldn't hurt nobody."
The straw rustled again as Job hid his face in it.
"Do you know,"
said Linda,
"I'm much more tired than I thought. I even begin to wonder how I shall get back again."
The witch smiled. There was again that suspicion of triumph to be seen in her eyes.
"Will ye drink a drop of milk?"
she asked.
"That'll do ye good if you can stomach it."
"Yes, I should like some milk," Linda said. "Thank you. I nearly always drink some before I go to bed." Judith fetched a large jug from the cupboard and poured it into an engraved glass.
"Drink?"
she said. What was there in the milk to make her so strangely drowsy that the room in which she was sitting, the figure of the woman before her, and all the incidents of the evening seemed to her like a dream? Suddenly she rubbed her eyes.
"I've been asleep,"
she said.
"Yes,"
said Judith, looking guardedly at her.
"You have been asleep."
"I must go now," said Linda. "I wonder if you would come part of the way with me."
"I'll do better than that,"
said Judith.
"Them little titty shoes o' yarn weren't meant for walking. Look a here, you shall ride. You don't want to be nervous. Old Bel won't hurt ye, will ye, my beauty?"
Outside the door stood a great he-goat, entirely black, motionless as a statue. On his back a blanket had been folded. The goat stood some 4 feet 6 at the shoulder, but the reach of his head, with its huge horns curving backwards over his skull, must have brought his height to at least another 2 feet. His coarse black beard nearly reached his 4 feet.
"Am I really to ride on him? Is he strong enough to carry me?"
asked Linda.
"Why, he carry two like you,"
said Judith, laughing grimly.
"He come of Fanny stock. He do. There bain't another like him in these parts. Stand ye still, Bel,"
she continued, as she helped Linda to take her seat on the great back.
"Cap hold o' his horns,"
she advised the girl.
"Bel, don't yer chuck your head about. You know how to carry a lady. Now that's right stiddy."
The goat stepped delicately and sedately. Linda had never had a more comfortable mount. Judith strode boldly by the side of her goat.
"What a thing this will be to talk about in the morning," thought Linda. "It is almost like being a child at the seaside again."
Then suddenly it flashed upon her that it was not in the least like it, that all this was something that she had never known before. And so they passed along the track, a strange group in the moonlight. Bel holding his head high and steadily, Linda shivering a little now in her thin evening gown, though not from cold, and beside her the majestic figure of the witch, triumph in her step, triumph still in her eyes when the moonlight lit their depths. On the terrace, at a word from his mistress, the goat halted. Linda slipped down from his back.
"Good night, Bel,"
she said, patting his neck. Then she turned to Judith.
"Tomorrow I will come and thank you."
The somewhat prosaic figure of Thompson appeared at the French windows. He was really getting a little anxious. Linda called to him and passed into the house. As soon as the girl's figure had disappeared, Judith leapt on the goat's back with a wild laugh, which Bel seemed to share, and at headlong speed the two strange creatures went galloping along the moonlit track towards the Tower House. The end of Chapter 8. Read by Andy Sames. Chapter 9 of The Shadow of the Unseen by Barry Payne and James Blyth. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 9. The Man's Impossible. Lawrence Hebblethwaite had built his own house to suit himself, and the largest room in it was the library. Here he followed the many curious studies which kept him quite satisfied to live alone in this village of the marshes. The room was not wanting in traces of other days. They were to be seen in the ore above the mantelpiece, in the silver cups that filled the big corner cupboard, and in the foils and gloves and dumbbells that he still used strenuously. With the gloves he found practice difficult. There were few of his height and reach. There was but little left of his collection of theological books. He hated more than anything else in the world insincerity and prejudice, and he had found few theological works which were free from the taint of both of these. For the same reason he had a certain impatience with the works of modern science. Science was always closing doors which it had afterwards to open, and opening doors which it afterwards had to close. It was always coming to a conclusion before the end was reached. He was a man who worked by himself on his own lines and for his own satisfaction. He had considerable private means, and his ambitions were of a high kind. They demanded no immediate recognition from his fellow men. They were careless even of an ultimate recognition. Many of the shelves were filled with county histories, surveys, ordnance maps, parish histories privately printed and written for the most part by country parsons, genealogies, and the special magazines issued in this interest. On the lowest shelf of all was a series of portfolios, stoutly and uniformly bound, numbered but not lettered, each of which contained the documents which he had collected and the notes which he had made on some special subject. This afternoon, with the quick decision of a man who mostly knows what he means to do, he drew from its shelf the portfolio which concerned the Merle family. His work in this direction had begun long before he had ever met Linda. It was partly, perhaps, in consequence of what he knew of her family and of that of Judith Jennis, that he had written to the senior tutor of St. Cecilia's and expressed his intention of calling when Miss Merle came down to take possession of her property. For the meticulousness in points of scholarship that Mr. Trotter displayed, Hebblethwaite had an honest admiration. For the rest of him he had a good deal of contempt. He did not like to see a man cramped and dwarfed by his manner of life as Willoughby Trotter was cramped. He did not like to see one side of a man's nature developed at the expense of the other sides equally valuable, or even more valuable. Even his most intimate friends, of whom Hebblethwaite had a few, admitted that he was as obstinate as a mule. His own line was the only line which he could or would take. Adherence to a party or deference to a school seemed to him, perhaps, something of the character of an ignominious surrender. If his self-confidence was balanced by an unassuming modesty, it was because the line of his studies had taken him into the regions where one man matters little more than another, and the same arbitrary but inevitable law crushes just and unjust alike. He opened the portfolio on a large and unencumbered table, and glanced at his watch. He had just 20 minutes to look through it before he might expect a visit which Mrs. Devinney and Linda had promised him. The history which he read there may be thus summarized. Shortly before the last decade of the 18th century, Everett Merle of Merelsfleet became the father of a natural daughter by a Judith Jennis. The daughter took both the first and second names of her mother, was not baptized, and was provided for somewhat parsimoniously by her father. The parsimony may be traced to the fact that Everett Merle had now sown his wild oats and had given Merlsfleet a legitimate mistress. He married Lady Susan Cottenham, third daughter of the Earl of Thetford, and broke off his association with his previous mistress. Lady Susan Merle seems to have been a woman of great charm, if the Romney portrait may be trusted. Her health was weak, and she was of a nervous temperament. It is possible, though Hebblethwaite had never been able to ascertain it definitely, that there was a meeting between Lady Susan and the woman whom she had supplanted. Judith had the reputation of magical powers which was subsequently inherited by every one of the female descendants. The men were extraordinary for nothing except perhaps for their dissipation. There can be no doubt, at any rate, that Everett Merle believed that Judith Jennis exercised an evil influence over his wife, and that her malevolence was due in part to jealousy, and in part to her desire to get some proper recognition of the younger Judith Jennis, her child by him. A year after her marriage, Lady Susan Merle died in childbirth, and her husband put into writing his oath that Judith was the cause of her death, and that he would be avenged for it. He was fully avenged for it. He waited his time. He did not commit the banality of banishing Judith from the parish, a feat which would have been easily within his power. For 3 years he watched her, fostering in every way her growing unpopularity, stooping even himself to drop here and there a hint. Judith Jennis became an outcast. No one would speak to the witch, no one would have anything to do with her. It may be that she studied to deserve her bad name, but the legendary traditions of her miracles cannot, of course, be trusted. It is possible that she knew something of telepathy before the word was invented, and something of the force of suggestion before the researches of the Salpêtrière or Nancy. There were documents, at any rate, now in Hebblethwaite's possession, which might well have served for a chapter of Huysmans Labasse. The end came with the death of a beautiful and foolish girl of the village. There was no evidence that she had ever had anything whatever to do with Judith, or that her death was due to other than natural causes. But the train was already laid, and the spark fired it. Everett Merle himself was present when, in the broad water of the Fleet, at the spot now known as the Witches' Pool, she was subjected to the popular ordeal. The result has already been recorded. The child Judith, dry-eyed, not comprehending, only frightened, saw her mother drown. It is a difficult point in the history that at this time the daughter cannot have been more than 6 years of age. In some way or other, however, she had received her mother's instructions, and when she grew to womanhood she was keenly alive to them. Everett Merle had murdered her mother. Sooner or later the Merle family should give blood for blood. With the next 2 generations, Hebblethwaite came upon a mass of more direct evidence. It was clear that neither that 6-year-old child nor her daughter took the people of the village into her confidence as to this vendetta. Occasionally, however, a word had been said, and some old marshman or some old servant of the hall had quoted it. Hebblethwaite went about among them, and knew them all. There is respect in the marshes for a good sportsman. Even his kindly heart and his open purse could hardly bring him into contempt. The portfolio contained more than one minutely accurate description of conversations which Hebblethwaite had held with such people, bearing on the history of the Merle and Jennis families. He had not exaggerated, and he said that he believed in witchcraft, with his own definition of the term in his mind. He had had a very good reason for his strong though simple warning to Linda Merle, to keep back from any development of abnormal powers and any prying beyond the closed doors. Reviewing that history as he did now, he was a little in doubt. His own opinions were fixed enough, but he doubted at the moment if the necessity were sufficiently urgent for him to give Linda the reasons on which they rested, and to communicate to her a chapter in her family history which had never been communicated to her, a chapter, moreover, of which for the most obvious reasons it was not easy for him to speak. Hebblethwaite believed in a personal power of evil, and that Judith Jennis was in a closer touch with such a power, perhaps by virtue of her ancestry, than any ordinary man or woman. That she had sold herself to the devil, as the phrase of romance had it, he did not, of course, believe. But he drew no hard and fast line between the wonders for which science has found an explanation, and those which as yet it has not even classified. Indisputably, Judith Jennis had actually accomplished things which belonged to the latter category, as well as many others which he could more easily understand. He felt sure that she would shipwreck Linda if she could, and that shipwreck would not be of the kind which comes within the cognizance of the law. Linda was clearly a woman with a temperament, influenced by surroundings, influenced by personalities. Judith had but to tempt her to play a dangerous game, to strain after that which is hidden, to cultivate that unnamed sense by which all of us do, on rare occasions, perceive it. He had himself known cases of people who had begun as sober and scientific investigators of physical mysteries, and in spite of their armour and equipment had ended badly. One had undergone an utter moral degradation. 2 others had crept back from an asylum to live in a shattered semi-life for the rest of their spoiled days. He made up his mind. Once, and once only, he had spoken at some length with Judith Jennis. Now he would see her again, and twist her neck if necessary, he added to himself. He was sufficiently a student of human nature to know that the repetition of warnings to Linda would make them lose their value. They would seem like mere sermonizing. He respected her independent spirit. He was an independent man himself. He was glad that she drove a powerful car and drove well, glad that she could lose her temper, if she supposed for one moment that advice was presumptuous. He would not have had that different. He looked on that spirit as the salt of the earth, the thing that keeps us from stopping and decaying, the thing that makes for the movement onwards by which we shall be what we shall be. For a moment his thoughts strayed from this point. He had been struck the first time he saw her at a kind of likeness between Linda and Judith. He recalled the evidence, and he admitted that it was quite insufficient, that the ancestress of the one had come very deeply under the influence of the ancestress of the other. Could this be the reason why Linda was so eager a neophyte of that dark world which held Judith among its initiated? He put back the portfolio in its place. He could see Judith postponing his visit for a critical moment. He was not in the least afraid of her. He even counted on being able to influence her. What else was there he could do? Like some doctor in the dark as to his diagnosis, he might try to treat the symptoms as they occurred. His butler announced Mrs. Devaney and Miss Merle. Mrs. Devaney had a quick eye, and she had taken in a great deal in the few moments that she had been in the house. Firstly, Mr. Hebblethwaite was not living in the way which she had expected. She had supposed a cottage with honeysuckle, a clean old woman to wait on them, and considerable difficulty about the tea, with humorous apologies humorously accepted. This, on the contrary, was almost metropolitan. Secondly, he understood furniture, and it was a subject which Mrs. Devaney had studied deeply. She recognized the quality of 2 or 3 of the more important pieces, and the absence of any rubbish. She began to wonder if there were any subjects under the sun which he did not understand. She talked on unperturbedly, wittily at times, but all the while she was conscious that her eyes rested either for a less or a greater time than was necessary on this man. It was absurd to stare. It was absurd to be shy. She prayed that Linda might not have noticed it. Linda had flown at a big portfolio on a stand, and was turning over a collection of mezzotints. There were some good things there. "Yes," said Hebblethwaite. "I collected those in the days before the price of them went out of sight. I leave that alone nowadays. For one thing, I haven't got the time for it any more. I've taken up such a lot of other work."
"You are a universal expert, Mr. Hebblethwaite," said Mrs. Devaney.
"Jack of all trades and master of none," corrected Hebblethwaite.
"When I first heard of you," said Linda to Lawrence Hebblethwaite, "it puzzled me to think how you could manage to live here, and what you could try to do with your time. Now I'm beginning to see. What's all that long row of portfolios on the bottom shelf?"
"Each one contains notes and papers and photographs of some subject that I have taken up. One of them, for instance, is concerned with the history of your own family."
"Do let me see it, now."
"No," said Hebblethwaite, "not now. Perhaps I will show it you one of these days."
"Mystery monger,"
said Linda fiercely. Hebblethwaite laughed. Was she never to be able to make this man angry? Never to be able to move him in the least? Percy Belton flashed into her mind. She could have produced any required mood in him in 10 minutes. Hebblethwaite remained himself, unmoved. Very well, then. Linda would see. There was yet a shaft in her quiver.
"I went the other night to see Judith Jennis," she said boldly.
"Ah," said Hebblethwaite, "let me take that cup for you, won't you?"
"I think," said Linda, "that the way in which you speak of that woman is wrong and cruel. There is nothing of the witch about her. She is simply a very kindly peasant woman. I was tired when I got to her cottage. She gave me milk to drink, and what do you think? Afterwards I went back home on that great goat of hers."
"What?" said Hebblethwaite. "On Bel?"
"How did you know the name of the goat?"
"Well," said Hebblethwaite, "he's rather a remarkable specimen of his kind, isn't he? I've seen him grazing often. He doesn't like me, goes for me with the utmost regularity whenever he sees me."
"Perhaps you have ill-treated him," said Linda.
"Not yet," said Hebblethwaite dryly.
"He was perfectly quiet with me, anyhow. A most friendly animal. I wonder if there are any others in England as big as he is."
"I should doubt it," said Hebblethwaite. "Certainly there is none about these parts. I've made a study of Bel, rather, and of Judith's other goats. These photographs might interest you." He took from one of his portfolios a number of excellent photographs, whole plate-sized.
"These are good," said Linda. "Do look, Cara." "Who took them?" asked Cara.
"I did," said Hebblethwaite. "I'm not a swell at it, but the professional who came down for me could never get near the brutes."
"Wait," said Linda in a flash. "You told me that Bel always went for you."
"He does when he sees me, but one learns to approach wildlife carefully under cover about the marshes. I should never have shot golden plover had I not acquired something of the craft. Bel never knew that he was being photographed until it was too late."
"And what did he do then?" asked Cara.
"He did his best," said Hebblethwaite, "but as he won't cross running water, it didn't amount to anything. I kept the fleet between my precious camera and him."
Hebblethwaite thought things over when the two women had gone. How splendid that girl looked when she was angry! What was the meaning of Judith's kindness? The old tag crossed his mind, Timeo Danaos et dona ferentes. At some distance from Hebblethwaite's house, Linda stopped in the road and stamped her foot. "I absolutely hate that man," she said vehemently. Cara smiled sadly. "Quite sure?" she said. "I don't think you're quite fair to him." "You can't be fair to him," said Linda. "The man's impossible."
The end of Chapter 9. Read by Andy Sames. Chapter 10. Of the Shadow of the Unseen, by Barry Payne and James Blyth. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 10. The Strewer of Flowers. The feathery blossom of the reeds which spread their tremulous density along the rands beside the river, between wall and water, had lost the rich purple lustre of summer, and were fading to the grey of an early autumn. It was time for the marshmen to see to the cutting of those great swathes of reeds, which would be dried and sold for thatching and fencing at the rate of 1 shilling per fathom, thus transforming what most people will consider barren bog into a source of considerable income. The work is hard, and a good man with the specially heavy scythe which it requires can earn as much as £2 a week by putting in 6 reasonable days at piecework. Little Jimmy Buddery was useless at the mowing of the rands, and he knew it, but he could superintend as well as any man from Yarmouth to Bungay. No one ever took any notice of his instructions, but the cause of wit which he was in others kept the stalwart arms of Bob Middleton and his mowing mate Sir William Hart in the better fettle, by reason of the joy of the chaff to which the little man was subjected. The scythes always sang with a more cheerful voice when laughter shook the tops of the mow. One morning in late August, little Jimmy stood on the wall against his mill, looking down to the rand where Bob and Sir William were standing, their scythe blades held out in front of them, the handles resting on the fibrous rand, their hones sweeping backwards and forwards over the shining steel. Soon the edges felt satisfactory to the testing fingers. Bob and Sir William spat on their hands, took a firm grasp of their scythe handles, and sent out the curved steel swishing through the reed stems. After 5 minutes at this, during which little Jimmy continued to superintend in a silent, unobtrusive way, Bob stayed the sweep of his arms, and Sir William stopped in sympathy. Bob looked up at the little man standing perkily on the wall close by.
"Don't ye wish as you had the boon and snooze to do a bit o' honest work, boy?" asked Bob. "But theer you fare as you was made, and Judy Jennis herself couldn't gie ye more ile in your marrow than enow to stand a gaping while men as be men get all of a muck wash." "Don't yo talk so loud about yo bit o' muscle," said Jimmy, grinning down from his eminence. "You wouldn't be much aside Maister Hebblethwaitery. Why, he draw the coat out o' the dik t'other day as you and fair Mary ya sort couldn't move. A pretty set of fools you lot appeared. He just copped hold o' the hid rope i' one hand and the starn rope in t'other, and give a hist, and up she come. Why, you bain't much more use than I be alongside o' him. He do fair woolly a rum egg. I shouldn't care to have words along o' he."
"Ah," said Sir William, "that's all very well for you to mob, you spidery, skinnery little stoot. But that warn't done without witchcraft. That dear man be wonderful set agin Judy, but I reckon he bain't much better hisself. My old granny allus did say as two of a trade niver agreed." "Don't ye talk so silly, boy," said Jimmy, with a sneer of the superior intellect which he believed himself to possess. "Master Ibblethwaite be a gentleman. What do ye want with witchcraft?" "No, no," said Bob, wiping the sweat from his forehead with the back of his hand. "Jimmy fair right there, Sir Willum. 'Tain't witchcraft. 'Tis the good witties and drink as gentlemen get as make him so strong. Where I had heard as some gentlemen eat a matter of 2 or 3 pound of meat at every meal, not counting the flesh and buds and rabbits as they swaller for a relish. But he do know a sight," said Sir William, unwilling to surrender his theory of witchcraft. "Why, he've got a sort of clock as hang up in the hall agin the door, as tell him pretty nigh as much about the weather as I can do." "Why, yer innocent fool," cried Jimmy. "That's a weather glass. I had seed summat like it at the coastguard at Yarmouth." "But he do fair wonderful set agin Judy," persisted Sir William. "Hee, hee, ha' you heard as that boy o' Judy ha' broke out fresh? I was arter my own business agin the witch's pool t'other evening." "Did you get them teal?" asked Bob anxiously. He had an eye on the fowl himself, but dared not to take the poaching liberties on which Sir William ventured by reason of his reputed simplicity. "You ax my foot," said Billy. "I was a-going to say as I see the young missus a-walking through the planting, and as true as God that dear Job followed her hiding behind the scrub till she come on to a rush basket full of comfrey, and the ragged robin as lay in the track. When she picked up the rubbishy muck, I see Job look that pleased as never was. I had seen him more than once arter her. He don't let her see him, but I do believe as he worshipped the very mould she tread on. Hee, 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 that's a masterpiece. You'd hardly ha' thought as he had gumption enow to know a pretty wench from a store pig. "Don't you make no mistake," said Bob. "Why, Sir William, I ha' seed you." That'll do," said Billy, but his tormentor proceeded and became Rabelaisian. The new development in Job Sackeret had not escaped the notice of Judith Jennis. At first she looked on the dumb devotion of her poor lad for Linda with a contemptuous indifference. But when she found him, day after day, neglecting her geese and goats in order to weave strange and beautiful rush baskets, and to seek far and near for the lovelier wild flowers of the season, wherewith to fill these votive offerings to the woman whom she longed to bring to disaster, she grew irritated, and let him know in a way which she knew he could understand that his attentions displeased her, and that they were to cease. Job whimpered and whined in his piteous, inarticulate fashion, but his mistress did not relent. He made outward submission, but inwardly the obstinacy of the imbecile was roused to opposition. Why, he puzzled, should she object to his making baskets and filling them with flowers for Linda? She had seemed eager enough to do the girl service on the night when Linda first visited the Tower House. His animal cunning taught him to conceal his inward revolt, but from that time he watched with jealousy the association between the mistress of Merelsfleet and the witch, which gave promise of becoming more intimate. Judith herself was content with the way in which her plans were maturing. She knew well enough, though Linda did not, that it was owing to the influence she had exercised from the lookout on the top of the tower that Linda's feet had carried her to the tower house on the night when Bel first bore her weight. She thought that she had established her power over the girl so firmly that it would rest solely with her to choose the time and place for the final triumph, the climax of the vendetta which had lasted throughout 3 lives. Time and time again she plied her mystic rites, peering into the brimming cup, or testing her powers of divination in the convolutions of the shiny slime of the ooze made by the scouring of the ebbing fleet. She would read the future in the writhing fronds of ribbonweed, in the flight of bats, in the cries with which the nocturnal wildlife filled the marsh by night, and ever she saw the same end. It was the reading of this real or imaginary vision which gave her unease, for it might be interpreted in 2 ways, one of which meant disaster to Linda, and the other a very different fate. What was coming over her that her eyes should see no clearer? She tried to get in closer touch with the powers of darkness with which she fully believed she could hold communion. Night after night she rode the great goat Bel along the woodland ways. Night after night she whispered her secrets to her familiar, and thought he heard. Bel seemed to understand. He never sped so swiftly as when he galloped towards Merlsfleet. His eyes never twinkled with such malicious mischief as when he saw Linda holding converse with the witch. There was a consciousness in the glances of Judith and her goat when they met. They understood each other. One night Sir William, lying concealed behind a bramble bush from which he was watching a wire snare set in a hare's run, had his feeble wits more unsettled than ever by the vision of Judith sitting on the black goat's back, speeding along the ride, crying out some words which had no meaning for him, but which he felt were the language of the black man of the marshes and his servants. He clutched his precious medals fearfully, as though the poor trumpery might act as a talisman against the evil eye, and he was so terrified by the sight that he forbore to name it even to Bob Middleton. Never after that night did he venture forth at night without the string of medals hanging about him. The pride he took in their possession gave him comfort. Surely, he thought, a man who had been so honoured, a man whom gentlemen had called Sir William, might defy the powers of darkness if anyone could. The end of Chapter 10. Read by Andy Thames. Chapter 11 of The Shadow of the Unseen by Barry Payne and James Blyth. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 11. 2 a.m. "I can't see it," said Linda petulantly. Cara began to pull to pieces slowly and deliberately the begonia bloom which she had plucked. "But obviously, Linda dear, I can't be your guest for ever and ever, amen." "I want you to be," said Linda with a mutinous mouth. "Why not, Cara? Of course Uncle Willoughby and Aunt Mary will be here all September, and I know that's what you have in your mind." Cara's eyes were fixed on the wounded blossom. That was so very far from being what she had in her mind. "Seriously," she said, "it is not that at all. Honestly, I don't dislike them. They have sometimes got on my nerves, but that's nothing." "You see," said Linda, "you give me no real reason. I had wanted you to remain with me till November, and then, when it got cold here, to come with me to Egypt. It was almost arranged." "Hear the voice of the prophetess," said Cara. "I do not think you will go to Egypt in November. You will go a little later, and not alone, but not with me." "Mistaken," said Linda promptly. "I know Uncle Willoughby did think about it, but he has quite decided that it will be impossible for him to be away in the winter again. The only thing I can think of is your health.
You've lost your spirits, you never sleep. I saw a light in your room at 2 the other morning. And what were you doing at 2 the other morning? You must have been outside the house to have seen the light. I was, said Linda. When I've really lost my temper, as I did at Mr. Hebblethwaite's, I get upset and can't sleep. I felt feverish and thought a breath of fresh air on the terrace would cool me. That's how it happened. She was barely conscious of her motive in lying in this way. She had been down to the Tower House and had been with Judith Jennis that night. Cara Devaney took the refuge that was open to her. Yes, she could, with safety, plead health. It's delightful to be here, she said, and I love this country, but I believe it doesn't agree with me. It's awfully vulgar to permit anything not to agree with one. I wish I didn't do it. I kept it in the background as long as I could. But, really, I think I should do well to go north. I've neglected my friends at Grandtown for a long time. They don't deserve you, said Linda. No, said Cara. They've never done anything particularly wrong. All the same, I think I must write and break it to them gently that I am coming. We shall meet again, you know, dear. Perhaps in a month. I'm neither going to kill myself nor marry myself. I shall still be available. I wish you would marry, said Linda. If you stop here, I will find someone for you. Lawrence Hebblethwaite, perhaps, or I'll get someone down from London. Then Cara said the cleverest thing she had ever said in her life. She said, with absolutely the right inflection of voice, I should prefer Lawrence Hebblethwaite. I'm quite inclined to like him as it is. He's a devil and makes me furious, said Linda. I seriously believe that I do some wrong things, and shall keep on doing them, simply because I will not be influenced by what he says or by what he thinks, though he daren't say it. Is daren't the word? Suggested Cara. You know it isn't, otherwise I would be less angry. What other man do I know that would half tell me things and refuse to tell me the rest when I demanded it? He's brutally obstinate. He goes his own way. He doesn't care a pin's head what it is. Do you mean to give him up? Said Cara. Not to see him any more, not to invite him? Linda shrugged her shoulders. Of course not. What can one do in a place like this, where the society is so very limited? Besides, I'm ashamed to say that he interests me in a kind of way. It's not a pleasant way. It only makes me lose my temper. Cara wondered in her own mind for a moment what the effect would be if she said plainly to Linda, You are falling in love with Lawrence Hebblethwaite. It is the first time in your life that this kind of thing has happened to you, and you do not yet understand it. She did not say it. She went off to write a cheerful and frivolous letter to her future hostess in Grandtown. She dropped it into the letterbox in the library and went up to her own room. Of course, he loved Linda, even if he himself had scarcely guessed it yet. She flung herself down on the bed to think about it. She was very firm with herself. She would scarcely let her own thoughts speak out what had happened. She might suffer, but she would not be humiliated. Many men had fallen in love with Cara Devaney. She had had scant mercy for them. She remembered that now with something like remorse. Her plans matured rapidly. Once at Grandtown, some further excuse of health might be made. She might, perhaps, get Linda to come to her. In any case, if she could help it, she must not see Lawrence Hebblethwaite again. Linda was also in her room. She was carefully comparing 2 cups. The bowls of them were of wine-coloured amber. So exactly alike they seemed that she tied a black thread on one of them to distinguish it. Then she noticed that she had tied the thread on the cup which belonged to Judith Jennis. The night before she had felt beyond mistake the influence at work upon her. She had recalled her first visit to Judith. She had remembered what she had heard of the woman from Lawrence Hebblethwaite and from others.
But tonight, she had said to herself, I shall not go. I am going out on the terrace because it is cooler and pleasanter there, but that is all. I am not going to Judith Jennis. An hour later she had knocked at the door of the Tower House. A strange scene followed. A voice from within told her to enter. The outer door was ajar, and Linda pushed it back and went in, guided by the light from the room within. Here Judith sat at the table. Before her was the cup which she used for divination. Her eyes were fixed upon it, and she did not look up as Linda entered.
You ha' come, then? You heard the call?
Linda did not answer. Her eyes were fixed on the cup. Surely that was her own cup. Yet she believed Judith to be incapable of a sordid theft. Also, if the cup had been stolen, Judith had had ample time to hide it before her entry. "What are you doing there?" Linda asked.
"I'm a-trying to read what the time to come have in store for you and me. What's a-gonna to come for you and me? What the end'll be? Oh, the tale is writ for us two uns, but I ha' lost my gift. My eyes are blinded. I can see nothing more nor anybody else."
It was the first open avowal of magical power of any kind which she had made to Linda. Lawrence Hebblethwaite had been right then, knowing, as she did, that her best and safest course was to leave this woman. Her curiosity to know the unknowable prevailed.
"Her be the cup, but that's not a mighty use without the gift. No more than the gift be without the cup. You don't want to be afeard," she said, as she saw the look of alarm in Linda's eyes. "You ha' got the very sister on't. Tell me, ha' you got the gift too?"
She rose from the settle, and without a word Linda sank down upon it. She drew the cup towards her. "What is it that I shall see?" she said.
"The choice is the master's."
"I see nothing but the shining liquid in the cup. It is bright like silver. It becomes so bright that your face, Judith, as you bend over me, is reflected in it. Now the surface is all broken up. It becomes clouds, rolling fast away, one after another. Wait, I see it, yes," she said breathlessly. "I see it. A woman, kneeling in the wet long grass. She is quite young. I've seen her in the village. I did not know that she had a child. She holds the baby up high. There are tears streaming down her cheeks. I can't go on. What is the matter with me?"
"Stop ye there. Look again. There's more to come."
"Yes," said Linda, "there is more," and, without describing it, shrank back with a shudder. The witch spilt the contents of the cup upon the floor. "Do you know the name of the man?" Linda asked. "The man to whom the woman was kneeling?"
I know well enough."
The name of Percy Belton was never mentioned between them. Linda took the cup and turned it about in her hands. "I think," she said, "this is exactly like mine. Tell me where it came from."
"That's more nor I nor anybody can tell ye. That belonged to my great-grandmother, and I've heard my mother say as that come from distant parts. I ha' tried to learn its secret from the cup, but 'tar weren't no good. Only sometimes when I fare to gaze into it, asking it where 'ta come from, I hear the sound of music in the room. Music like what I ha' heard when I've been a-passing the church at sarvice time. I think that's made by the organ or harmonium or summat."
"I'm going to take it back with me, if I may," said Linda.
"Why, that you may and welcome. Though you don't know nothing on't, you and me was born sisters o' the arts of the marsh. All I have is yarn. You have the gist already, but there's more for me to learn ye, sister. More for ye to know." Should I learn ye to bind and unbind, to charm love or hate, to call the vipers and scalish fish o'er the marshland to ye, to see what's a-comin', to bring evil to them as ye hate, and good fortune to them as ye love? Speak, sister, would ye eat at Judy's table and be sister with her in truth?
"Why do you call me sister?" asked Linda. Judith said nothing, but pointed to the reflection of the two faces in the dark glass of the window with the moonless night outside. "Yes," said Linda, "I had noticed it myself. I seem to be frightened, like somebody who turns out of the road he knows into a dark wilderness. What is the price you ask for all this?"
"'Tis not mine to make the price,"
said Judith.
"The choice is the Master's. Of some he axes one thing, of others another."
"Who is the Master?" asked Linda in a hushed voice.
"The Black Man o' the Marsh. His name may not be spook,"
replied Judith.
"Should I gie ye a sign? Do ye ax for more and the cup? Hist, I'll call Bel, my grit black goot, and he shall bear ye homeward without leading a morty hand. Alone shall he bear ye home, alone shall he return to me. You don't want to be afeard on him, he won't hurt ye. One other sign I'll gie ye. I'll send ye a dream i' the night, when ye lie sleeping in your maiden bed. But not yet shall ye dream it, only if there bean't no other way. Then ye shall learn whose is the choice, and that the loke ye ha set your feet upon, fair Nera, there's no taming out on it."
Without the door the sound of Bel's deep hoarse call was heard. Judith let out Linda in a dazed condition, still grasping the cup. Still scarce conscious of her surroundings, the girl mounted the goat. As soon as he felt her weight, Bel, with head held high so that she might stay herself by his horns, stepped noiselessly, quietly, rapidly along the moss-grown track in the direction of Merlsfleet. Judith went back to her place on the settle. She held her hands on high, clasped together.
"At last a time," she cried. "Our feet are in the spring."
Out from the straw litter crept the uncouth figure of Job Saccharate. He crawled on hands and knees and clasped his mistress about the feet, making the querulous moan with which he craved a boon. He pawed at Judith's skirt, as a dog will do to attract his mistress's notice. With one imperious gesture she sent him back to his litter. He lay there, whimpering. At length the whimpering died out as the idiot boy sank to slumber. All was still. There was a long silence. Then came the sharp rapping of Bel's horns upon the window. Away in the distance the church clock struck 2. The end of Chapter 11. Read by Andy Sames. Chapter 12 of The Shadow of the Unseen by Barry Payne and James Blyth. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 12. Exit Percy Belton. Enter Mr. Willoughby Trotter. Some days had elapsed. The morning had seen the departure of Mrs. Devaney in apparently the best of spirits. In the evening Mr. Trotter and his wife were to arrive from Cambridge. Linda looked ill and distraught. An inquiry or two, discreetly made in the village, had told her the truth of Percy Belton. The news came to her as with a violent physical shock. It filled her with disgust and repulsion. She had known, of course, that these horrible things happened, but they had never come into her sheltered life before. She could not bear the thought of him, nor the sound of his name. She was unjust, not unnatural, considering her upbringing and the life she had led. There had been no planned cruelty on Belton's part, no intention of harming anyone. He had the sins of a nature at once weak and passionate. In truth, Bryony Prettyman would still have been happy enough had Linda never crossed his path. The remembrance of that last scene with Judith haunted her like a terrible nightmare. 20 times she had been on the verge of sending for Hebblethwaite, telling him the whole story, and frankly asking his advice. 20 times her pride had stayed her. The cup had been sent back to the Tower House by Tabitha Prettyman. No written or spoken word accompanied it. Judith concealed her surprise.
"Have you heard your lady asks concerning Bryony?"
asked Judith.
"Yes,"
answered Tabitha, who had lost some of her native tongue.
"That might have been a bad business for me. Bryony was all right till that Belton come. Have you been able to lay a spell upon him? Bryony told me what you promised her." "That's for Bryony to tell ye,"
answered Judith.
"You'll do yourself no good by betting more in Newton Swaller. Still your tongue, girl. No as such as me bain't to be questioned like them as gets their wittles on the land. What I learn from them as comes to me, I tell nobody. Go, be off with ye, back again. Ask Bryony out as ye wish concerning all things barring me."
Tabitha hurried away in terror lest she should have offended Judith. A board-school education and domestic service had emasculated her Norfolk speech, but had not undermined her faith in the magic of the marshes. Before she sent the cup back, Linda had again tried by daylight, by candlelight, and by moonlight to read the future in it, and in vain. No more came the silvery sheen on the water, or the rolling clouds, or the strangely vivid picture. Could the clear liquid which Judith had poured on the floor have had some special virtue? But Linda knew that she was in danger now, and hesitated to ask. Lady Blickling drove over in the afternoon in a glistening new 40 h.p. Mercedes, of which she explained that she entirely disapproved. "They are bad and abominable inventions, my dear," she said. "I got this one simply and solely because I live so far from you, and I am a little tender about my horses. I look upon it simply as a substitute for a nasty, dirty railway train. In fact, if there were a direct line between my house and yours, I would burn or sell the thing at once." In the meantime, her driver in the butler's pantry was giving his own version.
"Nah,"
he said, in unadulterated Cockney.
"Mine's not such an heavenly little place as you might think, Mr. Thompson. On the one hand, I don't want no mark on my licence, and on the other hand, I got to carry out my lady's orders. Can't you go a little quicker, Harris? It's need you slow quite so much for them corners, Harris. She'd break her neck and mine in 10 minutes if I'd let her. A fair old cough-drop, that's what I call her. Thank you, Mr. Thompson. There is a bit of chill in the wind driving against it. A little drop of water with mine."
Harris sipped and continued.
"Then there's the work. You see, this is a new toy with her ladyship. I'm kept at it pretty well night and day, and yet she never speaks of that car without damning its eyes one way or another. She's got some language, too. Oh, not half. Infernal machine, she'll say, as soon as look at ye. Box of smells is another of her elegant expressions. There's some rum uns among the aristocracy, I can tell you."
"I believe you," said Thompson.
"I well remember when I was first footman with the Duke of Chingford. Young man he was then, he's dead now. 'Look here, damn your eyes, James,' was his customary way of speaking to me. After a bit I couldn't stick it."
Upstairs, Lady Blickling was accusing Linda of being ill, and refusing to accept her laughing denial.
"You won't eat porridge for breakfast. You spend all your time in that mechanical dog-crusher, with which you poison this country, and you can't expect to be well."
"I've done some riding as well," said Linda, "on rather a queer mount," she added meditatively.
"I ought to have been your mother,"
said Lady Blickling, with conviction. I'd have looked after you properly. I wouldn't have had any silly nonsense about giving you your freedom just because you choose to say that you were 21. Mary Trotter is a very good woman, but she's a fool, or she wouldn't have handed you over to that Mrs. Devinie. Yes, I dare say she is a very kind and clever woman, but she has not got a firm hand. Now I have." "I wish you'd give me some advice," said Linda suddenly. "I've got something on my mind, and I don't know what to do about it." "Tell me," said the old lady kindly, her expression changing to one of almost motherly tenderness. "It's not very easy to tell," said Linda. "It's a horrible story." Slowly and with difficulty she said enough to make the old lady aware of what she had learnt concerning Percy Belton and Bryony Prettyman. Even as she was speaking, the door opened. "Mr. Percy Belton has called, madam. He is in the library," announced Thompson. "Very well," said Linda, looking over her shoulder. Thompson closed the door. "I won't see him," said Linda feverishly. "I can't see him." "But I can, my dear," said the old lady grimly, "and I will. I shall have just a few minutes' talk with him, and you will not be troubled with him again. Let me see, the library is the second door on the right, isn't it?" The light of battle was in her steely eyes as she passed out of the room. Percy Belton went through the interview like a gentleman. He said very little. Lady Blickling's last words were, "You know you have never had any right to come to this house. What business had you to come straight from your miserable intrigue to a house like this? Never come near to the place again, never. If you have a spark of decency in you, you will leave Oatacre altogether." There had been many points on which the wretched boy could have offered a defence or made an answer. He attempted nothing of the kind. "It is useless to try to explain to you, Lady Blickling," he said. Then, erect, with white face and set lips, he left Merelsfleet. He never entered the house again. Lady Blickling went back to the drawing-room. "I think I've arranged that amicably enough," she said. "You won't be troubled with him again." "How I wish these horrible things didn't happen," said Linda. Lady Blickling shrugged her shoulders. "Life is as it is, my dear," said she, "and we've got to face it. I never turn my back on anything. There are people who do. There are people who won't see the ugly facts of life. They won't be shocked. They won't be hurt. Everything has got to be for the nicest in the nicest of worlds. They wrap themselves up in cotton wool and spray it with eau de cologne first. My dear," Lady Blickling continued impressively, "some of these are quite good people in their own mean way. They are selfish. They are too tender with themselves. It is a belief of mine that the same God made them that made those ugly facts. But what could one expect in this case? Young men are young men, and Calcott has no more moral restraint over any of his menagerie than I have over the tides of the sea. Well, we've threshed it out and settled it. Now I want you to come out on my car. It's a much better one than yours, if you can recognize any difference between two pestilences. It's on the hills where we beat you, of course. I took the Beeston Hills near Cromer the other day, and you'd hardly knew they were there." Her direction to the driver when he brought the car round was as follows. "Harris, Miss Merle is anxious to see what our car can do. No dawdling, please." "Very good, my lady," said Harris, with a despondent look. A turn of the switch started the engine. Thompson, as he shut the front doors, chuckled internally. The senior tutor of St. Cecilia's, accompanied by his wife and his valet, arrived that evening, and were met by Linda with the car. It was perhaps characteristic that Mr. Trotter travelled with his own servant, and Mrs. Trotter left her maid behind. Every piece of the luggage was stamped or painted with the name and address of Willoughby Trotter, Esquire, in full. It even figured on his wife's dress baskets. He was emphatically on his holiday. He had tried to temper the precision with the sportsman. The admixture worked out in a Norfolk jacket of a pepper and salt material, tastefully combined with black kid gloves. He wore trousers at present, but there were knickerbockers in one of his portmanteaux. There were also gaiters. Gaiters cover a multitude of shins, as Mrs. Devaney sometimes remarked. He was so busy in trying to get the senior tutor out of his mind that it was never entirely absent. But the train waited some time at Norwich, and he had, with great deliberation, taken a whisky and soda in the afternoon, a thing which he had not done since his last holiday. He had also purchased a packet of Pride of the Harem cigarettes, ruthlessly destroying the cover with its chromatic voluptuousness, and transferring the contents to the chaste sobriety of his gun-metal case. Aunt Mary liked the smell of tobacco, and said she wished he smoked more often in term time. "A pleasant vice," he said complacently, "a pleasant vice. My work is of a nature which makes it absolutely essential to keep the head clear. A man in my position has to deny himself much. Now, of course, one can let oneself go a little." So he let himself go. That is to say, he ate 1/4 of a Pride of the Harem, smoked 1/4 of it, and dropped the remaining moiety out of the window. It was not a smoking compartment, but they had the carriage to themselves, and he was absolutely reckless. Linda was a little surprised to find how very glad she was to see them again. That note of prosaic respectability was the note to which she wished to listen now. It was a talisman to keep her from dangerous influences. She made the senior tutor talk about university affairs, and the part he had taken in them. He did not much want to talk about university affairs, but for the fact that there was indisputably the part he had taken in them. She was amused to find that he showed a real knowledge of farming, and his questions concerning the crops of her home farm were pertinent. He was not the absolutely perfect man, but it was a virtue in him that he generally knew fairly well what he was talking about. An imaginary competitive examination was ever before his eyes, and he always passed high up in the list. Thus, for a little while, all went peacefully. The influence of Judith seemed to wane. The end of Chapter 12. Read by Andy Sames. Chapter 13 of The Shadow of the Unseen by Barry Payne and James Blyth. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 13. The Death of Bel. Perhaps, on the whole, it was a good thing that Percy Belton had come under the lash of Lady Blickling's tongue. She had said some things to him which were cruel and unfair, but she had brought him to see himself from a different point of view. At first he was filled with nothing but a passion of resentment against Linda, against Bryony, and against all women. How could Linda have heard about it if Bryony had not betrayed him? What had Linda to do with the things that he had done before he had ever met her? Had he been any worse than thousands of other young men of his age? He had not forgotten the woman. He had not left her without provision for her needs. Why should Linda treat him as an outcast, so abominable that she could not even bear to speak of him? As his resentment against her increased, his resentment against Bryony left him. He believed the girl still loved him. He doubted if she would have betrayed him. It might be worth while to see her at any rate. It was something to be loved. It was something also for his poor young vanity for him to do the thing that he knew Linda and Lady Blickling did not believe that he had the courage to do. He met Bryony again. He left her with a promise of marriage. Bryony, assured that she had entered into eternal happiness, went in gratitude to the witch. It was wonderful, and Judith had done it. As she left the Tower House, bearing her baby in her arms, she passed across the marsh by the river wall, on which Bel was grazing, in the midst of his attendant Seraglio. She had nearly reached the ligger over which she had to pass to the wall, which would take her to the high road, when Bel looked up, and his deep hoarse call grated out with a threat which alarmed the mother. She had heard of late strange tales of a new fierceness which the great he-goat had been said to show. Instead of hurrying to cross the ligger, her footsteps faltered, and she stopped, nervously clutching her child to her bosom, and turning back to see if the menace of the croaking voice were to be followed by any attack. To her terror she saw that Bel had separated himself from the nannies and was coming with swift springing leaps across the marsh in her direction. Bryony was never possessed of any great self-confidence. An emergency always found her at her worst. Danger always sought out her cowardice, and took the strength from her limbs, the volition from her poor, trusting brain. She stood motionless, breathing quickly, her arms quivering with such violence that the child was frightened and began to raise its wailing plaint. Bel came with a dainty, dancing gait, which would have been pretty to see under other circumstances, till he was within 10 yards of Bryony. Then he halted, and again bade forth his hoarse challenge. He leapt with all 4 feet from the ground, his wiry, agile body twitching with excitement. He placed his 4 feet stiffly in front of him and bent his head so that the terrible curving horns pointed at Bryony. With these he made little fencing movements, thrusting his neck forth and backwards with lightning speed. His saturnine eyes seemed to the woman to twinkle with malice. His long, coarse beard seemed to her to bristle. By this time Bryony was quite helpless. She could scarce raise her voice beyond a whisper, and the piteous cries for help, which were strangled in her throat, were not sonorous enough to reach any spot from whence aid might be hoped. Bel gave a final pas-a-deux with his horns, and with a snort pregnant with menace, leapt forward. While Bryony had been watching Bel, her back turned towards the river wall, Lawrence Hebblethwaite had been hurrying to her assistance as fast as his long legs would carry him. He had seen the danger from a distance and ran forward in the hope that the goat's hatred of himself might serve to turn his attention from the woman and child. "This way, over the ligger!" he cried. But Bryony was too dazed to give obedience to his warning. Hebblethwaite took the ligger at one stride and threw himself in front of Bryony just as Bel came rushing forward, his horns lowered to transfix this human obstruction which at the moment seemed so objectionable to him. Hebblethwaite was both strong and active. He formed his plans on the instant, and as the goat was in the very middle of its spring, he caught one of the black convoluted horns in each hand, at the same time taking a half step to one side, so as to bring his front on his enemy's flank. He knew the momentum of the animal's attack might be sufficient to break his wrists, but he also knew how tough and powerful those same wrists were, and he risked it in the belief that he had adopted the only means of saving Bryony. The strain on wrist and arm was terrible, and as the goat's body swung round, the man's whole frame swayed till every muscle was tense with effort. But his hands held. The first point in the game was his. Still holding the mighty horns, wrestling with the frantic struggles of the goat, he called again to Bryony to make her escape over the ligger, and this time he succeeded in getting the meaning of his words through the wall of unconsciousness which terror and nervousness had built. When he knew she was safe, he meant to modify his plan of campaign. He had heard much of this great goat recently. He would make this a fight to the finish. It was for him now to assume the offensive. In spite of all his efforts, Bel, with a terrific jerk of his head, accompanied by a simultaneous spring from all 4 feet, succeeded in freeing himself, and as he drew back momentarily to renew the attack with greater effect, his eyes danced with delight and eagerness. At last he had his old enemy on the same side of the fleet. The Liger would be no escape for Hebblethwaite. It was only the running water of the fleet which had kept the two apart so long. Before Hebblethwaite had steeled himself to meet the fresh rush, Bel gave an exulting roar and came hurtling at him. This time the goat was on his guard and watched the hands that sought again to seize him. With a rapid toss of the head he evaded Hebblethwaite's grasp, and, in a flash, brought his horns again to the correct angle for a charge in mid-air. Hebblethwaite leapt aside, but not so rapidly but that Bel's left horn came with awful force against his forearm. He felt the sleeve rip, but in the heat of the combat he did not notice the stream of blood that flowed from the deep flesh wound where the point of the horn had pierced. The goat's success was his destruction. Had he caught Hebblethwaite full with both horns, he would have rebounded directly back on all 4 feet. But his left horn caught for an instant in the torn sleeve, and he received such a wrench as his neck was bent aside that even his fine agility could not save him from a sidelong fall. In a moment Hebblethwaite was on him. While he still lay on his side, the man's hands again gripped his horns, and bent his head down to the marsh, while he defied the threat of the kicking hoofs by kneeling boldly on the throat beneath that rank, stinking beard. With a sudden twist he turned Bel on his back, and the goat's horns were thrust deep down into the soft soil of the marsh. Hebblethwaite thrust and thrust, all the while putting forth every ounce of the great strength with which he was endowed to prevent Bel from gaining his feet by any springing action of his body or limbs. The goat struggled frantically, but the hold of the marsh on his horns put him at a disadvantage with the man. He seemed to know his hour was come, for there burst from his throat, choked and muffled as it was by the pressure of Hebblethwaite's bulk, a series of hoarse, clamant cries. There came an answering cry in a woman's voice, and with Bryony's screams were now mingled the cries of Judith Jennis, who came hurrying from the tower-house in the direction of the marsh. But she was still at some distance when Hebblethwaite thought that he might venture to withdraw the grip of one hand from the goat. With rapid stealth he slipped his hand behind him into his pocket, from whence he brought a small pocket-knife, which would have been useless as a weapon previously, but which might now suffice to give the coup de grace. He opened the largest blade with his teeth, and plunged it into Bel's jugular vein. A spurt of blood deluged him. The goat's struggles became more violent than ever as the last convulsions of his muscles heaved and shook even the weight of the man who had killed him. Before Judith got to the spot, he had groaned his last. Hebblethwaite rose from the neck, now loathsome and red with blood. His every nerve was shaking. His breath came in quick panting gasps. For a moment he stood looking in triumphant satisfaction on what lay at his feet. Then his eyes dimmed, and he fell senseless on the marsh beside his late enemy. The nannies were huddled together at the further end of the marsh. They had no heart to avenge their champion. It was not theirs to fight, but standing beside the senseless man was one whose heart was hot with rage. She longed to choke the life out of this man. Bryony and her child were not yet gone.
"Run ye up to the hall," cried Judith. "I reckon he fare hurt pretty bad. Don't ye wait no longer. You'll fare all right. Run ye right away."
Bryony gave one look at the man who had saved her life, and thought she would be acting in his best interests by obeying Judith's behests. Soon she disappeared in the woods on her way to Merelsfleet. Judith bent down to touch Hebblethwaite. His heart, she felt, beat strong. He was not much hurt. She would soon remedy that. But even as she set about her purpose, there came a shout from the river wall. Little Jimmy Buddery had gone down to his mill to change the set of the sails to meet a slant of wind which had come with the afternoon. He had watched with great interest, but at a prudent distance, the combat between Hebblethwaite and Bel. He had no mind to risk his body or his soul by interfering in a struggle with so fell a creature as the great black goat. But now that Bel was vanquished, he thought that there would be brandy or cordial of some kind brought down for the wounded man, and he saw no reason why, if there were anything to be got, he should not have his share. He had never had any quarrel with Judith. Indeed, he had sought her aid against the dangers into which the hobbo-lanterns, willow-wisps, might lead him, and had paid her what she asked.
"Aye, aye,"
he shouted.
"Should I come cover to ye, Judith? I reckon that'll take a man's strength to hiss that great chap off for the marsh. Wait you a minute, and I'll be along o' ye."
Judith saw that her chance was gone.
"You can come if ye like," she said, "but I reckon your little titty arms ain't shift him further than a yard or two. But come if ye like."
Her voice sounded sullen. Jimmy came toddling along with his little legs over the ligger.
"I never see a better fight," said he complacently. "First I thought as the old goat would ha' donned for Master Hebblethwaitery, and then I thought as Master Hebblethwaitery would prove too much for he. I doubt you'll stand a poor chance of getting any brass for your loss. What I might call compensation,"
he said, and his tongue rolled the long word about in his mouth deliciously.
"If 'ta hadn't have been for Master Hebblethwaitery, that would have been all up with poor Bryony and her little un. What's come cover old Bel of late, Judith bore? I never see him so short-waisted afore. He come for the poor gal like a lurcher arter her here. He'd a downed her right enow, you may depend on't." "He shall pay me,"
said Judith, and she spoke as if she meant it.
"Well," said Jimmy, "I shouldn't advise ye to pay no brass for loring on him. When old Gully shot Billy Pinter's bull as went for him on the path across the Cocknahay Marsh, old Billy pulled him, but couldn't do nothing to him on account of his having shot in self-defence. O' course I understand as Hebblethwaitery was a trespassing on your marsh. But how come Bryony there? That'll be a pint, I reckon. If I was you, Judith, not but I know well enow as you ha' got more gumption than ever I shall have, I'd take any brass as he may offer."
Judith paid but scant attention to the little man. Her eyes were fixed on the prone figure at her feet. She let Jimmy ramble on, and only when she heard the loud grunt of a motor horn did she bring water from the neighbouring dyke and lave the face of the unconscious man. She was still bathing his forehead when the car from Merlsfleet appeared at the opening of the woodland track which led from the hall to the tower house. Linda was driving. The end of Chapter 13. Read by Andy Sames. Chapter 14 of The Shadow of the Unseen by Barry Payne and James Blyth. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 14. Linda in Love. Hebblethwaite slept at Merelsfleet that night.
"A terrible affair," said the senior tutor complacently at dinner. "Quite out of the usual run. Almost an adventure. What an extraordinary amount of life I sometimes think is going on round us, of which we know nothing." "That poor woman did seem so grateful," said Aunt Mary. "Yes," said Linda colourlessly. In the last few hours she had gone through a great deal. Hebblethwaite was the man that she had hated. He had been impossible. He had been a devil. She had said these things herself. And now it was agony to her that she dined downstairs with her guests instead of watching by his bedside. She had no cause for anxiety, really. The doctor had told her so. It was merely a flesh wound, and unless it became septic, there was nothing to fear. There had been a considerable loss of blood, certainly. He quite agreed with Linda that it would be better for a day or two that Hebblethwaite should not be moved. He always agreed whenever it was possible. His temper was naturally mild,
Moreover, he was a general practitioner, with his living to get. Linda had known it all at the very first moment, when Thomson had translated into measured and respectful utterances the breathless appeals of Bryony. She had known it, but she had no time to think about it then. The car had to be rushed out, bandages and brandy had to be got ready, 2 men had to be found strong enough to be capable of lifting him without jerk or violence. Even when she had found him and brought him back to Merlsfleet, there had been still much to do. It was over now. He was asleep, and she, with all the poetry of her life burning in her veins, had to listen to the kindly, interminable prose of Uncle Willoughby and Aunt Mary. "Yes," said Uncle Willoughby, "I am not deeply versed in the law, but it seems to me that this woman Jenness may possibly put herself very much in the wrong. It may be necessary to take action. We shall see. She appears to have been keeping a dangerous animal, and the famous case of Fletcher v. Rylands has, I believe, laid it down clearly and definitely that she has done this at her own risk. Mr. Hebblethwaite would, I should think, have a claim for damages against her. It seems to me, too, that some recognition of his extremely courageous conduct would not be out of place. Now I come to think of it, I have met the editor of—" "Oh, please don't," said Linda fervently. "He wouldn't like it." "You venture to speak for him," said the senior tutor. "I gather that you have seen much of him lately." "No," said Linda, "but anybody who had seen him once would know that was not what he wanted. Would it never end, this terrible dinner?" Mr. Trotter was taking a glass of the port, unusual, but on a holiday permissible. "Shall we leave Uncle Willoughby to his cigarettes?" said Linda, rising. "It's not absolutely essential," said Uncle Willoughby. The butler placed the lamp, the cigars, and the cigarettes before him. He looked at the cigars as if he might have considered them seriously. "A cigarette tonight, I think," he said. Linda established Aunt Mary in the drawing-room, and said boldly that she must see if that poor man upstairs had got everything he wanted. Aunt Mary suggested amiably that perhaps she might be able to help. "Please don't trouble," said Linda. "I shan't be a minute." Upstairs she questioned servants rapidly. She seemed to them to be in a rather bad temper. They had done everything she had told them. They had thought of 1 or 2 things for themselves. Tabitha had made valuable suggestions, but because Linda had managed to find 1 thing of which they had not thought, they were criminally careless and dangerously idiotic. Hebblethwaite slept through it all peacefully. He had been very happy when he fell asleep. He had seen at last the change in Linda's eyes for which he had so long been waiting. They played dummy whist downstairs, and fate, of its mercy, gave Linda the dummy hand to play. Even so, she was not entirely free from criticism. "I should imagine," said the senior tutor, as he shuffled the cards, "that you have been rather neglecting your whist lately. You seem to me to have forgotten the leads. You no longer make accurate deductions from the cards played. That revoke, too." "I expect Linda's tired," said Aunt Mary. "She's had so much to do to-day. There's been so much excitement." "I'm not very tired," said Linda bravely. "What Uncle Willoughby says is quite true. It is difficult to get any whist nowadays. It's always bridge, you know." The senior tutor did not play bridge, nor did he approve of it. "Bridge," he said, "to my mind is simply a manner of playing the fool with the more ancient and noble whist. The assignment of a different value to the different suits, and the possibility of playing without any trump suit at all, are innovations which must inevitably tend to convert a scientific pastime into an affair of chance. It is precisely the game which I should have expected to be introduced in this present day, with all its restlessness, its craving for excitement, its neglect of any solid basis in the form of study and scholarship." He shuffled the cards more and more rapidly, as his warmth on this topic increased.
"Shall we be getting on now, dear?" said Aunt Mary.
"Quite so, quite so. Million expression of my opinions. Your deal, I think." The game came to an end at last. Aunt Mary went to bed at 10. Uncle Willoughby adulterated a small bottle of soda water with a reasonable suspicion, not enough to convict, of whisky. "I never do it at home," he said apologetically. Then he pecked at Linda's forehead and also vanished. Now she could breathe. Now she could think. She was out on the terrace. The moon had been down for some time, but the sky was bright with stars. The heavy scents of harvest time lingered in the cool evening air. The distinctive cry of an otter screamed out in the stillness. Once she had wondered at the sound, so like the wail of a baby, but Judith had taught her much woodland and marshland lore. She looked upward at the light which would burn all night in the window of the room where Lawrence Hebblethwaite lay. She was filled with a new happiness. Her whole body tingled with the gladness of being. It was enough to be alive and alone with her thoughts on this quiet and beautiful night. She was almost amused when she recalled the silly, fierce way in which she had struggled, her obstinate resistance to his influence. How good it was to give that all up now! What peace could touch the peace of this absolute surrender? And it had come into her life for ever, though nothing was said between them. Yes, even though she never saw him again. This was the night for which all her life had been but a dull preparation. This was the night that would be for ever fragrant in her memory. A feeling of gratitude seemed to be awake throughout the whole of nature. The crops were ripe for harvest, the fruits were heavy on the trees, the young birds were strong on the wing. Completion and rest and thankfulness went hand in hand. Words drifted into her mind, and she spoke them half aloud. "We praise thee, O God, we acknowledge thee to be the Lord. All the earth doth worship thee, the Father everlasting." Hebblethwaite, with his arm in a sling, came down to luncheon the next day. He was quite cheerful. His eyes sparkled slightly over the senior tutor, and he was, perhaps, a little more slangy than usual, and with intent. "I'm awfully sorry for being such a beastly nuisance," he said. "It's a bit too silly to be knocked out of time by a rotten old billy-goat."
"Surely," said the senior tutor, "the feeling of awe and the association with the beast are more characteristic of the accident itself than of its effects."
"Right," said Hebblethwaite, "but I thought you'd know what I meant. I ought to apologize to you particularly, Miss Merle, for destroying your favourite hack." Linda laughed, said nothing, and kept her eyes on him. She spoke, however, when they were alone in the garden together after lunch. "You're not going back tonight," she said. "Really," he said, "I haven't got a shadow of an excuse for giving you any further bother." "You must do what you are told," said Linda gravely. "Your arm is not at all right. I've sent for your servant. He'll bring over any clothes or things which you want. The doctor's left it to me to settle whether you dine downstairs tonight or not." "And will you let me?" asked Lawrence playfully. Linda nodded.
"If you're good," she said.
"Why am I to do everything you tell me?" asked Lawrence. "You don't do very much that I tell you, do you?" His eyes twinkled a little.
"Don't go on with that," she said breathlessly. "I'm ashamed. I'm going to be quite good now."
He caught both her hands impulsively. She bent her head down and away from him. "Thanks," he said, and released her hands. Then they tried to talk about the flowers in the garden. It did not seem to matter much what they said, so long as each heard the voice of the other. A turn of the path revealed the senior tutor in the college blazer and a straw hat, a copy of the Times on his knees. In one hand he held a Pride of the Harem. It was still well alight. Indeed, this brand has the special advantage that it will burn freely without assistance from the smoker.
"A bit of a sad affair at the War Office," said the senior tutor.
"At the present moment," said Lawrence. I don't think I care twopence about the War Office."
"A somewhat extraordinary position to take up, is it not? Might I ask your reason?"
"Well, you see," said Hebblethwaite, "it's such glorious weather, isn't it?" Linda laughed irreverently. The end of Chapter 14. Read by Andy Sames. Chapter 15. Of the Shadow of the Unseen, by Barry Payne and James Blyth. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 15. Compensation. Mr. James Buddery had intimated through Mr. Thompson that he wished to have an interview with Miss Merle. Called upon to state his business, he said that it was a matter of compensation. "I will attend to this for you," said the senior tutor, rising from his garden seat. It was just the kind of thing that he liked, and he didn't know Jimmy. "Thanks so much," said Linda. "It would be awfully kind of you. Sure you won't have some more tea first?" "No, I thank you," said Mr. Trotter, and leaving the rest of the party on the terrace, he made his way to the little study at the back of the house that was generally used as an office for the transaction of business relating to the estate. There, by order, little Jimmy awaited him, casting about in his ingenious if perverted mind for a means of obtaining something to which he was not entitled. "Good afternoon," said Mr. Trotter shortly, as he sat down at the desk. His pencil was poised over a sheet of foolscap. "Your name, I think, is—" Little Jimmy stood just inside the door, his conical-shaped hat held in both hands after the manner of an offertory bag. He smiled broadly, almost pityingly. "I'm Jimmy Buddery, I be. Whatever a body know that about her?" "Name, I said," repeated the tutor acidly. "Jimmy Buddery," roared Jimmy, under the impression that his interlocutor was deaf. "What hev the minding of the Tower House level mill? I reckon you fare a trifle hard of hearing, maester," he added. Mr. Trotter swivelled round on his chair. "A little less noisily, if you please. Now, with regard to the claim which you propose to make." "Well, that's like this here," began Jimmy. "I was a-standing again my mill a little arter 4 o'clock in the yesterday afternoon. I'd been a-trimming the sails for the slant o' wind to the nor'ard, and was a-looking backwards a-watching them there goats of Judy Jennis." "Will you come to the point, please? Firstly, in respect of what loss or damage is this claim made?" "Well," said Jimmy, twiddling his hat in his hand, "that's what I'm a-coming to. You can't bind afore you have reaped, and that's no good a-pouring out tay afore there's drawed." The senior tutor drew out his watch and placed it on the table. "I give you precisely 3 minutes more," he said. "If I have not arrived at some intelligible account from you at the end of that time, I shall not prolong the interview. You will have to go, and any further prosecution of your claim will have to take the form of a letter to Mr. Frederick." Jimmy twiddled his hat a little more rapidly. He had no clear comprehension of the meaning of the senior tutor's exordium, but he gathered dimly that there was hostility in the air. He invariably met this by an assumption of frank innocence. "Why, law, maester," said he, "us poor men can't do wi' he. If I don't fare to understand what 'tis you want right off, you must excuse me. You see, I bain't no scholard. I niver had no book learning. But you'll find me as honest and open-spoke man as there be in these parts. 'Tain't much I ask for what I done, and for what I ha' lost through wishing to gie a hand to Maister Hebblethwaitery when I seed him knocked over by that blamed old goot. Why, gentry niver missed a little as I ax. Come, maester, gie us 5 shillin', and let's say no more about it. I only want what's fair owning to me. Nobody'll ever say as Jimmy Buddery was hoggish-gutted, nobody." "At last we've come to a definite fact. said the senior tutor, more complacently. "I admit and regret, Buddery, the educational disadvantages under which you labour. I note that your claim is for 5 shillings. Now, what was the damage which you sustained?" Jimmy had observed the inclination to relent which the statement of his lack of education had aroused in the senior tutor. He regretted that he had not put the figure higher. "Well, master," said he, deprecatingly, "I said as we'd call it 5 shillin', but I doubt I shall be the loser by that. I reckon I'd best leave to you to do the proper thing. That was like this here. I run so quick along the river wall to get to where the gentleman lay struck silly by the goat that first I bust my waistcoat, and the buttons dood into the deek. Then, when I came to the place, Judy Jennis hadn't nothing to fetch water in to hull in his poor face. So I gave her my hat, and that hold a quarter or more. A right sort of hat that was for fetching water in. You'd never find a better. I reckon that hat was filled 7 or 8 times afore the young lady drove down in her rude engine, and that bain't up to much for a poor man's best hat to be soaked true and true like that was." "Damage in respect of waistcoat and hat," said the senior tutor, as he wrote it down. "Now, can you tell me why you expect Miss Merle to be responsible for this damage, if any was indeed sustained? The service which you rendered was to Mr. Hebblethwaite. The responsibility, perhaps, for the fact that the service was required would seem to me to rest with Judith Jennis. Supposing, as I take it to be the case, that Fletcher v. Rylands applies here." "I don't know either of them, gentlemen," said Jimmy. "What's the good of Mr. Fletcher applying? That's me what lent the hat. There won't no Fletcher, as I see." "What I want to know," said the senior tutor, as if he were speaking to a very small child, "is why you ask Miss Merle for this money. She is not responsible. It is a very delicate question who is responsible." Jimmy left off twiddling his hat and scratched his head instead. "Well, of course," said he, "I don't only want what I thought as the young lady would have been pleased to gimme. Me. Why, look you here, master," he continued with some confidence. "I mind as when I was a rushin' for her fair in the larch plantin', and one of his friends put 1/2 ounce of number 6 shot into the calf of my leg. That was Master Mary as give me the £5 compensation, and when I heard as Master Hibblethwaitery had been brought here and was a-staying at the Hall, why, naturally, I thought as I should hae to ax the lady of the house for what was owe me. That's how to come about." I see," said the senior tutor. "Legally, of course, I admit no claim whatever, but I dare say Miss Merle would prefer to settle the matter rather than an invalid, a guest in her house, should be disturbed. Let me see if I can assess the damage. To begin with, produce the waistcoat." Jimmy was wearing this article of apparel beneath his blue smock at the very moment, but he knew better than to admit this fact. "Why, there now," said he, in a tone of the most intense mortification. "If I hain't been and tore that up to make a scarecrow on my allotment, I'd never thought as that would be no good no more. If I'd thought as a gentleman like you would ha' wanted the blamed old thing, I'd ha' saved it for ye. That's truth, I would, willin' and welcome." "And the hat?" said the tutor resignedly. "The hat. That hat you have in your hands bears some appearance of a recent immersion. May I take it that that is the hat?" "Why, you may take it if you want to, maester," said Jimmy a little ruefully. "But if you do, I reckon 5 shillin' won't be enow." "What I mean," said the tutor, "is simply this. Is that the hat in which the water was fetched?" Jimmy shuffled with his feet. His hopes, which had but a moment ago soared high, now began to droop. It was the hat, and he dared not deny it. Anyone in the village would have informed the senior tutor that he had never had more than that one hat for 10 or 15 years past. "Well," he said, "there's no good my saying as they bain't the hat. Do you look at it? That don't fare properly dry now." The senior tutor raised his gold-framed pince-nez. "Thank you," he said. "I can inspect it sufficiently well from this distance. I notice that it seems rather cleaner than the rest of your apparel. What now was the original cost of this hat?" "Ah," said Jimmy, "that I can't tell ye. That was gie to me as a token of best respects when I fished out a Lunnon gentleman as was overturned out o' a dinghy agin my mill. I stood on the rund and held the teeth of my deek drawing rake cover him at the risk of my life. He said he never see a better bit of pluck in his life, and gi'e me the best hat he could buy in Norwich, as what I may call a kind of memento. 12 year ago that was, and that was better'n never ta was afore Judy Jennet spilt it with that blamed water. That was worth a deal more'n a crown to me." "I should put the damage to your waistcoat and hat," said Mr. Trotter, "at considerably less than 4pence. If, however, you care to take that sum and to sign a receipt in full discharge, I am prepared to hand it over to you." "What, 4pence?" cried Jimmy. "And what about my time? Here I have been 2 hour and more maddling along of you, and yesterday arternoon that took me off my work at the mill. 4pence? Now, don't ye be so ridiculous." No, a crown's my mark, and I'm sure as a gentleman like you wouldn't go to offer me a farden less." "Very well, then," said Mr. Trotter. "I may point out to you that the time which you have sacrificed in this extremely childish manner is already paid for by Miss Merle. Unless you can attend to your duties better in future, I shall feel it my duty to recommend her to obtain a more conscientious servant. You can go, Mr. Blithery." "What?" cried little Jimmy, pulling up his bent back till it was almost straight. "You weren't a joking? And you call me a servant? The commissioners pay me my wage. Now look you here, governor, I don't reckon as you mean no harm. I reckon thar's ignorance has made ye talk sich fool talk, if I may say so, south o' Fens. Us mill chaps bain't servants, don't you make no mistake. Who you be I don't rightly know, but I doubt as the young lady fair mistook in ye. I'm a poor man, I be, but everybody knew little Jimmy Buddery, and don't miscall him out of his baptized name, as you fared to do this very minute past, and nobody knew you. Now you go and ask somebody to learn ye the proper way to conduct yourself, and then there won't be nothing more hard about it. I shall get my crown, and shan't make any unpleasantness. Why, you little skinny-shanked chump, I ha' held better men in the deek afore now, for half of what ye have said to me. Aye." Mr. Trotter's sole reply was to ring the bell. "Kindly see," he said to Thompson, "that this man leaves the place at once, and that he is not admitted here again." Little Jimmy turned to go. "That's all right, master," he said. "You didn't want to ask Mr. Thompson to turn me out. Who you be I don't understand, but us marshmen and mill chaps bain't used to being mobbed like that. You may be right, you may be wrong, I don't know nothing about ye, but I reckon the young lady will be for fair play. 'Tain't in her blood to treat a Buddery unjust." Mr. Trotter deigned no further answer. He returned to the party on the terrace, and found Hebblethwaite on the point of starting for the Tower House. Linda had offered to go with him. He was less abrupt than usual in his reply. "I wonder," he said, "if you would meet me at the Witch's Pool on my way back. You see, I must pay Judith Jennis whatever she wants for her wretched old goat, and I expect she'll be angry with me. It might be unpleasant." "You are not to stop a long time and argue with her and exhaust yourself," said Linda. "I don't argue half enough," said Hebblethwaite. "It's a fault of mine. I don't know how I get to half my conclusions." He would have continued, perhaps, but Aunt Mary, who had gone into the house to fetch her work, now returned. Hebblethwaite strolled off in the direction of Judith's house. He rapped at the door of the Tower House, and Judith herself opened it. "Sorry I killed your goat," said Hebblethwaite shortly. "One of us had to kill the other, you see. I don't want you to lose by it. If you tell me the value you put on him, I will pay it you." Judith looked him steadily in the eyes.
"Is that what you've come here to say?"
she asked, with no shadow of expression on her face. "Of course, don't be silly."
"Then you can go back again,"
said Judith.
"What can you understand of the Valley of Bel? No, go you back from where ye come. I'll see myself righted, don't you be afeard of that."
"I'm not," said Hebblethwaite dryly. "There is just one other point. You've been interfering with Miss Merle."
"Did she tell you so?"
asked Judith keenly. Hebblethwaite took slight notice. "There must be no more presumption of that kind. Drop it, see? Otherwise the Tower House will find another tenant."
"When you see me go to seek Miss Merle, you can tell me not to interfere. When you're the lord of Merelsfleet Manor, you can bid me leave the Tower House. Ask her if I've gone to her, or if she come to me. Tell her as ye be ready to play the master o'er her own lands. That's all I ha' got to say. Now you be a-going."
Hebblethwaite slowly and deliberately filled and lit his briar pipe. "I'm not arguing with you," he said. "I'm giving you some remarkably good advice. You'd better take it. You have nothing whatever to do with Miss Merle. Don't forget that. Good afternoon." He swung round in the direction of the Witch's Pool. As he passed the stack of coarse marsh hay which stood by the stable, he saw Job Sackrat shrinking against it, hiding himself as far as he was able from the window of the Tower House. There was a look on Job's face which Hebblethwaite never remembered to have seen before. His mouth was writhing and twitching most horribly, but it was not this slobbering abomination which chiefly struck Hebblethwaite's attention, but the glare in those eyes which had erst been dead of all but animal life. There was a passion of hatred in them, of hatred which seemed to be directed against the Tower House or its mistress. "I wonder what that means," said Hebblethwaite to himself. He knew that Judith had always been kind to the boy. He did not know of the new devotion which had sprung up in him far stronger than his devotion to Judith. He little guessed how the cunning of the idiot had been able to read the awful hostility of Judith to the mistress of Merlsfleet. At the Witch's Pool, Linda was waiting for him.
"I knew you couldn't be here before now," she said, "but I love this place. Uncle Willoughby and Aunt Mary are writing multitudinous letters against time to catch the evening post out. Tell me, how much did that woman want for her goat?"
"Nothing in money. She replied that she would take it out of me some other way."
"And you believe in witchcraft, don't you?"
said Linda suddenly. "I do. I do not believe that this woman's witchcraft can prevail against a higher power, and I am in the hands of the higher power. I don't presume to guide it or to say what it will do. I know that Judith will not let this end without a struggle, but the good will prevail." Linda had seated herself by the water's edge. She dipped her hand in the pool and watched the sparkle of the falling drops.
"I wonder," she said, "if you would mind telling me a great deal more about yourself."
"It doesn't make me very proud to talk of him," said Hebblethwaite. "My father was a parson, and everything was arranged for me. I was to take orders. I might have known then, if I had formed the habit of thinking clearly, that I could not do it, that at any cost I should have refused." Well, I was young, and I gave way.
When you resigned your orders, said Linda, was it because you had lost your faith?
No, said Hebblethwaite simply. It was because I'd found it. That's what bothered people. They wouldn't see it. They wouldn't understand my belief in the power of good was all the stronger because I was too humble to dogmatize about it or to accept men-made dogmas. They called it atheism or agnosticism. When I avowed my belief also in a personal power of evil, they called it silly superstition. How was I to help it? No man with a mind can really live among the people in these parts and understand them and their surroundings without coming to that belief. Judith's case is not the only one. There is a power of darkness, and there are people like Judith who are more closely in touch with it than others. I have nothing to say against a sober and scientific investigation of the facts that puzzle us, but when I see women take up this thought-reading as an afternoon's entertainment with table-turning, with palmistry, with planchette, with any of these efforts to approach the unknown in a wrong and flippant spirit, then I get angry. I got angry with you, and I hope you'll forgive me one of these days. But I'm not angry without reason. Investigation of that kind never brings out one new fact. It never helps us. It never sets our feet on the rock. It is a bewildering hobble-lantern, but it absolutely wrecks the people who go in for it. Leave it alone for God's sake. Live out your life and do the best you can with it, but don't try to make the world beyond a parlour game for your idle moments. The world beyond also has its revenges. Linda began to plait, very neatly, 3 strands of grass. I think I know what you mean, she said. I'm going to do what you tell me now. I suppose it was a kind of curiosity with me. It got a good deal of hold on me. I'm rather afraid of it. I fear that it will get a stronger hold still. I wanted to play with the outside edge of the thing, and I'm in danger of the whirlpool. It's all my own fault. I hardly know why I went to Judith. Probably because she made you go to her. The conditions of telepathy are not perfectly understood yet. I have just been warning her, but she'll make a fight of it. She will try to make her influence the stronger. She is a splendid creature in many ways. I like the people who make a fight of it. She's sincere, too, and I like sincerity. She believes that at one stroke she may avenge an ancestral wrong. I'll show you all about it in my portfolio whenever you like. And she has a deeper and more selfish motive.
What is that?
Linda asked. The words to describe it hardly belong to this century. The woman undoubtedly believes that she has supernatural powers, and that she has bought them at the price of her own soul. She also believes that she may find a substitute. Remember that she is a child of generations and generations who have held such faith. It has been taught to her as that unintelligible catechism is taught to young children.
I understand,
said Linda, playing with the plaited grasses, her eyes bent down on them. Why have you changed, Linda? Said Lawrence. You mistrusted me. I think you hated me. I really didn't want to make a show. I didn't want to assert myself. It began with no more than common humanity. I had studied your family history, and I knew Judith through and through as a dangerous woman. I am pretty tactless, and I have lived out of the world a lot here, studying the things that interest me. Well, I made a mess of it. That's easy enough to understand. I can't be ass enough to miss that. But now it's all different, though I haven't done a single solitary thing to make it different. You let me talk about my ideas. You've been most awfully kind to me. He stopped short. Linda's eyes were still fixed on the grasses in her shaking hand. There was a long pause before he continued. I'm going to say it, he said. I have always loved you from the first time I saw you. I shall always love you. But, as you said, you dearest woman, I will be good. With all my vanity, I can't find any reason why this should mean to you what it does to me. That any woman can love any man is a miracle anyhow. I don't know how to talk about this kind of thing in the right way. I don't put it well. I don't make you see how it is within me. Oh, speak, Linda. She raised her eyes until they were full upon him.
If there were only any words,
she stammered, and broke off. She swayed towards him. The end of Chapter 15. Read by Andy Sames. Chapter 16. Of the Shadow of the Unseen, by Barry Payne and James Blyth. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 16. Linda's Secret. Mr. James Buddery had borne his defeat with philosophy. He had tried many such things, and sometimes they came off, and sometimes they did not. An intelligent man with the care of a mill should not lose a chance. What hurt him more than anything was that he had been bested by a foreigner. He was far too wily to expose himself to chaff by talking of his discomfiture. At the Tension Teal he preferred to make himself of importance by a vivid narration of the combat between Hebblethwaite and Bel. Bob Middleton began to put the grin on him by asking why he had not gone to the gentleman's assistance, but the majority of those present thought that this was in somewhat doubtful taste. Hebblethwaite, though well known to them, and possessed of their respect and even admiration by reason of his sporting feats and his superb strength, was not of their blood, as was Jimmy. They could see no reason why the little man was in any way bound to jeopardize his life, perhaps more than his life, by rushing on an encounter of so terrible a nature. They listened to the story of the fight, and pledged the victor heartily. But they thought that Jimmy had done well not to irritate the powers of darkness by any interference with Bel. "That's all very well for you to mab," said Sir William. "I reckon you wouldn't ha' done no more than little Jimmy. All then as I learn as that far too risky to go agin Judy Jennis and aught belonging to her. And if Master Hebblethwaite couldn't master the old goat, whatever could little Jimmy ha' done wi' his little titty bones?" So Bob, being in a minority, ceased his jibes, and paid for a pint of old for little Jimmy, by way, as Jimmy might have said, of compensation. The next morning, on his way down to his mill, Jimmy suddenly encountered Miss Merle. She was wearing an expression of far more sternness than she actually felt. "Good morning, Jimmy," she said. "I've got to talk to you." "Good morning, miss," said Jimmy. "That's allest fair a treat to me to talk along one of the rare old gentry. Lor, miss, if I may say so without offence, you look as pretty as a gay this morning." "Never mind about that, Jimmy," said Linda severely. "I'm very angry with you." "That's bed herring," said little Jimmy, taking off his hat and scratching his head. "What's wrong?" "You came up to the house the other afternoon about some compensation, and you were very rude indeed to Mr. Trotter. He was my guardian, and he is my uncle. At least, I've always called him my uncle. He consented to see you in order to save me trouble. When you are being rude to him, you are really being rude to me." Jimmy shuffled his feet and looked at the girl, whom he respected as only peasants respect the good old country blood. "Well, miss," said he, "that was like this here. I never seen the gentleman afore, and he didn't fare to seem to me like one of your family, and he miscalled me so that I might have forgotten myself. I didn't know as you'd gi'n him leave to miscall me like he did." I wouldn't niver ha' believed as your fair's daughter would ha' seed poor little Jemmy Buddery miscalled, but I ax your pardon, Miss Humble. You see, he's a furriner 'bout her, and he don't look up to a sight. But there, I reckon I oughtn't to ha' said that. I bain't no judge o' gentlemen. I can put a weight to a fat pig as well as any man, but I bain't no judge o' a gentleman."
"There you are, Jimmy, you see," said Linda. "As you know nothing about a gentleman, you should be more careful how you talk to them. Mr. Trotter has done a good many things for me, and he has been very kind to me. In future you must never talk in that way to anyone who is staying at the Hall. Mr. Trotter has been talking about writing to the Drainage Commissioners about you. He says he has noticed several things which he thinks they ought to know. I'm going to tell him that you're very sorry, and that it will never happen again. And I don't think he'll write that letter. By the way, what was it you did want when you saw him?"
Jimmy stood silent for some moments. It was a bitter pill for him. He had no fear of any letter to the Drainage Commissioners. That worthy body would have resented as keenly as himself any interference by a foreigner with any of their employees. But he loved the Merle blood, and would have died to save Linda any discomfort. Moreover, he longed to win back the place in her regard which he believed he had held before this unfortunate occurrence. He cast about in his wily mind for an answer to turn away wrath.
"If I'd a known as he was a friend o' yourn, miss," said he, "I'd never have said a word again him. I thought he was a kind o' servant. I ax your pardon, miss. I mean to say as I didn't know who he was, and I thought he was taking a sight more upon hisself than you knowed on. I only axed for what was owed me. If 't hadn't been for me, I reckon Master Ebblethwaitery would ha' been in a bad way. I did what I could for him, and I spoilt a hat as I placed great wally on. But there, miss, that don't signify. I'd spoil more than a hat to do you service, or Master Ebblethwaitery either."
"Why, do you like him?" asked Linda.
"He's the finest gentleman as ever I did see," said Jimmy,
feeling instinctively that he had struck the right chord.
"He pulled the colt out of the deek what 4 strong men couldn't move, and he fought that brammed old goat as brave as a lion. Ah, that's a pity as there bain't more o' his sort about these parts. They don't breed 'em like him in this her new-fangled time."
"Now, Jimmy," said Linda, "what was it that you really wanted?"
"What I axed for, miss, was a crown, but that don't signify, not a mite. I save up to buy another hat. Don't you take on, miss. Little Jimmy'd do it again for nothing any time, but that there Master Trotter hadn't ought to ha' miscalled me."
"But what did he call you?" asked Linda.
"He called me Blithery, miss," said Jimmy,
and at the recollection his heart grew hot. He would have even surrendered the hopes of a crown, which had again begun to spring up, for the chance of a retaliation on the senior tutor.
"There you are," said Linda. "He didn't know you, and he forgot your name." "Why, everybody knew me, miss," said Jimmy in perfect bona fides.
Yes, everybody about here knows you, but this is a very learned gentleman who doesn't live here. He is senior tutor of a college at Cambridge. I'm sure he never intended to offend you."
"Ah," said Jimmy, suddenly enlightened. "I thought he was summat o' that sort, a kind o' schoolmaster to them boys up at college. Lor, miss, if I'd knowed that, I'd niver ha' paid no regard. What do that signify what them teachers say? There, miss, I axes his pardon free. He didn't know no better."
Linda fumbled in her purse.
"That's all right, Jimmy, and you won't be rude to any guests of mine again, will you?"
"Niver, miss," said Jimmy. "I never knowed he was a guest o' yarn. I fair right wexed I should ha' donned it." "Here's the 5 shillings," said Linda, "because it was quite right of you to come to help Mr. Hebblethwaite." She paused a moment. "If you meet Mr. Trotter again, you must tell him that you're sorry, and you needn't tell him, Jimmy, that I gave you this money." Jimmy's face lit up with delight. He spat on the coins for luck before depositing them in his pocket. "You're a gentleman," he began. "Dear, what a silly old fool I be. I mean as you be a raal Mary, miss. I thank ye hearty. As for Master Trotter, lor, I'll asks his pardon if I see him. I don't pay no regard to what a schoolmaster say. That'll make him happy, and that won't hurt me. And I won't say a word about the brass. Not a word. You don't want to be afeard of me. Thank ye, miss, thank ye." Linda went a little further along the road. At the church gate she saw Lawrence coming towards her. The appearance of an accidental meeting was well maintained. What Lawrence said was, "I was before the time, and I guessed you would come this way, so I came on to meet you." They took the bridle path which led up to the common. His eyes never left her. Now and again they met her look coming shyly up from under the long lashes. There was no word of love-making. None was needed in this moment. The happiness of each was transparent. The common stretched down from the high road to where the marshland spread its misty shifting tones of brown and green along the valleys of the Yare and Waveney. The purple ling glowed in bunches which distance made cushions of velvety softness. Patches of bracken afforded relief to the eye. The glow of ever-flowering gorse and the lingering yellow of broom lit up the more sombre spread of heather and bracken. Away on the rivers the great slate-coloured sails of Norfolk trading wherries bellied out before a pleasant breeze, or stretched hard and tight in a reach which brought the craft close hauled to the wind. They seemed as though they were actually cruising on the marshes themselves, save where here and there the bends of the reaches or a break in the river wall permitted the sheen of the flowing water to glisten in the sunlight. About the Rands little ant-like shapes swayed to and fro. These were marshmen mowing the reeds. Linda sat down on a hillock of mossy turf that rose among the ling. She drew in a deep breath of the scented air. "It is good for us to be here," she said simply. "Will they be away long?" he asked, as he took his place at her feet. "I do not expect them back till after lunch. It's nearly all the property of St. Cecilia's about there, you know, and although, of course, he's not bursar now, he likes to see how things are going." "And why," said Lawrence, "did not the lady of the house accompany her guests?" "She had letters to write," said Linda demurely. "She had to reprove James Buddery for impertinence. I've done it too," she added. "How much did you give him?" 5 shillings, and you're not to say anything at all about it." They both laughed. Linda's eyes followed the sails of a cutter yacht heading up the Yare towards Cantley. She seemed lost in reverie. "Now tell me all about it," said Lawrence. She told him in slow, measured sentences of her early days, her childish belief in a power of evil which must be propitiated, of the hideous face her hands had drawn by chance on the blotting paper, of the impulse when she first heard of Judith, which led her to change her plans and to come to Merelsfleet at once. She referred again to her first visit to Judith. Then she spoke of the cup which her guardian had given her on her 21st birthday. Hebblethwaite made her describe it minutely. He seemed interested in it. "But," she said, "you haven't heard the strangest thing about it. I went a second time to Judith. Perhaps it was just because I was trying to resist your influence. I did try tremendously for a long time, you know. Judith has a cup exactly like that my uncle gave me, the very sister of it. She uses it for divination. There was a liquid of some kind in it, and she made me look into it. At first it was like bright silver, Then clouds came over it, and then I saw a picture in it very distinctly." "What did you see?" asked Hebblethwaite. "I can't tell you what it was. It was something that does not concern us, and that I'd rather not speak about. But it told me a thing which had really taken place, though until I looked in the cup I had known nothing about it." "Yes," said Hebblethwaite, "but did Judith know?" Linda thought for a moment. "I can't say for certain. Now I come to think about it, she might very easily have known." "I thought so," said Hebblethwaite. "Have you tried the experiment since, when you were alone?" "Often and often." She smiled sadly. "I believe I did that too, partly because I knew it would have made you angry if you had known it. That sounds childish, doesn't it?" "No," he said, "I shouldn't call it that. And when you tried it alone, what did you see in the cup?" "Nothing. Nothing whatever. I tried with Judith's cup and with my own too, but it was never any good. Now tell me, how do you explain all this?" "I don't," he said simply. "A few coincidences, a little telepathy, a little hypnotism, will make an explanation of a kind. But of what are we to say that these coincidences and this extraordinary power which Judith has over you are a manifestation? Well, I've told you already that I believe in a personal power of evil, and it never worries me greatly to leave some things unexplained. I have no scientific wish to fool myself into the belief that life has no more mysteries for me. All that you have told me is very strange, and I shall have to think about it. I'm frightfully slow at seeing things sometimes. Now tell me about the future. Is that all over?" "Yes," said Linda doubtfully. "And why isn't it?" said Hebblethwaite with a smile. "Don't be frightened, dear. Tell me all about it. Perhaps I can put a stop to it." "Lawrence," she said, "it's like this. Ever since I looked into that cup of Judith's, I have felt the bond between us grow stronger. It is almost as if it were something sacramental." Hebblethwaite shot one sharp glance at her. "Go on," he said. "She said that she would give me a sign. Bel, the black goat, thank God you killed him, came up to the door. He stood still while I mounted on his back. With no guidance from me, he carried me to Merlsfleet, going as carefully and steadily as possible. Then, when I slipped off his back, he turned and raced like mad back homewards again." "Very curious," said Hebblethwaite. "Animals can be trained to do strange things, but the cruelty of their training sometimes poisons their tempers. What next?" "She said there was a third sign. It was to come in the form of a dream. I think it was to be a kind of final test. It has not yet come, but it will all the more because I have never been near her since." "And when it comes?" asked Hebblethwaite. "I don't know," said Linda. "I'm frightened. Perhaps it will drive me mad. Perhaps it will make me come back to her when I awake, whether I will or no. And when I go back, something else will be done, something horrible, something which will bind me for ever to—" "Yes," said Lawrence, "to the power of evil. You are not to be frightened any more. The dream may come, but whatever its results may be, it shall not take you back to Judith again. I promise you that. In the end the power of good will prevail." "Does it always prevail?" asked Linda. "There are many worlds. We do not know whence we come or whither we go. This life here is often, perhaps, only the middle of the story that had its beginning and will have its end elsewhere. Not always here and now, but somewhere, and in the end I do believe that good prevails. Here, I think, the end will come soon, and that it will be good, mixed with evil perhaps, but with the good prevailing. I do not often have presentiments. I haven't got the right kind of temperament for them. Perhaps what I feel now is more deduction than presentiment. It is not blind chance that has settled these things that have happened to you, nor is it blind chance that it has brought me into your life, to my own great happiness." Linda The end will be good.
Say again that you promise me when that third sign comes it shall not bring me back to Judith.
I promise you that, on my word of honour. However strong the impulse may be, you shall not go back.
Sometimes, said Linda, I've had a mad impulse to tell my uncle all about this. I see him telegraphing to a specialist to inquire into my health. I see him preparing a careful and accurate report of the whole case, in which I shall figure as L.M., aged 21, of independent means. I see the strong line which he would take with the regard to the tenancy of the Tower House. If I had never met you, I think I should have told him. I held back chiefly because it would have distressed Aunt Mary. He would have poured a stream of cold prose onto the fires, wouldn't he? Also, for a man of his kind to be mixed up with a thing of this sort would have made me laugh.
You might have done worse, said Hebblethwaite. Laughter is a fairly healthy thing. I can conceive the possibility, though, that the laugh would have been on Judith's side, and at the expense of your uncle. She is an extraordinary woman. They rose from their place and strolled slowly back to the bridle path again. Have you told him yet that I'm going to marry you? Asked Lawrence.
No, said Linda. I think I am a very surreptitious woman. I don't want to tell him at all.
You needn't, said Hebblethwaite. I'll do that.
It would come to the same thing, said Linda, so far as the look in their eyes when they next saw me was concerned. You know, that kind of look, curious, congratulatory, and surprised. For a few days longer we will keep it all secret to ourselves. I must see you every day. I live on your strength, you know. I have so much more to tell you, too, so much more to hear.
How long I've waited for you, Linda. It seems strange that there was a time when you and I had never met. What can have been the use of it?
I know when my life began, said Linda. It was when I drove the car down the moss-grown track towards you, not knowing whether I should find you dead or alive. All that went before was colourless.
They passed out onto the white high road. From the distance came the voices of rustics singing together.
Oh, the cows be a-going down to mash, and the cream stand thick once more, and the apple buds a-filling, and the gals are getting willing, that are caughting up the village by the score.
Linda pretended that she had not heard any of it. The end of Chapter 16. Read by Andy Sames. Chapter 17 of The Shadow of the Unseen by Barry Payne and James Blyth. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 17. The Third Sign. Mr. Calcott had been tried in the balances and found wanting. The project of asking him to dine and to complete the whist table afterwards had always been a little dangerous, for the senior tutor looked with no kindly eye on crammers. But Linda was sorry for the man. She did not hold him in any way responsible for Percy Belton's lapse. She had plenty of evidence, both from Belton and others, that the little man did his best with the very unpromising material committed to his charge. Lady Blickling had certainly been too hard on him. It was all very well to blame him for taking pupils, but the church did not give him enough to live upon without them. It was not a success. The dinner passed off well enough. Calcott was a little in awe of the senior tutor when he met him in public. He had scathing things to say about senior tutors in the retirement of his own study. He made a good audience. He led Mr. Trotter gently on to the subject of compulsory Greek, and Mr. Trotter crowed and flapped around that subject for quite a long time. It was at the card table that his downfall came. Mr. Trotter became icily polite. His shoulders and eyebrows spoke for him. He was being shocked and pained. If the man had only proclaimed himself a novice, and apologized, it might have been tolerable. It was the attempt at a defence which led Mr. Trotter to observe that the game had apparently suffered considerable changes during the last month or two, and to express, a little ironically, his regret that he was not more up to date. It was additionally sad that the cards simply refused to allow Mr. Calcott to lose, and that during the whole of the evening Mr. Trotter never won a rubber. "Very kind of you to have asked him," said Mr. Trotter, when Calcott had gone. "Of course, the dummy game is not the same thing. Played intelligently, very useful practice. But that is all one can say for it. He's a pleasant little man, too. Naturally, his ideas about education and mine are somewhat at variance, but I have no doubt that in his own groove he does as well as he can. The only thing I regret is that he should ever play whist. No, I don't mind in the least. One must meet with players of every kind. But when a man makes almost every mistake known to science and excuses himself on the ground that he is used to the American leads, and when it appears that he is totally unacquainted with these, or with anything else connected with the game, and that he is unwilling to learn, then one draws the line. That man must not play whist. He should try bridge or snap, or something of that kind." "You see, dear," said Aunt Mary, "it is rather difficult to find a man who plays whist nowadays, and there are so few people in a little place like this. I wonder, now, if Linda and I could think of someone better." "There's Mr. Hebblethwaite," said Linda quite coolly. "Who?" said the tutor. "Mr. Hebblethwaite," said Linda. "Didn't you hear? It might be worth while to see if he plays." "But I have played with him," said the tutor eagerly. "As a young man I remember his playing with me, and I remember that he was unusually sound. No brilliance, that I do not ask. He knew what he was doing. If he did make a mistake, he could be made to see it." "Then he shall dine here and play whist afterwards, every night of your stay," said Linda. "Ah," said the tutor. "Now, my dear child, you really are spoiling me." "Not at all," said Linda. "Aunt Mary and I will go round to see him tomorrow." So it came to pass that on the next night Lawrence dined at Merelsfleet. He was afraid, he said, that his whist was terribly rusty, but he had learned the game properly, and at one time had played a good deal. Mr. Trotter expressed himself as being completely satisfied. That there was any understanding of any kind between him and Linda, Mr. Trotter never suspected for one moment. He had shrewd eyes for the things which he could see, but affairs of the heart did not come within that category. Of course Aunt Mary saw perfectly, because she happened to be a woman, but she was a wise and kind woman, and said nothing. She was, indeed, glad to see it. It mattered less then that the tutor's prosaic attempts to get his ward safely married had ended in failure. She had chosen for herself. Aunt Mary recognized that this was the only way in which a woman of Linda's spirit would make her choice. After this, Aunt Mary became very tactful indeed. She played the part of the vanishing lady to such perfection that Linda occasionally had suspicions. So for 3 days more the secret that was no secret went on, and Judith Jennis was almost forgotten. On the night of the 4th day after Lawrence had gone, good nights were said, and Linda went up to her room. When her maid had left her, Linda drew back the curtains from one of the windows that looked out on the terrace, opened it wide, and leaned out. She wore a kimono of barbaric colours. Her heavy hair hung down, fastened by a ribbon. The night was very still. The languorous heat of the day had hardly yet yielded to the cool touch of night. In the full moon she could see the shimmering mist breast high on the strip of marsh that fringed the fleet. Here and there the tops of willows and alders on the further side sprang from it, as from an island in some quiet and unknown sea. How good it was to be alive on so beautiful a night! How good it was to be loved! How peaceful it was to have surrendered everything. It was late before she got into bed and switched off the last of the lights in the lamp on the table by her side. Sleep came to her very suddenly and very deeply. And with the sleep came the third sign, the dream. It seemed to her that she had awakened again in the dark room. One line of moonlight crossed it obliquely from the window, sparkling on the silver things on the toilet table, throwing a distorted shadow of the casement on the far wall. Boom, boom, boom. A great bell was tolling. It made so much noise that she could hardly make out what all the fluttering and scratching was in the dark corner of the room. Had some bird flown in? A bat, perhaps. She listened intently, straining her ears. Boom, boom, boom. The bell went on. No, it was not a bird. It was something much bigger than that. She could hear it striking on the ground with its feet very rapidly, making soft thuds on the thick carpet. The bell stopped suddenly. As the last harmonies died away, there came from the corner of the room a faint chuckle. At first she said that could not be an animal, and then she knew that it could not be human. The thing came lolloping across the floor to her in a kind of grotesque dance. She could see nothing, but she could hear a pat-pat on the carpet. She could hear the breathing grow harder with the exertion. It seemed that she was fumbling for the electric light and could not find it. As she did so, a wet, rough tongue licked her forearm. She screamed as the dream ended. Yes, she must be awake now. The light by her bedside was switched on again. She supposed that she had done it in her sleep. Why was her mind so hazy? What was that awful sense of physical contamination that weighed her down? She must be going at once. She slipped out of bed instantly and began to put on her white satin shoes. They were the first that came to her hand. She did not wait to dress. She would be sure to meet no one, and it was not cold. A thick dressing gown. Yes, that would be enough. She must go very, very softly, so as not to wake anybody in the house. Her hand shook as she lit the candle. Bearing it in her hand, she sped rapidly along the passage and down the broad flight of stairs. The front doors had too many locks and bolts. There were the French windows in the little drawing-room. That would be better. It would not matter if she left them unfastened behind her. They were all honest people about that part. All very honest people. The phrase kept echoing and echoing in her mind. All very honest people, she whispered again to herself. She must be quick. There was no time to lose. There was that silk scarf which she had left at the Tower House. Judith was doing something with it. It was terrible. She must go at once and stop her. She would have to explain it to Lawrence afterwards. It was really necessary that she should get that silk scarf. Quite necessary. Again her brain played her a trick of repeating the phrase. Quite necessary, said her little feet as they pattered along. She was on the track now which led to the Tower House. Out from the wood came a masculine voice, good-tempered, encouraging, above all things natural. That was half the comfort of it. Don't be frightened, Linda. I thought I might meet you. A moment later Lawrence stood with his arms about her. She pressed her head close to his shoulder and lay there, saying nothing. Don't bother, he said gently. It's going to be all right. Never mind about any explanation. She turned her head a little and looked up at him. I think I was still half asleep, she said. The dream came, and then I seemed to be awake, but I was not really awake. I had to go to Judith. It was about a scarf. She was doing something with it. Do you want to go to her now? Asked Hebblethwaite. No, I want to stop just like this for a little while. Then I shall be all right again. For almost a minute they stood in silence. Then his quick ear caught the sound of sobbing. He began to stroke her hair. He had never seen it down before. Don't cry, Linda dear, he said. There's nothing to cry about. What you do when you're half asleep doesn't matter. But that's not why I'm crying, she said. It's you. Every night since I told you, you must have been out here waiting for me." "Yes," he said, "every night. It's pleasant to be out on these hot nights. You can't mind about that. I promised you, you know." "Why," he said with a forced cheerfulness, "even if it had been winter I would have done it gladly to hold you like this, you dearest woman." Linda pressed closer to him. The chill wind of dawn rustled the trees. She shivered slightly. He took off his big coat and put it on her. "Aren't you cold too?" she said. "No, not at all." He looked at her intently. The coat was buttoned across her breast. Her arms were not in the sleeves. They hung limp and dead. Even so, she could not look grotesque. Her face was a very star of beauty. "I have never kissed you," he said.
"Do it,"
she whispered, and closed her eyes.
"Kiss me now."
He drew her closer to him and looked long at her. Then he bent over her and kissed her on the mouth.
"Will you take me back now?"
she said.
"The burden has gone from my mind. Judith has no more power over me, because, you see, you've kissed me. Asleep and awake, I belong to you always now."
At the open French windows she paused. "If you feel the least little bit nervous," he said, "you must ring for somebody. I won't have you frightened like this again." She almost laughed.
"I shall never be frightened again," she said. "How could anyone be frightened whom you love so much as that? I have drunk of your strength."
She pressed his hand between her two and was gone. The end of Chapter 17. Read by Andy Sames. Chapter 18 of The Shadow of the Unseen by Barry Payne and James Blyth. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 18. The Wisdom of the Idiot. On the evening of the night which brought the third sign to Linda, Judith Jennis stabled her goats early. Reserved and taciturn as she always was, as the day faded to the between the lights of Marshland, her expression became even more sombre. Her lips appeared even more grimly set than was usual with her. As soon as the last glow of sunset had died away over the rise of Reedham village, her eyes turned again and again to the thick obscurity which was spreading over the reeking Rands and fenland, and which the rise of the full moon would change to a sheet of diaphanous gossamer. Job Sacret watched her closely. His instinct told him that the woman who had saved him from the workhouse was plotting against the other woman whom his animal devotion worshipped as some unintelligible divinity. The idiot lad was more human in the irrationality of his blind worship than in anything else. Linda had never noticed him, beyond evincing a pitiful disgust at his uncouthness, a disgust which Job could read well enough. She meant to be kind to the poor boy, but the delicacy of her refinement was revolted by a human instance in so beast-like a form, and she could not cloak the horror of her eyes when they fell upon him. Judith, on the other hand, had never shown repulsion. Her kindness had been hard and matter-of-fact. She had fed and lodged the lad, as she fed and lodged her nanny-goats or her pigs, looking at him in much the same way, neither horrified nor attracted by him. For every reason Job should have adored Judith and disliked Linda. He did not trouble to diagnose his feelings. All he knew was that he worshipped the dainty lady from the hall, and gave her humble thanks for merely existing. To think of her filled him with an ecstasy even surpassing that which gin afforded him. And he now felt certain that Judith, the woman to whom he was bound by every law of gratitude, but whom he regarded no more than he would have regarded a dyke leech when weighed in the balance with Linda, was scheming, plotting some fell attempt on this bright deity. Though he was a congenital deaf-mute, he was able to follow the movements of lips speaking, and to associate them with the object with which they were concerned. On Linda's visits to the Tower House, he had seen Judith's lips shape "sister" over and over again. And this evening he knew that they were again shaping the dissyllable, and that there was a triumphant threat in every movement of them. Ever since he had first distrusted Judith's intentions towards Linda, Job had watched his mistress from the cover of his litter of straw. Tonight he crept into his bed as soon as he had eaten the scraps of food which Judith tossed to him when the milking was done, the goats stabled, and the last set curds pressed into the cheese shapes. Judith's eyes were very bright. There was a hard ribaldry in them which the boy had never seen before, and which frightened him more than any show of fierceness. They spoke of some inhuman malice about to be gratified, a glutton of souls awaiting his next repast, which he could hear being prepared for his maw, and licking his lips in greedy anticipation of his meal might have looked like that. Judith herself fasted, save a drink of some liquid which she took from the cupboard in the downstair room. As the night drew on, Job saw her go again to where the open door let the bead of light from her solitary candle stream feebly out into the marsh, now growing beautiful in the moonlight. Again and again Judith stood in her porch and peered out down across the levels. Once Job thought he saw a dancing flame pass the thick window-glass, but he knew it was nothing but a hobble-lantern, and he was too familiar with the burning gases of the ooze to fear them. A little after 10:30, Judith gave a sudden cry of exultation. The boy was peering through the strands of straw which covered his head. He was cautious not to open his eyes wide. He knew that the reflection of the candle on his eyeballs would betray his wakefulness to Judith, and that she would then take good care to keep him from her purpose. Of the terror that was approaching, Job's infirmity made him all unconscious. In the silence of the night without came a faint pulsation. Had one of the goats got out of the stable? How it was galloping! But this was not going from near to far, but approaching, at incredible speed, from the distant marsh to the Tower House paddock. The hoofs came nearer and nearer, and now thundered past, though Job heard them not. But he felt the vibration, and he shuddered, though he knew not why. It must be something bigger than a goat. Had the red bull again leapt the dykes? But the bull was always taken up to the land at night. What was that thing which Judith waved? Job recognized it. It was a silk scarf which Linda had left twisted round Bel's horns that last night when she rode him home. What was Judith doing with it? Fainter and fainter the galloping feet swept over the paddock. They grew sharper, if more faint, when the paddock was crossed. They were on the track through the woods to Merlsfleet. Why, thought Job, did Judith say again and again that word which he associated with Linda? The word was sister, though he did not know it, and Judith had said,
"The maid and the witch dance hand in hand when the black man comes from the marsh to land. Sister is she and sister am I, and one must live and t'other must die. The choice is the master's, she or I. And now it will be she, she."
Job watched the sibilance of her lips. There was a lot about Linda in what she was saying. Why could he not understand all? Why could Judith and other folk whom he knew convey their meaning to each other by moving their lips? They seemed to understand clearly and at once. Why could not he? Ah, if he, poor Job Sackeret, might only do something for that dear vision which had taught him that beauty might be gentle instead of strong, that there was another radiance besides the gloomy splendour of his mistress, for in spite of their likeness there was that vast disparity between Judith and Linda, which is only seen in two people who are in some ways similar. Judith still stood at the door, letting the moonlight stream on her face, which was lifted towards it. She held her hands above her head, and her whole pose was one of infinite gratitude.
"At last a time," she cried. "Granny, Granny, for you, for me the curse hath passed. If all go well throughout the night, The maester's choice'll fall on a daintier morsel than either on us sons, and you and me'll be free to roam where we list. At last a time the wrong shall be paid for, and the blood which took life but spilt no blood shall be poisoned by the kiss o' the black man o' the marsh. O ye servants of the night, do ye watch and see the night pass as 'ta should. 3 lives have served the maester. Is't not time for the end? Is not the price paid yet?
Job had no notion of the meaning of her words, but he shivered. His animal instinct told him that there was some foul thing near, some horror which his sight was too human to see. Perchance it may have been one of those denizens of the unseen which strike death to the terrified eyes of dogs in chambers, where no man has ever seen aught of which to be afraid. Job's animal instinct served to warn him of some such presence, or to make him think that some awful thing was near, but either his human incapacity blinded his sight to what was there, or cleansed his eyes from mere morbid imagination. He could see nothing but Judith, but oh, he could feel, and terror clutched him by the heart. But had he known the sentence, he might have said, "Perfect love casteth out fear," and surely his love for Linda was perfect, so purged was it of all crossness, so humble and devout a worship. He gathered his love about his heart and warmed himself with it. His terror left him. Were it man, woman, or devil that threatened Linda, he would hazard his life to save her. Judith came within the room and closed the door. There was a sprightly happiness about her which seemed to the lad almost painfully incongruous with his fears, but the strangeness of his mood kept him the more keenly on the alert. Judith, still bearing the silk scarf in her hand, passed up the stairway to the upper chamber which Job had never hitherto been able to enter. In the ecstasy of what she believed to be her approaching victory, her final revenge for the wrongs of her ancestors and of all her race, her release from the bonds which she fully believed held her thrall to the black man of the marsh, she forgot that her cupboard was unlocked. She forgot to lock the door of her upper chamber on the stairway, and, when she thrust open the trapdoor onto the leads, she forgot to fasten it behind her. Job saw her disappear up the stairway. She had taken Linda's scarf with her. She had murmured "Sister" derisively as she mounted the steps. Job knew better than he had ever known anything in his life that she was about to bring some terrible disaster on the woman he adored. His cunning did not leave him. As he had always hidden his thoughts and suspicions from his mistress, so he now concealed his resentment under a pretence of deep slumber. Judith had paused but a moment to look at him as she passed him on her way to the stairs. He lay motionless, breathing heavily. He had never given her the least reason to suspect his revolt against her rule, to think for one moment that he would sacrifice her for the sake of Linda, with no mere compunction than he would have shown in killing a mouse-hunter. But as soon as she had passed out of his sight, Job raised himself stealthily, and so carefully that there was no rustle of his litter to warn Judith that he had moved. His eyes fell first upon the open cupboard. Once Judith had experimented on him with some gin. Twice or thrice she had dosed him with the spirit for medicinal purposes. Job loved the taste of it. He crept cautiously to the cupboard and drew out the stone bottle of skeedum which Jimmy Buddery had paid for the charm against the will-o'-the-wisp. It held a gallon, and was still half full. Job drew out the bung with his teeth, and, raising the mouth of the jar to his lips, took a long and satisfying draught. He took another nip for luck, and then, exhilarated but not in the least intoxicated, but with every nerve abnormally alert and able, he crept swiftly up the stairway on his bare feet. He did not know that Judith had forgotten to lock her door, but he would probably have burst it open had he found it closed. It opened as his outstretched fingers touched it. The moonlight came through the open trapdoor, for the moon was almost at her zenith, and was high over the tower-house. The chamber was so weird and strange that it would well have repaid more attention than the lad gave it. He only looked round once to see if Judith were there, and, finding that she was not, he went straight to the bottom rung of the ladder, which gave egress to the leads on the top of the roof. So silently did he move that the keen hearing of his mistress gave her no warning that she was being followed. When Job's head emerged from the trapdoor, he saw Judith standing with her back towards him on the curve of the tower which was nearest to Merlsfleet. Her hands were held out before her in an attitude which might have been supplication but for the proud uprightness of her shoulders. Between her hands the silk scarf stretched tightly. Job stealthily crept on to the leads. He had never seen the marshland by moonlight before. In spite of himself, he stood one instant and gazed at the fleecy veil of mist that lay spread out to the westward and northward, and followed the lie of it with his eyes till they fell on the deep contrast of the shadow of the woods, and the glint of the moon on the quivering leaves of aspens and black poplars. Even he felt the view to be very fair, but it was not for scenery that he had ventured to climb into this forbidden region. There was Judith before him, unconscious of his presence, holding out Linda's scarf, hissing. He could see her lips moving as he stole a look at her profile, the name which was associated with Linda. And oh, how her expression screamed of relentless hate, of the satisfaction of unspeakable enmity. Job's decision was rapid. Somehow he knew that from this eminence some evil spell was being woven for the woman he would perish to protect. What could he, a poor innocent, do if Judith once discovered him there? For his self-confidence did not reach so far as to tell him that his thews and sinews would prove far too much for his mistress in any merely physical struggle. But what if he leapt upon her unawares and bore her down that terrible descent? He would fall with her. He could not make a certainty of it otherwise. But what would that matter? His life was none too happy, and since Linda had given him an inkling of some better things than he had ever before dreamed of, his weariness with his existence had grown heavy upon him. His mind was soon made up. The end of Chapter 18. Recording by Andy Sames. Chapter 19 of The Shadow of the Unseen by Barry Payne and James Blyth. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 19. When day dawned, the Inquest. Judith, unconscious of her danger, was exerting every nerve of influence which she was able, or thought she was able, to exercise over what Hebblethwaite called the power of evil. She was lost in the passion of her spell. Now was the time when her fate would be decided forever. If she could bring Linda to her, after the dream which she knew she had dreamt, she thought that Linda would take her place as thrall to the black man, and would set her free. Let her only come down to the tower house now, tonight, under that radiance of the moon which has from time immemorial been held in evil repute. And Linda was coming. She knew it. She could feel it. The minutes passed. Judith had no sense of the lapse of time. All of her consciousness was wrapped in the one attempt. Well, she would soon know. Job crept a little closer to her. He could see the quivering emotion of her body. He could almost read the very thoughts which were filling her with an agony of suspense. He was sure the time was come. It would not be safe for Linda if he delayed longer. There was never a prayer on his lips as he sprang. He did not know a prayer of any kind, not even a prayer to the black man had entered into his course of education. But his whole poor nature went out on the wings of the night to where Linda was. Ah, if she could only know that he had done this thing for her sake! But she would never know that. She had hardly seemed to care about his flowers when once she knew who gathered them for her and plaited the rush baskets which held them. But he could not complain of that. He knew that he was innocent, soft, a batten short, not quite old dear. Any one of the peasant terms would have expressed his feelings towards himself. He gripped the leads with his naked toes, bent his body forward, and leapt at Judith with every ounce of strength which he could command. His arms clutched her round the neck and stifled the cry which she tried to give as she felt the throttling grip about her. The two shapes shot forward over the edge of the tower. Forward, then a little downward. The upper part of the linked bodies swerved down with terrible suddenness. Down, down fell the bodies, head first, till they struck the hard yard, where the fowls pecked for gravel, and lay there still and silent. The sun rose over the woodland to the east. The goats bleated in the stable. The fowls came forth and pecked the gravel. One hopped upon the bodies. Some rabbits were playing near the yard, and wild birds played fearlessly near the still, shapeless mass. The day had come again, but not for Job Scarrett nor Judith Jennis. After he had left Linda, Lawrence went back in the cool dawn to his own house. His spirit was too uplifted for sleep. He changed and bathed and came out again. He took the road to the Tower House. Judith would be up early, attending to her goats. He would be able to speak with her. He meant now to try gentler means. His whole being was filled with too much happiness for him to wish for anything else, now that he was at last assured that this woman's power over Linda had gone. So far, Judith had not known what he knew. Coming to her, as he would now, with perfect frankness, telling her of his study of the history of the Merle and Jennis families, of his own belief in a personal power of evil, and of his belief in a personal power of good that must ultimately prevail, he might do some good. It was worth trying. He was prepared even to tell her of his love for Linda, if that should be necessary. He took the path along the river wall, which led to the back of the Tower House, the same path along which he had run to the rescue of Bryony Prettyman. To his surprise, he noticed that the stable in which the goats were housed at night was still closed. He had heard their impatient bleating long before and wondered at it. They must still be there, and they should have been out on the marsh hours before. Judith was not a woman to oversleep herself. Besides, Job would have awakened her. She might be ill, and in want of help. The boy would be able to do nothing for her. There was a flutter among the chickens as he came round the tower. There, in the shingle-spread yard, under a sunlight which seemed merciless, lay the bodies of Job and Judith. The hands of the boy were still round the woman's neck. For a moment or two Lawrence hesitated, and then he pulled himself together. He drove back the fowls savagely out of the yard anywhere. Then he bent over the two bodies and found the signs of death that he had known he would find. There were some details which he noted too horrible for description. They had fallen, then, from the tower together. Was it really a fall? Why were the boy's broken arms still tight to the woman's neck? He recognized Linda's silk scarf in Judith's hand. Very carefully he disengaged it from her fingers, folded it, and put it in his pocket. Possibly he had no right to do anything of the kind, but for that he cared very little. Linda's name must not be mentioned at the inquest. There was nothing more that could be done there. It was a matter for the police and the doctors. Once more he hesitated. He hardly liked to leave the bodies unguarded. The fowls had come back again. Where could he find a messenger? He passed again round the tower, and looked over the marsh to the river wall. Bob Middleton, stock dog at heel, was slouching along back homewards from his early morning round on his level. He was a little later on Sunday mornings than on weekdays. Hebblethwaite hailed him. Bob stopped and turned in the direction of the hail with slow deliberation. "What's up?" he roared. He was accustomed to conversing at a distance, and his voice carried easily across 2 marshes and a couple of dykes. "Come here, Bob," shouted Hebblethwaite, making a funnel of his hands. "There's trouble here." Bob metaphorically pricked up his ears. Trouble has a universal attraction. "What?" he yelled as he got down the river wall into the marsh and began to walk towards the nearest gateway in the direction of the Tower House. "Be there anything wrong with Judy, or that vermin of a boy?" he shouted as he walked with perfect ease. Hebblethwaite waited till he came up. He was hastily scribbling 2 notes on pages drawn from his pocket-book. "They're dead," he said. "Both of them. And I think they fell from the top of the tower together. Would you mind taking these notes, this one to Dr. Porthall, and the other to Ash, the constable at Oatacre?" There were no police in the village of Merlem. Bob looked at the shilling which accompanied the notes. "What's this air for?" he asked. "Take it, Bob," said Hebblethwaite. "I'm giving you a lot of work, and on Sunday." "Lor, master," said Bob, grinning broadly. "You hadn't no need to do that. I'd run fair mile at any time to learn as Judy's dead. Do you put it back in your pocket. You lent us a hand when that there colt got in the deek. You don't owe me nothing. Blam, there'll be woolly a song about this in the village. Fare ye well, maester. I'll be a-going." The bleating of the goats increased. Their udders, full of milk, fretted them. Hebblethwaite knew what was the matter. His strong hands wrenched open the padlock of the stable door. Clean pails stood in readiness. He was used to animals, and they stood patiently as he milked them one after the other. From time to time he paused in his work to drive the fowls back again. He had found some sacking in the stable and covered the bodies with it. As he returned to the front of the house the 3rd time, he saw the doctor coming fast along the river wall. In the further marsh, Judith's flock of geese plucked and plucked at the short-cropped grass. They were almost ready for the Michaelmas market. In the dykes some dozen of them were dipping and preening themselves, beating the surface of the water with their powerful wings, scuttling in play in and out the dykes, hissing and honking with delight at the glorious morning. They recked nothing of their mistress's fate, or of the death of their herd, the idiot boy. They had all that they wanted for the moment. They hissed angrily at the doctor as he leapt into their marsh, and followed him across with outstretched necks. Dr. Porthall drew back the sacking from the bodies and bent over them for a minute or 2. He looked up to the top of the tower and down again. "Well, you see how it is," he said to Hebblethwaite. "Yes," said Lawrence, "I suppose so." "What were you doing round there at the back?" "Milking her goats. Why should the poor devils suffer?" I see, said Dr. Porthall. "Could you lend me a pencil? I must make a few notes for the coroner, in case he wants them." "Thanks," he said, handing back the pencil. "You sent for Ash, Bob told me, but he can't be here yet. I'll come round and help you with the goats if you like." In the sun on the side of the road opposite to the tension teal, almost the whole male population of Merlhem gathered together. Bob Middleton had found time to shout out the news to little Jimmy Buddery as he passed through the street on his way to the doctor, and Jimmy did not fail to spread it. Every Sunday morning which is not hopelessly wet sees the group of men and hobbledehoys assembled at the corner by the inn as the day draws on to noon. It is the great village assembly of the week, and old and young come together and speak of and listen to strange tales, which while away the time until 12:30, opens the door of the tension teal, and sets the good brown beer flowing from the casks into the earthenware mugs which are being eagerly demanded. On this Sunday the gathering was even greater than usual. A great and terrible thing had happened to one who had been feared by every man or boy there. The women huddled together within doors, seeing to the midday meal. Those who had a husband easy enough to permit them to go to church in the morning did not fail to gossip of the tidings as they walked down Church Lane in all their pride of Sunday frocks and white starched petticoats. Before and after service the lane hummed with female clatter, but this was what Jimmy would have called silly fool woman talk. Alone of all the village, Bryony Prettyman wept in her cottage. The real discussion of the village went on opposite the tension teal. Jimmy himself, in the unavoidable absence of Bob Middleton, was the hero of the hour. He narrated over and over again how he had once given Judith a bottle of Hollands for a charm against hobgoblins, and how the charm in question had succeeded in protecting him from the dangerous wiles of those enticing lights. He had rarely enjoyed himself more. He loved to rule the talk, and he grew quite petulant when Sir William broke in with a fresh interest, recounting how he had heard Judith's prophecy concerning the sisters and the Black Man of the Marsh. He recited this with much gusto, and kept on doing so, till Jimmy bethought himself of a way in which he might change the trend of his rival's thoughts. "Ain't that wonderful?" said Jimmy, addressing his hearers en masse. "How poor innocent Sir Willum fair to mind them wusses, and that mind me, Sir Willum. When I heard ye tell from afore, I thought as you'd earned another medal, for I reckon there bain't another man in the village as could ha' done it. Here, you Tam," he cried to a lad of 16, named Tom Nearboy, "run you in and ax my missus to gie the medal as I made for Sir William her. That stand in the workshop agin the waist." Sir William beamed with gratified pride. He forgot the tragedy, and looked eagerly after the lad as he disappeared in Jimmy's cottage hard by. Presently Tom emerged with a star-shaped piece of tin, into which Jimmy had punched a hole and fastened a bit of silver thread. "Here ye be, Sir Willum," said Jimmy, handing over the worthless toy with an admirable burlesque solemnity. "Take it, because you ha' earned it by recollecting Judith's words." Sir William was conquered. Until the opening of the inn, he sat in silence, rapturously regarding his new honours. Little Jimmy again held sway, till 12:30 brought on a topic of even more engrossing interest than the fate of Judith and Job. For the next few days little was discussed in the village, save the forthcoming inquest. The necessity for one of these functions is always regarded with mixed feelings by those of the peasantry who are liable to be summoned to serve upon the jury. This means loss of at least half a day's work, probably even a whole day's work, and the shilling or sixpence which the generous country allows each juror for his services hardly makes up for the loss of wage. On the other hand, there is always the curiosity to inspect the body. In the case of Judith and Job, there was an additional motive on each side. The terror with which the mistress of the tower had been regarded both acted as an attraction and as a deterrent. Most would have liked to look upon that face in death which they had never dared to confront in life, but all were chilled by a sense of reluctance to bringing themselves within the sphere of the witch's influence, whether she were dead or alive. There was little talk of murder or suicide. Where Judith was concerned, nothing could surprise the people. How should they know what had happened? It might even be that the black man himself had flung his servant over the edge of the tower house, and that Job's sacret was, after all, but a familiar. The general impression was that it would be well not to search too closely into the cause of death. Little Jimmy, who had been warned by the coroner's office that he would have to serve, expressed the feeling of the majority when he said, "I reckon as we'd best bring it in accidental death, or death by the visitation of God. If 'twa'n't by the visitation of God, that was by the will of the devil, and after all I don't speculate as there's fair to be a sight o' difference. I bain't a-going to shove my nose into no should, as many knows was than anybody knew on." No, accidental death or death by the visitation of God will satisfy the village, and that's what I shall vote for." After the evidence, circumstantial and otherwise, had been received, the coroner commenced his charge to the jury by saying, "If any of you gentlemen feel that open window, you can move further into the room." He glanced at his watch on the table before him. At one time he had thought it would be necessary to adjourn the inquest, but he no longer thought it necessary. He would direct their attention especially to the open gin bottle found in the lower room of the house, and to the fact that the door of the dead woman's room was open, though, as a rule, it was kept locked. There had already been some signs of malevolence on the part of this afflicted boy. They had heard what Mr. Hebblethwaite had to say as to that. It was possible, of course, that the woman had had to submit him to some little discipline, and had angered him. They must not, of course, judge this deficient lad as if he were one of themselves. It seemed to him almost certain that the boy had been maddened by drink, that Judith had opened her door to see what was the matter, hearing the noise below, and that she had then been pursued by this mad creature. She had sought refuge on the tower, but he had followed her too closely for her to be able to close the trap-door. The jury took 3 minutes to consider their verdict, and returned it unanimously as death by the visitation of God. The coroner raised his head sharply and peered through his pince-nez. "Really, gentlemen," he said, "do you mean that? I can hardly take that verdict, and—" Here he glanced at his watch again. "I have only 10 minutes before I must start to catch my train. May I say accidental death? If you will not accept my view—" Little Jimmy was the foreman. He looked at his brothers of the jury. They nodded. "We don't object to that," said he. "Accidental death means much the same as death by visitation. Let it go at that." Judith and Job were buried in that nettle-grown corner of the churchyard which is grudged to the unbaptized. No service was read over them. It was late at night that the crowd of awestruck villagers watched this scornful interment of one who had been so great amongst them. They felt some bitterness on the point. The rigid parson had never been popular with them, and they had held Judith in far higher respect than they did him. Who was he thus to mutilate the rights of the dead? It was whispered that the expenses of the funeral had been borne by the Lady of Merelsfleet. Certainly, flowers from the Merelsfleet hothouses were found on the grave next morning. With them was a bunch of superb cactus dahlias, of which Bryony had despoiled her garden. It was the only recognition which she could make for a kindness which she never forgot. On the night of the funeral, Sir William went about his business begirt with his chain of medals, which he had come to regard as a talisman against all black magic. October was within a day or two, and he had received his usual order for early pheasants from a well-known dealer in game of the neighbouring market town. With his pan of charcoal and his packet of sulphur, he crept warily through the Merelsfleet woods when the moon was bright enough to enable him to see the plump shapes of the long-tailed birds roosting in the trees in the plantations. He had been drawn by the birds to a point near the edge of the track which led from Merelsfleet to the Tower House, and had caught a sight of a fine old cock perched complacently not more than 10 feet from the earth. He held his pan of smouldering charcoal high beneath the pheasant, and scattered the sulphur upon its glowing embers, waiting till the bird should be overcome by the fumes and fall senseless at his feet. Suddenly he heard the syncopated beat of galloping hoofs. They seemed to be coming along the track through the woods, and coming swiftly. There can be no doubt that he believed he heard these, and that he also believed that while he was watching, frightened, clutching at his medals for what might come, a dark mass swept furiously by, which resolved itself to his wondering gaze into the form of Judith seated upon Bel. The air seemed to him to grow icily chill as the vision passed. He dropped the charcoal and fell in a state of stupefied terror at the foot of the oak on which the pheasant perched. The story was all over the village the next day, and for long the pheasants which chose that part of the woods for their perches were safe from any unauthorized interference. The end of Chapter 19, read by Andy Sames. Chapter 20, of The Shadow of the Unseen, by Barry Payne and James Blyth. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 20, Vicisti. Great was the love of Linda, great was her happiness, her sense of final certainty. But for all that, Judith's terrible death brought her a shock and depression. She even asked herself if in some indirect way she could be at all responsible for it. It was fortunate that she had Hebblethwaite with whom to speak on that subject. The steady prose of the senior tutor and the simple maternal affection of his wife were a comfort to her. Within a week she was herself again. About this time Hebblethwaite called at Merlsfleet in the morning and asked to see Mr. Trotter. Briefly, and with some dignity, he told him of his intention to marry Linda. "I hope, Mr. Trotter," he said, "the marriage may have your approval."
"Really, said Mr. Trotter. "Do you know that this surprises me very much?"
"It surprises me, too, a little," said Hebblethwaite.
"Do you know, Mr. Hebblethwaite," said the senior tutor, "that during the period of my guardianship I did on one or two occasions attempt to arrange a matrimonial alliance for Linda, and with no success whatever. Amenable as she generally is to my wishes, I here found what I can only characterize as a distinct opposition. Yet now, without a word from me, she apparently settles the whole thing for herself. It is extraordinary."
"It is very extraordinary," said Hebblethwaite. He went on to furnish the tutor with some of the usual particulars about himself. Much he would have had to say to a stranger, the tutor knew already. When he approached with some delicacy and difficulty the question of his means, the tutor interrupted him. All the bursar in him rose to the surface.
"One moment," he said. "We should, I think, go carefully into this. You will not mind if I ask you a few questions?"
Hebblethwaite was able to satisfy him on these points. The tutor was already inclined to like him, and after some further conversation he decided that the marriage should take place with his approval. From this to the conviction that, as a matter of fact, he had arranged the marriage himself took but few steps.
"This might have been foreseen," he said to his wife when they first talked it over.
Subsequent talk showed that it really had been foreseen. Aunt Mary, with her usual docility and kindness, contented herself with discovering new virtues in Hebblethwaite daily. Linda had a small party down from London to shoot over her coverts, and this gave her the opportunity to introduce Hebblethwaite to her friends. Merelsfleet wore a more mundane air now. Paris frocks flicked the gravel of the terrace where once the Black Goat Bell had stood immobile in the small hours of the morning as Linda dismounted. Quite frivolous people, a little curious of the story of the tragedy, were escorted by the senior tutor to see the quaint old tower house. The goats and geese were gone by this time. The place wore an air of perpetual desolation. Already Mr. Trotter was making his plans. It had been offered to Bob Middleton, who had charge of the level, and Bob found 6 excellent reasons for refusing to take it, not one of which was the true one. The place was not in good condition, and Mr. Trotter doubted whether it was worth the repairs which would be required even if he could find a tenant. This was extremely unlikely. The place suited Judith and her forebears. It would have suited no one else, even apart from the cloud which now rested on it. Access to the main road was too difficult. The interior arrangement of the house was inconvenient, and the local authorities would have condemned it as a residence for a family. It was better, so Mr. Trotter thought, to pull it all down, turn it into grazing land, and let it with the marshes. Linda held strongly the same view. Linda and Lawrence took their full share in the gaiety of the house. It was good for both of them. The strange undercurrent of life which had once caught them so strongly had left them now to bask on the surface. Nothing was said by them of their faith, their souls, and the hereafter of their souls. Much was said about what was to be done tomorrow by way of amusement. Lawrence was a modest man and a good sportsman. He was liked for his own sake even by men who envied him his good fortune, and would have had a kind of malicious pleasure in finding him inferior to themselves. The little house party broke up at the end of the 3rd week in October. A few days later the wedding was to take place, quietly and in the village church. It was during one of these few days that Linda and Lawrence wandered out one afternoon along the river wall. The wind was shrewd and the tide high. They descended on the sheltered side of the wall and sat down in the sun. Linda, her face between her hands, had been looking out into the distance. Suddenly she said, "It all seems so very long ago, doesn't it?" "Yes," said Hebblethwaite, "it seems very long ago. We have had the material world a good deal about us lately, haven't we? The existence of the other shrinks back into nothing. I found time to think about the proportion of birds killed to cartridges used, and things of that kind. But one has only to sit out here quietly in the open to feel it come back again." "I did feel that," said Linda. "I think that even with all the best that this world can give, it seems at times an irritating kind of waiting-place. It is not what we are, but what we shall be. Shall I ever be drawn again, I wonder, so near to the outer darkness?" "Never, I hope," said Lawrence. "Even if it happened—" "Yes," she said, "the power of good is the stronger. I had wandered into dangerous places, and I have been won back again. Vicisti, Vicisti." There was a long pause. His keen eyes watched her beauty, transparently tender and spiritual. She turned to him, half smiling. "That is why you were angry with me then. You foresaw what would happen, and you cared for me." "Yes," he said, "I cared for you, but I never foresaw what would happen. I was angry with any attempt of the kind you were then making. I am still angry with it. I hate to see a woman with the gift, if one can call it a gift, that Judith had, use it as she used it. I hate far more to see the woman of society with her half-beliefs and her ignorant curiosities trying to turn the communion of saints into a parlour trick." "I wasn't that kind of woman," said Linda. "You were not," said Hebblethwaite. "I judged you wrongly. I often make mistakes. The line I took with you was very tactless. But I worshipped you all the time, you know. You see, I knew exactly what Judith's beliefs were. I knew, as you know now, what the history of them had been. I had feared no worse than that she might make of you a nervous wreck. It didn't work out as I thought. I fancy there was worse in store for you had you ever gone back to her." "Do you remember how you used to watch in the woods every night for me?" "It was not so long ago, really," he laughed. "Yes, those were the finest nights in my life. You can't think what a funny kind of satisfaction a man can get in thinking he is doing something for the woman he loves." "But you did something. You saved me." "No," he said simply. "What was it you said just now? It was not to me that you spoke when you whispered Vicisti." She nodded her head gravely. They rose and went back together again along the river wall. The sun was sinking. About the levels marshmen could be seen bearing their stools to their favourite spots for awaiting the evening flight of wild duck. "Oh, the comfort of you," said Linda suddenly. They spoke of the approaching wedding as they neared the house. "It is really rather awful," said Linda. "It is only last night that I wrote to Cara Devaney to tell her about it. I suppose that lovers are selfish. Then, you see, we've had a few people here, and that has kept one occupied and driven things out of one's head. I've told her that we are going to be married with the utmost privacy, no bridesmaids, no anything. She'll forgive me for not having written before." "She should," said Lawrence. "I mean, it can't have been so long ago that she herself was going to be married, and had so many things to think of." "Yes," said Linda, "but with her it was different. She wasn't very happy, you know, dear Cara." Lawrence tried to feel sorry for Cara. He failed even to be interested in her. "She is still quite beautiful," he said. There would have been more enthusiasm in his voice if he had been speaking of a well-bred setter. In truth, he had almost forgotten her. The end of Chapter 20. Read by Andy Sames. Chapter 21 of The Shadow of the Unseen, by Barry Payne and James Blyth. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 21. Sorrow and Song. Her hostess considered that Cara Devaney was quite a good woman to have in the house. It was quite true that the men were sportsmen, who were there for sport, and quite true that Cara Devaney did not care one halfpenny about sport. But it was also apparent that sportsmen preferred her to the woman who, from mistaken notions that it was necessary to share the masculine interest, persistently talked of that which she did not know. Cara jeered at sport, but she amused the sportsman. She was charmingly dressed, she was bright, she had ideas, she never appeared till luncheon, and she always effaced herself at tea-time if she thought the men were tired with a hard day's shooting. But she was at her best at dinner and afterwards. She was certainly a success. "But she is hard as bricks," her hostess added. The lady, who was as hard as bricks, sat at the writing-table in her room and replied to the letter which she had received from her old friend Linda. "Dearest Linda," she wrote, "I never was more rejoiced in my life. I like Mr. Hebblethwaite immensely. I am quite certain you will be happy with him. I always thought there was a chance of you marrying him when you seemed so angry with him. Those men win who can make us glad or who can make us savage. It is the insipidities who cannot make us anything that get left out. Briefly, a man has got to be a man, and I confess that this is not my own discovery. My dear, I am breaking my heart to know what the senior tutor is like at Merelsfleet. When you can spare a moment from more serious interests, you must write and describe that faithfully, without the least trace of human kindness. You must not vitiate that portrait. It is my own firm conviction that he must pine and die if he is taken out of the academic air. Private though your wedding may be, I should fly at once to Merlsefleet, but for the fact that I am practically screwed to the floor here, until I leave with my other friends for Egypt. Do you remember my prophecy? Perhaps I got it mixed. Anyhow, I cannot help thinking that if I could once see the senior tutor in breeches, with a gun tucked under his arm, I could die happy, with his photograph engraved on my retina. Life could contain nothing else quite so exquisite. You may be as sub rosa and sotto voce as you like about your wedding, but that is not going to prevent me from sending you a wedding present. I shall expect the usual lie from you about it, but don't worry to acknowledge it yet. The curse of marriage is that in its initial stage it gives one too many letters to write. That is why I never married again. But goodness only knows what Egypt may bring forth. At any rate, the man who took me in to dinner last night said that he considered the climate romantic. I made him say a lot of other things like that, and some of them were still better. They are a great comfort to me. They give me something to laugh about when I lie awake at night. Dearest and sweetest Linda, to be serious for one moment, I do wish you every happiness, and do believe that you will have it. I am a frivolous idiot, but I do love you dearly. Ever yours, Cara Devigne. As a matter of fact, she did not laugh much when she lay awake at night. That was the worst time for her. During the day she could and did insist on perpetual occupation. She did not give way to the temper of the woman who marries from pique, nor to the self-deception of the woman who tries to drown the earthly love with the heavenly, nor to the cowardice that throws down the cards altogether. She played the game right through to the end, went on as much as she had always done, and made a good many people happy. It was only when she lay dying some 3 years later that she realized what torture those years had been, and how merciful was the unsought relief. The marriage of Linda and Lawrence took place at 8:30 in the morning. Mr. Trotter appeared in a perfect frock coat and a perfect silk hat. It was only one more disguise for him. At Cambridge his appearance suggested a scholar and a gentleman. At the wedding he was a close replica of the hireling detective who guards the presents. He gave the bride away with sufficient dignity. She wore white because she liked that part of the matrimonial traditions, but Covent Garden had done absolutely nothing for her. There was not an inch of florist's wire anywhere about her. Ebblethwaite wore the clothes that he meant to travel in. Aunt Mary wept a little in the front pew. It seems almost unnecessary to add that she wore brown. The village had been given to understand Linda's wishes, and had respected them. Not one of the peasants was present in the church, though there was a perfect avenue of them outside the doors. As the bride and bridegroom emerged from the porch, some of the oldest among the local marshmen fired their great muzzle-loaders in the air. Linda had been told that this was the old custom, and had hoped that it would be carried out. At Merelsfleet the car, with their luggage upon it, was in waiting. They sped away upon it, with no professional driver to accompany them. The place at which they would spend their honeymoon had never been mentioned. At first, in answer to the many inquiries of her friends, Linda said that it was a funny thing, but it was one of those places whose names one simply cannot remember. Lawrence suffered from the same forgetfulness. Even that good man, Mr. Trotter, was not in the secret, although he had wished to be. Aunt Mary, on the other hand, had prayed that she might not be told. "I should only let it out," she said. Her diagnosis was probably correct. There was a great feast at Merlham that night. The great barn of the model farm had been transformed for the occasion. The whole of the private way which led from the high road to the farmhouse, and thence to the barn, was ablaze with Japanese lanterns. "Lor," said Mrs. Bob Middleton, "bain't them theer lanterns as pretty as guys? I never seen nothing like 'em afore. However, they burn so bright thou catching a fire, get over me. But that do fair beautiful, and no mistake. That's almost as good as the fireworks I see at Norwich at Diamond Jubilee time, and that's a fact." A good band had been engaged and occupied a platform at the far end of the barn, where they played strenuously whenever they were required, and sometimes when they were not. Mr. Trotter had promised to preside, and he put his whole soul into it. He was in full evening dress, because the dignity of the occasion demanded it, but he drank beer out of an earthenware mug to show his simple, good-hearted fellowship. "Not more than a quarter full," he had whispered to the hired waiter. The style of his costume was unfamiliar to some of the guests, and caused some good-humoured but slightly irreverent criticism. The banquet began at 7. By close attention to the serious business of the evening, smoking time was reached by a little after 8. Mr. Trotter now rose from his place and rapped 3 times on the table with the black handle of his knife. The noise gradually died down. The squeaking voice of little Jimmy Buddery which had hitherto been making more noise than any other in the barn, was heard crying aloud, "Silence! Don't you hear the gentleman a-knocking? Blast, hain't none o' ye got more breeding than a cross-breed pig? Hold your noise, the gentleman want to have a hearing along o' ussens." Mr. Trotter had prepared his speech very carefully. In his strenuous desire not to get above the level of his audience, he had composed it mostly in words of one syllable. Perhaps the only mistake that he made was the too frequent introduction of rhetorical questions. His audience did not understand that these were an oratorical artifice, and obliged him on each occasion with prompt and hearty answers. "My good friends," said Mr. Trotter, "I think you all know what it is I want to say. We are met here in joy and mirth. We fill the cup." He waved his empty mug recklessly. "Our hearts are glad. Why?" "'Cause our belly's fair full, maester," cried little Jimmy, who had filled and emptied the cup many times. Mr. Trotter permitted himself an indulgent smile. "That may be one cause," he said, clinging frantically to the style of the first reader. "But I can tell you one more. What did we see on the morn of this day?" There was a chorus of answers in reply to this. Many of them referred to the marriage, but Bob Middleton cried out that he had seen the first immigrant fowl of the year as he was on his level, deek-drawing the first o' the morning. "Ah!" cried Jimmy, "I see there working the mill deek yesterday arternoon." Sir William, who was gay with all his medals ostentatiously displayed, thought that the time was propitious for the narration of his personal experiences. "I see an old otter in the User planting," said he. "That was just arter sunrise. That's the first time I had seed one there for 30 year. That's what I see this morning." The indulgent smile again sunned itself on Mr. Trotter's twitching and ascetic countenance. "Yes," he said, "I see you all know what I mean. I need not make a long speech, need I?" One voice was heard to reply, "No, no, they said sunnest lant," but the politer manners suppressed it. The cry, "That's as you please, maester," prevailed. "Go ye on. That don't signify. We ha' got our bear and bacca, and nobody don't want to pay no regard doubt he, like." Then Mr. Trotter got banged down on to the right note. "I want you," he said, "to drink the health of one whom it is not too much to say we all love." There was a great shuffling of mugs at this, and shouts of "Miss Linda, God bless her!" Mr. Trotter raised his mug dramatically. "To the health of Mr. and Mrs. Hebblethwaite," he shouted. His final lapse from the style of reading without tears was pardonable. You cannot get Hebblethwaite into a monosyllable. He raised the mug to his lips and presented every appearance of one who drank deep. Every figure seated at the long trestle tables leapt to its feet. Men and women, girls and boys, all stood up together, and all blended hearts and voices in one mighty shout of enthusiasm. Cheers such as no town ever hears echoed through the vast barn, and rioted up among the dim oak balks which traversed the tops of the walls from side to side. The hired waiters had filled every mug on the table with either beer or lemonade. No drilled regiment could have presented a more solid front of charged vessels than did the long lines of peasants, but there was little mechanical discipline about them. A distinctive and honest individuality could be observed in each voice. Shouts and cries leapt and echoed in a discord which was yet pleasant to hear. Mr. Trotter stood amazed. He had an inclination to stuff his fingers in his ears, for the rough, uncultured sounds struck upon his hearing at first with physical agony. But there was something in the tumult which attracted him. He forbore to deafen himself, and listened. Soon he grasped the meaning. This shouting, this orgy of enthusiasm, was the note of the devotion of the peasants for the blood of the family which had been the father of the patriarchal community for centuries. It was the vow of allegiance, the homage of inherited affection and respect. The eyes of some of the women were wet with tears. They scarcely knew why. It was the same feeling that comes over them when the soldiers are marching out of the town and the band is playing The Girl I Left Behind Me. The same feeling that shook so many when the state coach passed at the Jubilee of Queen Victoria. At a signal from Mr. Trotter, the band began the national anthem. As the chorus of it swelled upwards, Mr. Trotter slipped out of the barn. He had yet another duty to perform, to open the servants' ball at Merlsfleet. Here there reigned a different atmosphere, an air of formality so great as to be almost terrific. Mr. Trotter, with a mechanical accuracy of step and great conscientiousness, danced with Mrs. Dodge. Mr. Thompson piloted Aunt Mary through the Lancers with no less care than he would have given to a slightly top-heavy ice pudding. Then Mr. and Mrs. Trotter retired, and the atmosphere cleared perceptibly. Dancing was also going on at the barn, where the long tables had been removed. Everything was quiet now. The last of the revellers had long since gone home. The pale dawn crept up, and its light came almost sardonically on the swinging Japanese lanterns in which the candles had burnt out. The first rays of the sun sparkled on the rime frost which lay on the thatch of the great barn. Then the silence was broken by the tramp of feet and the sound of many voices. The gang of housebreakers passed through the farmyard on their way to the Tower House. The end of Chapter 21. Read by Andy Sames. Section 22 of The Shadow of the Unseen by Barry Payne and James Blyth. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 22. Epilogue. The pale and thin young man, whom Lady Blickling, on her car, had just met, had passed her deliberately without a sign. "Stop, Harris," said her ladyship imperatively. "Turn round and catch that gentleman up." Harris looked dubious. "The lane's a bit narrow, milady," he said. "Then open that gate and back her into that field. Don't be so childish." The car stopped as it overtook the young man. Yes, he was very shabby indeed. "You don't seem to remember me, Mr. Belton," said Lady Blickling sharply. Then she turned to Harris. "Stop the engine, Harris. Get out and go up to Mrs. Durant's cottage and see if she has taken the medicine I left yesterday." Harris vanished obediently. Percy Belton looked a trifle obstinate. "You forget, Lady Blickling," he said, "that you once gave me to understand that you did not know me in future." "Stuff and nonsense," said Lady Blickling. "You're coming back to lunch with me now." "Pardon me," he said, "but I'm not." "Oh, yes, you are. I can't discuss it all in the road, and I shall have to see if you will be likely to suit me before I could definitely give you the post." "I'm not coming," he said doggedly. "Look here," said Lady Blickling. "You were man enough to do the right thing at last, and I know what it has cost you with your father. You've got more than your own pride to think about now. You've got a wife and a child to keep, and a very pretty wife she is. Don't you be unreasonable." "Very well," he said, with a slight twitch of his lips. "I will come." A few days later saw his appointment as agent and steward to Lady Blickling's Oxfordshire property. For work of that kind he was admirably suited. Lawrence found an opportunity to purchase the amber cup which Judith had used for purposes of divination. The black thread which Linda had tied on it was still there. He spent a long time on a comparative study of the two partly effaced inscriptions. Both cups are now restored to the place from which some sacrilegious person had stolen them more than a century ago, and to their original use. Each cup now bears its inscription, "Restored." Underneath, in Latin characters, a single word is engraved: Vicisti. The End. The End of The Shadow of the Unseen by Barry Payne and James Blyth. Read by Andy Sames.